I locked myself in Duke's bathroom and took the email device out. It was an eerie feeling. I hit power and the screen came up with a message. We need to meet. I hit reply and sent, "You bet your ass we do." Then I turned the unit off and nailed it back into my heel and went down to the kitchen again. "Go with Harley," Beck told me. "You need to bring the Saab back." The cook wasn't there. The counters were neat and clean. They had been scrubbed. The stove was cold. It felt like there should be a closed sign hanging on the door. "What about lunch?" I said. "You hungry?" I thought back to the way the sea had swelled the bag and claimed the body. Saw the hair under the water, fluid and infinitely fine. Saw the blood rinsing away, pink and diluted. I wasn't hungry. "Starving," I said. Beck smiled sheepishly. "You're one cold son of a bitch, Reacher. I've seen dead people before. I expect to see them again." He nodded. "The cook is off duty. Eat out, okay?" "I don't have any money." He put his hand in his pants pocket and came out with a wad of bills, started to count them out, and then just shrugged and gave it up and handed the whole lot to me. It must have been close to $1,000. "Walking around money," he said. "We'll do the salary thing later." I put the cash in my pocket. "Harley is waiting in the car," he said. I went outside and pulled my coat collar up. The wind was easing. The rain was reverting to vertical. The Lincoln was still there at the corner of the house. The trunk lid was closed. Harley was drumming his thumbs on the wheel. I slid into the passenger seat and buzzed it backward to get some leg room. He fired up the engine and set the wipers going and took off. We had to wait while Paulie unchained the gate. Harley fiddled with the heater and set it on high. Our clothes were wet and the windows were steaming up. Paulie was slow. Harley started drumming again. "You two work for the same guy?" I asked him. "Me and Paulie?" he said. "Sure." "Who is he?" "Beck didn't tell you?" "No," I said. "Then I won't either, I guess." "Hard for me to do my job without information," I said. "That's your problem," he said, "not mine." He gave me his yellow gappy smile again. I figured if I hit him hard enough, my fist would take out all the little stumps and end up somewhere in the back of his scrawny throat. But I didn't hit him. Paulie got the chain loose and swung the gate back. Harley took off immediately and squeezed through with about an inch of clearance on each side. I settled back in my seat. Harley clicked the headlights on and accelerated hard, and rooster tails of spray kicked up behind us. We drove west, because there was no choice for the first 12 miles. Then we turned north on Route 1, away from where Elizabeth Beck had taken me, away from Old Orchard Beach and Saco, towards Portland. I had no view of anything because the weather was so dismal. I could barely see the taillights on the traffic ahead of us. Harley didn't speak, just rocked back and forth in the driver's seat and drummed his thumbs on the wheel and drove. He wasn't a smooth driver. He was always either on the gas or the brake. We sped up, slowed down, sped up, slowed down. It was a long 20 miles. Then the road swerved hard to the west, and I saw I-295 close by on our left. There was a narrow tongue of gray seawater beyond it, and beyond that was the Portland airport. There was a plane taking off in a huge cloud of spray. It roared low over our heads and swung south over the Atlantic. Then there was a strip mall on our left with a long, narrow parking lot out front. The mall had the sort of stores you expect to find in a low-rent place trapped between two roads near an airport. The parking lot held maybe 20 cars in a line, all of them head in and square onto the curb. The old Saab was fifth from the left. Harley pulled the Lincoln in and stopped directly behind it, drummed his thumbs on the wheel. "All yours," he said. "Key is in the door pocket." I got out in the rain, and he drove off as soon as I shut my door. But he didn't get back on Route 1. At the end of the lot, he made a left, then an immediate right. I saw him ease the big car through an improvised exit made of lumpy poured concrete that led into the adjoining lot. I pulled my collar up again and watched as he drove slowly through it and then disappeared behind a set of brand-new buildings. They were long, low sheds made of bright corrugated metal, some kind of business park. There was a network of narrow blacktop roads. They were wet and shiny with rain. They had high concrete curbs, smooth and new. I saw the Lincoln again, through a gap between buildings. It was moving slow and lazy, like it was looking to park somewhere. Then it slid behind another building, and I didn't see it again. I turned round. The Saab was nose in to a discount liquor store. Next to the liquor store on one side was a place that sold car stereos, and on the other side was a place with a window full of fake crystal chandeliers. I doubted if the maid had been sent out to buy a new ceiling fixture, or to get a CD player installed in the Saab. So she must have been sent to the liquor store. And then she must have found a whole bunch of people waiting there for her. 4 of them, maybe 5, at least. After the first moment of surprise, she would have changed from a bewildered maid to a trained agent fighting for her life. They would have anticipated that. They would have come mob-handed. I looked up and down the sidewalk. Then I looked at the liquor store. It had a window full of boxes. There was no real view out. But I went in anyway. The store was full of boxes, but empty of people. It felt like it spent most of its time that way. It was cold and dusty. The clerk behind the counter was a gray guy of about 50. Gray hair, gray shirt, gray skin. He looked like he hadn't been outside in a decade. He had nothing I wanted to buy as an icebreaker. So I just went right ahead and asked him my question. "See that Saab out there?" I said. He made a big show of lining up his view out front. "I see it," he said. "You see what happened to the driver?" "No," he said. People who say no right away are usually lying. A truthful person is perfectly capable of saying no, but generally they stop and think about it first. And they add sorry or something like that. Maybe they come out with some questions of their own. It's human nature. They say, "Sorry, no, why, what happened?" I put my hand in my pocket and peeled off a bill from Beck's wad purely by feel. Took it out. It was 100. I folded it in half and held it up between my finger and my thumb. "Now did you see?" I said. He glanced to his left, my right, towards the business park beyond his walls. Just a fast glance, furtive, out and back. "No," he said again. "Black town car?" I said. "Drove off that way?" "I didn't see," he said. "I was busy." I nodded. You're practically rushed off your feet in here, I can see that. It's a miracle one man can handle the pressure." "I was in the back, on the phone, I guess." I kept the 100 up there in my hand for another long moment. I guessed 100 tax-free dollars would represent a healthy slice of his week's net take. But he looked away from it. That told me plenty, too. "Okay," I said. I put the money back in my pocket and walked out. I drove the Saab 200 yards south on Route 1 and stopped at the first gas station I saw. Went in and bought a bottle of spring water and 2 candy bars. I paid 4 times more for the water than I would have for gasoline, if you calculated it by the gallon. Then I came out and sheltered near the door and peeled a candy bar and started eating it. Used the time to look around. No surveillance. So I stepped over to the payphones and used my change to call Duffy. I had memorized her motel number. I crouched under the plastic bubble and tried to stay dry. She answered on the second ring. "Drive north to Saco," I said. "Right now. Meet me in the big brick mall on the river island in a coffee shop called Cafe. Last one there buys." I finished my candy bar as I drove south. The Saab rode hard, and it was noisy compared to Beck's Cadillac or Harley's Lincoln. It was old and worn. The carpets were thin and loose. It had 6 figures on the clock, but it got the job done. It had decent tires and the wipers worked. It made it through the rain okay. And it had nice big mirrors. I watched them all the way. Nobody came after me. I got to the coffee shop first, ordered a tall espresso to wash the taste of chocolate out of my mouth. Duffy showed up about 6 minutes later. She paused in the doorway and looked around and then headed over towards me and smiled. She was in fresh jeans and another cotton shirt, but it was blue, not white. Over that was her leather jacket, and over that was a battered old raincoat that was way too big for her. Maybe it was the old guy's. Maybe she had borrowed it from him. It wasn't Elliot's, that was clear. He was smaller than she was. She must have come north not expecting bad weather.
"Is this place safe?"
she said. I didn't answer.
"What?"
she said. "You're buying," I said. "You got here second. I'll have another espresso, and you owe me for the first one." She looked at me blankly, and then went to the counter and came back with an espresso for me and a cappuccino for herself. Her hair was a little wet. She had combed it with her fingers. She must have parked her car on the street and walked in through the rain and checked her reflection in a store window. She counted her change in silence and dealt me bills and coins equal to the price of my first cup. Coffee was another thing way more expensive than gasoline up there in Maine. But I guessed it was the same everywhere.
"What's up?"
she said. I didn't answer.
"Reacher, what's the matter?"
"You put another agent in 8 weeks ago," I said. "Why didn't you tell me?"
"What?"
"What I said."
"What agent?"
"She died this morning. She underwent a radical double mastectomy without the benefit of anesthetic." She stared at me.
"Teresa?"
I shook my head. "Not Teresa," I said. "The other one."
"What other one?"
"Don't bullshit me," I said.
"What other one?"
I stared at her. Hard. Then softer. There was something about the light in that coffee shop. Maybe it was the way it came off all the blonde wood and the brushed metal and the glass and the chrome. It was like X-ray light, like a truth serum. It had shown me Elizabeth Beck's genuine uncontrollable blush. Now I was expecting it to show me the exact same thing from Duffy. I was expecting it to show me a deep red blush of shame and embarrassment because I had found her out. But it showed me total surprise instead. It was right there in her face. She had gone very pale. She had gone stark white with shock. It was like the blood had drained right out of her. And nobody can do that on command, any more than they can blush.
"What other one?" she said again. "There was only Teresa." "What? Are you telling me she's dead?"
"Not Teresa," I said again. "There was another one, another woman. She got hired on as a kitchen maid."
"No," she said. "There's only Teresa."
I shook my head again. "I saw the body. It wasn't Teresa."
"A kitchen maid?"
"She had an email thing in her shoe," I said. "Exactly the same as mine. The heel was scooped out by the same guy. I recognized the handiwork."
"That's not possible," she said.
I looked straight at her.
"I would have told you," she said. "Of course I would have told you. And I wouldn't have needed you if I had another agent in there. Don't you see that?"
I looked away, looked back. Now I was embarrassed. "So who the hell was she?" I asked. She didn't answer, just started nudging her cup round and round on her saucer, prodding at the handle with her forefinger, turning it 10 degrees at a time. The heavy foam and the chocolate dust stayed still while the cup rotated. She was thinking like crazy.
8 weeks ago?" she said.
I nodded.
"What alerted them?"
she asked. "They got into your computer," I said. "This morning or maybe last night." She looked up from her cup.
"That's what you were asking me about?"
I nodded, said nothing.
"Teresa isn't in the computer," she said. "She's off the books."
"Did you check with Elliot?"
"I did better than check," she said. "I searched the whole of his hard drive, and all of his files on the main server back in D.C. I've got total access everywhere. I looked for Teresa, Daniel, Justice, Beck, Maine, and Undercover. And he didn't write any of those words anywhere."
I said nothing.
"How did it go down?"
she asked. "I'm not really sure," I said. "I guess at first the computer told them you had somebody in there, and then it told them it was a woman. No name, no details. So they looked for her. And I think it was partly my fault they found her."
"How?"
I had a stash, I said. Your Glock and the ammo and a few other things. She found them. She hid them in the car she was using. Duffy was quiet for a second.
Okay, she said.
And you're thinking they searched the car and your stuff made her look bad, right?
I guess so.
But maybe they searched her first and found the shoe.
I looked away. I sincerely hope so. She made a face.
Don't beat up on yourself. It's not your fault. As soon as they got into the computer, it was only a matter of time for the first one they looked at. They both fit the bill. I mean, how many women were there to choose from? Presumably just her and Teresa. They couldn't miss.
I nodded. There was Elizabeth, too, and there was the cook, but neither one of them would figure very high on a list of suspicious persons. Elizabeth was the guy's wife, and the cook had probably been there 20 years. But who was she? I said. She played with her cup until it was back in its starting position, until it had turned its last full circle. The unglazed rim on the bottom made a tiny grinding sound.
It's obvious, I'm afraid,
she said.
Think of the timeline here. Count backward from today. 11 weeks ago, I screwed up with the surveillance photographs. 10 weeks ago, they pulled me off the case. But because Beck is a big fish, I couldn't give it up. And so 9 weeks ago, I put Teresa in without their knowledge. But also because Beck is a big fish, and without my knowledge, they must have reassigned the case to someone else, and 8 weeks ago that someone else put this maid person in right on top of Teresa. Teresa didn't know the maid was coming, and the maid didn't know Teresa was already there.
Why would she have nosed into my stuff?
I guess she wanted to control the situation. Standard procedure. As far as she was concerned, you weren't anybody kosher. You were just a loose cannon, some kind of troublemaker. You were a cop killer and you were hiding weapons. Maybe she thought you were from a rival operation. She was probably thinking of selling you out to Beck. It would have enhanced her credibility with him. And she needed you out of the way, because she didn't need extra complications. If she didn't sell you out to Beck, she would have turned you into us as a cop killer. I'm surprised she didn't already.
Her battery was dead. She nodded.
8 weeks. I guess kitchen maids don't have good access to cell phone chargers.
Beck said she was out of Boston.
Makes sense,
she said.
They probably farmed it out to the Boston field office. That would work geographically, and it would explain why we didn't pick up any kind of water cooler whispers in D.C.
He said she was recommended by some friends of his. She nodded again.
Plea bargainers, for sure. We use them all the time. They set each other up quite happily. No code of silence with these people.
Then I remembered something else Beck had said. How was Teresa communicating? I asked.
She had an email thing like yours.
In her shoe? Duffy nodded, said nothing. I heard Beck's voice loud in my head. I'm gonna start searching people's shoes, that's for damn sure. You can bet your life on that. When did you last hear from her?
She fell off the air the second day.
She went quiet. Where was she living? I asked.
In Portland. We put her in an apartment. She was an office clerk, not a kitchen maid.
You been to the apartment? She nodded.
Nobody's seen her there since the second day.
You check her closet?
Why?
We need to know what shoes she was wearing when she was captured. Duffy went pale again.
Shit,
she said. Right, I said. What shoes were left in her closet?
The wrong ones.
Would she think to ditch the email thing?
Wouldn't help her. She'd have to ditch the shoes, too. The hole in the heel would tell the story, wouldn't it?
We need to find her, I said.
We sure do,
she said. Then she paused a beat.
She was very lucky today. They went looking for a woman, and they happened to look at the maid first. We can't count on her staying that lucky much longer.
I said nothing. Very lucky for Teresa, very unlucky for the maid. Every silver lining has a cloud. Duffy sipped her coffee, grimaced slightly like the taste was off, and put the cup back down again.
But what gave her away,
she said,
in the first place? That's what I want to know. I mean, she only lasted 2 days, and that was 9 whole weeks before they broke into the computer.
What background story did you give her?
The usual for this kind of work. Unmarried, unattached, no family, no roots. Like you, except you didn't have to fake it.
I nodded slowly. A good-looking 30-year-old woman who would never be missed. A huge temptation for guys like Paulie or Angel Doll. Maybe irresistible. A fun thing to have around. And the rest of their crew might be even worse. Like Harley, for instance. He didn't strike me as much of an advertisement for the benefits of civilization. Maybe nothing gave her away, I said. Maybe she just went missing, you know, like women do. Lots of women go missing. Young women especially. Single unattached women. Happens all the time. Thousands a year.
But you found the room they were keeping her in.
All those missing women have to be somewhere. They're only missing as far as the rest of us are concerned. They know where they are, and the men who took them know where they are. She looked at me.
You think it's like that?
Could be.
Will she be okay?
I don't know, I said. I hope so.
Will they keep her alive?
I nodded. I think they want to keep her alive, because they don't know she's a federal agent. They think she's just a woman. A fun thing to have around.
Can you find her before they check her shoes?
They might never check them, I said. You know, if they're seeing her in one particular light, as it were, it would be a leap to start seeing her as something else. She looked away, went quiet.
One particular light, she repeated. Why don't we just say what we mean?
Because we don't want to, I said. She stayed quiet. 1 minute, 2. Then she looked straight back at me, a brand new thought.
What about your shoes?
She said. I shook my head. Same thing, I said. They're getting used to me. It would be a leap to start seeing me as something else.
It's still a big risk.
I shrugged. Beck gave me a Beretta M9, I said, so I'll wait and see. If he bends down to take a look, I'll shoot him through the middle of the forehead.
But he's just a businessman, right? Basically. Would he really do bad stuff to Teresa without knowing she was a threat to his business?
I don't know, I said.
Did he kill the maid?
I shook my head. Quinn did.
Were you a witness?
No.
So how do you know?
I looked away. I recognized the handiwork, I said. The fourth time I ever saw Sergeant First Class Dominique Cole was a week after the night we spent in the bar. The weather was still hot. There was talk of a tropical storm blowing in from the direction of Bermuda. I had 1,000,000 files on my desk. We had rapes, homicides, suicides, weapons thefts, assaults, and there'd been a riot the night before because the refrigeration had broken down in the enlisted mess kitchens and the ice cream had turned to water. I had just got off the phone with a buddy at Fort Irwin in California who told me it was the same over there whenever the desert winds were blowing. Cole came in wearing shorts and a tank-top shirt. She still wasn't sweating. Her skin was still dusty. She was carrying her file, which was then about 8 times as thick as when I had first given it to her.
The sabot has got to be metal, she said. That's their final conclusion.
Is it? I said.
They'd have preferred plastic, but I think that's just showboating.
Okay, I said.
I'm trying to tell you, they've finished with the sabot design. They're ready to move on with the important stuff now.
You still feel all warm and fuzzy about this Gorofsky guy? She nodded.
It would be a tragedy to bust him. He's a nice guy and an innocent victim. And the bottom line is he's good at his job and useful to the Army.
So what do you want to do?
It's tricky, she said. I guess what I want to do is bring him on board and get him to feed phony stuff to whoever it is who's got the hook in. That way we keep the investigation going without risking putting anything real out there.
But?
The real thing looks phony in itself. It's a very weird device. It's like a big lawn dart. It has no explosive in it.
So how does it work?
Kinetic energy, dense metals, depleted uranium, heat, all that kind of stuff. Were you a physics postgrad?
No.
Then you won't understand it. But my feeling is if we screw with the designs, the bad guy is going to know. It'll put Gorofsky at risk. Or his baby girls or whatever.
So you want to let the real blueprints out there?
I think we have to.
Big risk, I said.
Your call,
She said.
that's why you get the big bucks.
I'm a captain, I said. I'd be on food stamps if I ever got time to eat.
Decision?
Got a line on the bad guy yet?
No.
Feel confident you won't let it get away?
Totally.
She said. I smiled. Right then, she looked like the most self-possessed human being I'd ever seen. Shining eyes, serious expression, hair hooked behind her ears, short cocky shorts, tiny cocky shirt, socks and parachute boots, dark dusty skin everywhere. So go for it, I said.
I never dance.
She said. What?
It wasn't just you.
She said.
In fact, I'd have liked to. I appreciated the invitation, but I never danced with anybody.
Why not?
Just a thing,
She said.
I feel self-conscious. I'm not very coordinated.
Neither am I.
Maybe we should practice in private.
She said. Separately?
One-on-one mentoring helps.
She said.
Like with alcoholism.
Then she winked and walked out and left a very faint trace of her perfume behind her in the hot, heavy air. Duffy and I finished our coffee in silence. Mine tasted thin and cold and bitter. I had no stomach for it. My right shoe pinched. It wasn't a perfect fit, and it was starting to feel like a ball and chain. It had felt ingenious at first, smart and cool and clever. I remembered the first time I opened the heel 3 days ago, soon after I first arrived at the house, soon after Duke locked the door to my room. I'm in. I had felt like a guy in a movie. Then I remembered the last time I opened it, up in Duke's bathroom an hour and a half ago. I had fired up the unit, and Duffy's message had been waiting there for me. We need to meet. Why did you want to meet? I asked her. She shook her head.
Doesn't matter now. I'm revising the mission. I'm scrapping all our objectives except getting Teresa back. Just find her and get her out of there, okay?
What about Beck?
We're not going to get Beck. I screwed up again. This maid person was a legitimate agent, and Teresa wasn't, nor were you. And the maid died, so they're going to fire me for going off the books with Teresa and you, and they're going to abandon the case against Beck because I compromised procedure so badly they could never make it stand up in court anymore. So just get Teresa the hell out and we'll all go home.
Okay, I said.
You'll have to forget about Quinn,
She said.
just let it go.
I said nothing.
We failed anyway, she said. You haven't found anything useful, not a thing, no evidence at all. It's been a complete waste of time beginning to end.
I said nothing.
Like my career,
She said. When are you going to tell the Justice Department?
About the maid?
I nodded.
Right away,
She said.
immediately. I'll have to, no choice. But I'll search the files first and find out who put her in there. Because I'd prefer to break the news face-to-face, I guess, at my own level. It'll give me a chance to apologize. Any other way, all hell will break loose before I get the opportunity. All my access codes will be canceled, and I'll be handed a cardboard box and told to clear my desk within 30 minutes.
How long have you been there?
A long time. I thought I was going to be the first woman director.
I said nothing.
I would have told you,
She said.
I promise. If I'd had another agent in there, I would have told you.
I know, I said. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions.
It's the stress,
She said.
Undercover is tough.
I nodded. It's like a hall of mirrors up there, one damn thing after another. Everything feels unreal. We left our half-finished cups on the table and headed out into the mall's interior sidewalks and then outside into the rain. We had parked near each other. She kissed me on the cheek, then she got into her Taurus and headed south, and I got into the Saab and headed north. Paulie took his own sweet time about opening the gate for me. He made me wait a couple of minutes before he even came lumbering out of his house. He still had his slicker on. Then he stood and stared for a minute before he went near the latch. But I didn't care. I was busy thinking. I was hearing Duffy's voice in my head.
I'm revising the mission.
Most of my military career, a guy named Leon Garber was either directly or indirectly my boss. He explained everything to himself by making up little phrases or sayings. He had one for every occasion. He used to say, Revising objectives is smart because it stops you throwing good money after bad. He didn't mean money in any literal sense. He meant manpower, resources, time, will, effort, energy. He used to contradict himself, too. Just as often he would say, "Never ever get distracted from the exact job in hand." Of course, proverbs are like that generally. Too many cooks spoil the broth, many hands make light work, great minds think alike, fools never differ. But overall, after you canceled out a few layers of contradiction, Leon approved of revision. He approved of it big time. Mainly because revision was about thinking, and he figured thinking never hurt anybody. So I was thinking, and thinking hard, because I was aware that something was slowly and imperceptibly creeping up on me, just outside of my conscious grasp. Something connected to something Duffy had said to me.
"You haven't found anything useful. Not a thing. No evidence at all."
I heard the gate swing back, looked up to see Paulie waiting for me to drive through. The rain was beating on his slicker. He still had no hat. I exacted some petty revenge by waiting a minute myself. Duffy's revisions suited me well enough. I didn't care much about Beck. I really didn't, either way. But I wanted Teresa, and I would get her. I wanted Quinn, too, and I would get him, too, whatever Duffy said. The revision was only going to go so far. I checked on Paulie again. He was still waiting. He was an idiot. He was out in the rain. I was in a car. I took my foot off the brake and rolled slowly through the gate. Then I accelerated hard and headed down to the house. I put the Saab away in the slot I had once seen it in and walked out into the courtyard. The mechanic was still in the third garage, the empty one. I couldn't see what he was doing. Maybe he was just sheltering from the rain. I ran back to the house. Beck heard the metal detector announce my arrival and came into the kitchen to meet me. He pointed at his sports bag. It was still there on the table, right in the center. "Get rid of this shit," he said. "Throw it in the ocean, okay?" "Okay," I said. He went back out to the hallway, and I picked up the bag and turned round. Headed outside again and slipped down the ocean side of the garage block wall. I put my bundle right back in its hidden dip. Waste not, want not. And I wanted to be able to return Duffy's Glock to her. She was already in enough trouble without having to add the loss of her service piece to the list. Most agencies take that kind of thing very seriously. Then I walked onto the edge of the granite tables and swung the bag and hurled it far out to sea. It pinwheeled end over end in the air, and the shoes and the email unit were thrown clear. I saw the email thing hit the water. It sank immediately. The left shoe hit toe first and followed it. The bag parachuted a little and landed gently face down and filled with water and turned over and slipped under. The right shoe floated for a moment like a tiny black boat. It pitched and yawed and bobbed urgently like it was trying to escape to the east. It rode up over a peak and rode down on the far side of the crest. Then it started to list sideways. It floated maybe 10 more seconds, and then it filled with water and sank without a trace. There was no activity in the house. The cook wasn't around. Richard was in the family dining room eating a sandwich he must have made for himself and staring out at the rain. Elizabeth was still in her parlor, still working on Dr. Zhivago. Beck himself was nowhere to be seen. By a process of elimination, I figured he must be in his den, maybe sitting in his red leather chair and looking at his machine gun collection. There was quiet everywhere. I didn't understand it. Duffy had said they had 5 containers in, and Beck had said he had a big weekend coming up, but nobody was doing anything. I went up to Duke's room. I didn't think of it as my room. I hoped I never would. I lay down on the bed and started thinking again. Tried to chase whatever it was hovering way in the back of my mind. It's easy, Leon Garber would have said. Work the clues, go through everything you've seen, everything you've heard. So I went through it, but I kept coming back to Dominique Cole. The 5th time I ever saw her, she drove me to Aberdeen, Maryland in an olive green Chevrolet. I was having second thoughts about letting genuine blueprints out into the world. It was a big risk. Not usually something I would worry about, but I needed more progress than we were making. Cole had identified the dead drop site and the drop technique and where and when and how Gorofsky was letting his contact know that the delivery had been made. But she still hadn't seen the contact make the pickup. Still didn't know who he was. Aberdeen was a small place 20-some miles north and east of Baltimore. Gorofsky's method was to drive down to the big city on a Sunday and make the drop in the Inner Harbor area. Back then, the renovations were in full swing, and it was a nice bright place to be, but the public hadn't caught on all the way yet, and it stayed pretty empty most of the time. Gorofsky had a POV. It was a 2-year-old Mazda Miata, bright red. It was a plausible car, all things considered. Not new, but not cheap either, because it was a popular model back then, and nobody could get a discount off sticker, so used values held up well. And it was a 2-seater, which was no good for his baby girls. So he had to have another car, too. We knew his wife wasn't rich. It might have worried me and someone else, but the guy was an engineer. It was a characteristic choice. He didn't smoke, didn't drink. Entirely plausible that he would hoard his spare dollars and spring for something with a sweet manual change and rear-wheel drive. The Sunday we followed him, he parked in a lot near one of the Baltimore marinas and went to sit on a bench. He was a squat, hairy guy, wide but not tall. He had the Sunday newspaper with him. He spent some time gazing out at the sailboats. Then he closed his eyes and turned his face up to the sky. The weather was still wonderful. He spent maybe 5 minutes just soaking up the sun like a lizard. Then he opened his eyes and opened his paper and started to read it.
"This is his 5th time,"
Cole whispered to me.
"3rd trip since they finished with the Sabo stuff."
"Standard procedure so far?" I asked.
"Identical,"
she said. He kept busy with the paper for about 20 minutes. I could tell he was actually reading it. He paid attention to all the sections, except for sports, which I thought was a little odd for a Yankees fan. But then I guessed a Yankees fan wouldn't like the Orioles stuffed down his throat all the time.
"Here we go,"
Cole whispered. He glanced up and slipped a Buff Army envelope out of the newspaper, snapped his left hand up and out to take a kink out of the section he was reading. And to distract, because at the same time his right hand dropped the envelope into the garbage can beside him at the end of the bench. "Neat," I said.
"You bet," she said. "This boy is no dummy."
I nodded. He was pretty good. He didn't get up right away. He sat there for maybe 10 more minutes, reading. Then he folded the paper slowly and carefully and stood up and walked to the edge of the water and looked out at the boats some more. Then he turned round and walked back towards his car with the newspaper tucked up under his left arm.
"Now watch,"
Cole said. I saw him take a nub of chalk out of his pants pocket with his right hand. He scuffed against an iron lamp-post and left a tick of chalk on it. It was the 5th mark on the post. 5 weeks, 5 marks. The first 4 were fading away with age, in sequence. I stared at them through my field glasses while he walked on into the parking lot and got into his roadster and drove slowly away. I turned back and focused on the garbage can. "Now what happens?" I said.
"Absolutely nothing," Cole said. "I've done this twice before. 2 whole Sundays. Nobody's going to come. Not today, not tonight."
"When's the trash emptied?"
"Tomorrow morning, first thing."
"Maybe the garbage man is a go-between." She shook her head.
"I checked. The truck compacts everything into a solid mass as it's loaded, and then it goes straight into the incinerator."
"So our secret blueprints are getting burned up in a municipal incinerator?"
"That's safe enough."
"Maybe one of these sailboat guys is sneaking out in the middle of the night."
"Not unless the Invisible Man bought a sailboat."
"So maybe there's no guy," I said. "Maybe the whole thing was set up way in advance, and then the guy got arrested for something else. Or he got cold feet and left town. Or he got sick and died. Maybe it's a defunct scheme."
"You think?"
"Not really," I said.
"Are you going to pull the plug?"
she said. I nodded. "I have to. I might be an idiot, but I'm not completely stupid. This is way out of hand now."
Can I go to Plan B?
I nodded again. Haul Gorofsky in and threaten him with a firing squad. Then tell him if he plays ball and delivers phony plans, we'll be nice to him.
Tough to make them convincing.
Tell him to draw them himself, I said. It's his ass on the line.
Or his children's.
All part of being a parent, I said. It'll concentrate his mind. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said,
You want to go dancing?
Here?
We're a long way from home. Nobody knows us.
Okay, I said. Then we figured it was too early for dancing, so we had a couple of beers and waited for evening. The bar we were in was small and dark. There was wood and brick. It was a nice place. It had a jukebox. We spent a long time leaning on it, side by side, trying to choose our debut number. We debated it with intensity. It began to assume enormous significance. I tried to interpret her suggestions by analyzing the tempos. Were we going to be holding on to each other, that sort of dancing? Or was it going to be the usual sort of separate but equal leaping about? In the end, we would have needed a United Nations resolution. So we just put our quarter in the machine and closed our eyes and hit buttons at random. We got Brown Sugar by the Rolling Stones. It was a great number. It always has been. She was actually a pretty good dancer, but I was terrible. Afterwards, we were out of breath, so we sat down and ordered more beers. And I suddenly figured out what Gorofsky had been up to. It's not the envelope, I said. The envelope is empty. It's a newspaper. The blueprints are in the newspaper, in the sports section. He should have checked the box scores. The envelope is a diversion in case of surveillance. He's been well rehearsed. He dumps the newspaper in another garbage can later, after making his chalk mark, probably on his way out of the lot.
Shit, Cole said. I wasted 5 weeks.
And somebody got 3 real blueprints.
One of us, she said. Military or CIA or FBI. A professional, to be that cute.
The newspaper, not the envelope. 10 years later, I was lying on a bed in Maine thinking about Dominique Cole dancing, and a guy called Gorofsky folding his newspaper, slowly and carefully, and staring out at 100 sailboat masts on the water. The newspaper, not the envelope. It seemed to be still relevant somehow. This, not that. Then I thought about the maid hiding my stash under the floor of the Saab's trunk. She couldn't have hidden anything else there, or Beck would have found it and added it to the prosecution exhibits on his kitchen table. But the Saab's carpets were old and loose. If I was the sort of person who hid a gun under a spare tire, I might hide papers under a car's carpets. And I might be the sort of person who made notes and kept records. I rolled off the bed and stepped to the window. The afternoon had already happened. Full dark was on its way. Day 14, a Friday, nearly over. I went downstairs thinking about the Saab. Beck was walking through the hallway. He was in a hurry, preoccupied. He went into the kitchen and picked up the phone, listened to it for a second, and then held it out to me. "The phones are all dead," he said. I put the receiver to my ear and listened. There was nothing there. No dial tone, no scratchy hiss from open circuits, just dull, inert silence, and the sound of blood rushing in my head, like a seashell. "Go try yours," he said. I went back upstairs to Duke's room. The internal phone worked okay. Paulie answered on the 3rd ring. I hung up on him. But the outside line was stone dead. I held the receiver like it would make a difference, and Beck appeared in the doorway. "I can speak to the gate," I said. He nodded. "That's a completely separate circuit," he said. "We put it in ourselves. What about the outside line?" "Dead," I said. "Weird," he said. I put the receiver down, glanced at the window. "Could be the weather," I said. "No," he said. He held up his cell phone. It was a tiny silver Nokia. "This is out too." He handed it to me. There was a tiny screen on the front. A bar chart on the right showed that the battery was fully charged, but the signal meter was all the way down. No service was displayed, big and black and obvious. I handed it back. "I need to use the bathroom," I said. "I'll be right down." I locked myself in, pulled off my shoe, opened the heel, pressed power. The screen came up, "No service." I turned it off and nailed it back in, flushed the toilet for form's sake, and sat there on the lid. I was no kind of telecommunications expert. I knew phone lines came down now and then. I knew cell phone technology was sometimes unreliable. But what were the chances that one location's landlines would fail at the exact same time as its nearest cell tower went down? Pretty small, I guessed. Pretty damn small. So it had to be a deliberate outage. But who had requested it? Not the phone company. They wouldn't do disruptive maintenance at commuting time on a Friday, early on a Sunday morning maybe, and they wouldn't have the landlines down at the same time as the cell towers anyway. They would stagger the two jobs, surely. So who had organized it? A heavy-duty government agency, maybe, like the DEA, perhaps. Maybe the DEA was coming for the maid. Maybe the SWAT team was rolling up the harbor operation first, and it didn't want Beck to know before it was ready to come on out to the house. But that was unlikely. The DEA would have more than one SWAT team available. It would go for simultaneous operations. And even if it didn't, it would be the easiest thing in the world to close the road between the house and the first turning. They could seal it forever. There was a 12-mile stretch of unlimited opportunity. Beck was a sitting duck, phones or no phones. So who? Maybe Duffy, off the books. Duffy's status might just get her a major once-in-a-lifetime favor, one-on-one with a phone company manager. Especially a favor that was limited geographically. One minor landline spur. And one cell tower, probably somewhere out near I-95. It would give a 35-mile dead spot for people to drive through, but she might have been able to swing it. Maybe. Especially if the favor was strictly limited in duration, not open-ended. 4 or 5 hours, say. And why would Duffy suddenly be afraid of phones for 4 or 5 hours? Only one possible answer. She was afraid for me. The bodyguards were loose. Chapter 10. Time. Distance divided by speed, adjusted for direction, equals time. Either I had enough, or I had none at all. I didn't know which it would be. The bodyguards had been held in the Massachusetts motel where we planned the original 8-second sting, which was less than 200 miles south. That much I knew for sure. Those were facts. The rest was pure speculation. But I could put together some kind of likely scenario. They had broken out of the motel and stolen a government Taurus. Then they had driven like hell for maybe an hour, breathless with panic. They had wanted to get well clear before they did another thing. They might have even got a little lost, way out there in the wilds. Then they had got their bearings and hit the highway, accelerated north. Then they had calmed down, checked the view behind, slowed up, stayed legal, and started looking for a phone. But by then, Duffy had already killed the lines. She had acted fast. So their first stop represented a waste of time. 10 minutes, maybe, to allow for slowing down, parking, calling the house, calling the cell, starting up again, rejoining the highway traffic. Then they would have done it all again a second time at the next rest area. They would have blamed the first failure on a random technical hitch. Another 10 minutes. After that, either they would have seen the pattern, or they would have figured they were getting close enough just to press on regardless. Or both. Beginning to end, a total of 4 hours, maybe. But when did those 4 hours start? I had no idea. That was clear. Obviously somewhere between 4 hours ago and, say, 30 minutes ago. So either I had enough time, or no time at all. I came out of the bathroom fast and checked the window. The rain had stopped. It was night outside. The lights along the wall were on. They were haloed with mist. Beyond them was absolute darkness. No headlights in the distance. I headed downstairs, found Beck in the hallway. He was still prodding at his Nokia, trying to get it to work. "I'm going out," I said, "up the road a little." "Why?" "I don't like this thing with the phones. Could be nothing, could be something." "Something like what?" "I don't know," I said. "Maybe somebody's coming. You just got through telling me how many people you got in your back." "We got a wall and a gate." "You got a boat?" "No," he said. "Why?" "If they get as far as the gate, you're going to need a boat. They could sit there and starve you out." He said nothing. "I'll take the Saab," I said. "Why?" "Because it's lighter than the Cadillac." "Because I want to leave the Cadillac for you," I said. "It's bigger." "What are you going to do?" "Whatever I need to," I said. "I'm your head of security now. Maybe nothing's happening, but if it is, then I'm going to try to take care of it for you." "What do I do?" "You keep a window open and listen," I said. "At night with all this water around, you'll hear me from a couple miles away if I'm shooting. If you do, put everybody in the Cadillac and get the hell out. Drive fast. Don't stop. I'll hold them off long enough for you to get past. Have you got someplace else to go?" He nodded. Didn't tell me where. "So go there," I said. "If I make it, I'll get to the office. I'll wait there in the car. You can check there later." "Okay," he said. "Now call Paulie on the internal phone and tell him to stand by to let me through the gate." "Okay," he said again. I left him there in the hallway, walked out into the night. I detoured around the courtyard wall and retrieved my bundle from its hole, carried it back to the Saab and put it on the rear seat. Then I slid into the front and fired up the engine and backed out. Drove slow round the carriage circle and accelerated down the drive. The lights on the wall were bright in the distance. I could see Paulie at the gate. I slowed a little and timed it so I didn't have to stop. I went straight through, drove west, staring through the windshield, looking for headlight beams coming towards me. I drove 4 miles, and then I saw a government Taurus. It was parked on the shoulder, facing towards me. No lights. The old guy was sitting behind the wheel. I killed my lights and slowed and stopped window to window with him, wound down my glass. He did the same, aimed a flashlight and a gun at my face until he saw who I was. Then he put them both away. "The bodyguards are out," he said. I nodded. I figured. When? "Close to 4 hours ago." I glanced ahead, involuntarily. No time. "We got 2 men down," he said. "Killed?" He nodded, said nothing. "Did Duffy report it?" "She can't," he said. "Not yet. We're off the books. This whole situation isn't even happening." "She'll have to report it," I said. "It's 2 guys." "She will," he said. "Later, after you deliver, because the objectives are right back in place again. She needs Beck for justification now more than ever." "How did it go down?" He shrugged. "They bided their time. 2 of them, 4 of us. Should have been easy. But our boys got sloppy, I guess. It's tough locking people down in a motel." "Which 2 got it?" "The kids who were in the Toyota." I said nothing. It had lasted roughly 84 hours, 3.5 days. Actually, a little better than I had expected at the start. "Where's Duffy now?" I asked. "We're all fanned out," he said. "She's up in Portland with Elliot." "She did good with the phones." He nodded. "Real good. She cares about you." "How long are they off?" 4 hours, that's all she could get, so they'll be back on soon." "I think they'll come straight here." "Me too," he said. "That's why I came straight here." "Close to 4 hours, they'll be off the highway by now. So I guess the phones don't matter anymore." "That's how I figure it." "Got a plan?" I said. "I was waiting for you." "We figured you'd make the connection." "Did they get guns?" 2 Glocks, he said. "Full mags." Then he paused a beat, looked away. "Less 4 shots fired at the scene," he said. "That's how it was described to us. 4 shots, 2 guys. They were all head shots." "Won't be easy." "It never is," he said. "We need to find a place." I told him to leave his car where it was and get in with me. He came round and slid into the passenger seat. He was wearing the same raincoat Duffy had been wearing in the coffee shop. He had reclaimed it. We drove another mile, and then I started looking for a place. I found one where the road narrowed sharply and went into a long, gentle curve. The blacktop was built up a little, like a shallow causeway. The shoulders were less than a foot wide and fell away fast into rocky ground. I stopped the car and then turned it sharply and backed it up and pulled forward again until it was square across the road. We got out and checked. It was a good roadblock. There was no room to get round it. But it was a very obvious roadblock, like I knew it would be. The two guys would come tearing round the curve and jam on the brakes, and then start backing up and shooting. "We need to roll it over," I said, "like a bad accident." I took my bundle out of the back seat, put it down on the shoulder just in case. Then I made the old guy put his coat down on the road. I emptied my pockets and put mine beyond his. I wanted to roll the Saab onto the coats. I needed to bring it back relatively undamaged. Then we stood shoulder to shoulder with our backs to the car and started rocking it. It's easy enough to turn a car over. I've seen it done all over the world. You let the tires and the suspension help you. You rock it, and then you bounce it, and then you keep it going until it's coming right up in the air, and then you time it just right and flip it all the way over. The old guy was strong. He did his part. We got it bouncing through about 45 degrees, and then we spun round together and hooked our hands under the sill and heaved it all the way onto its side. Then we kept the momentum going and tipped it right onto its roof. The coats meant it slid around easily enough without scratching, so we positioned it just right. Then I opened the upside-down driver's door and told the old guy to get in and play dead for the second time in 4 days. He threaded his way inside and lay down on his front, half in and half out, with his arms thrown up above his head. In the dark, he looked pretty convincing. In the harsh shadows of bright headlights, he would look no worse. The coats weren't visible unless you really looked for them. I moved away and retrieved my bundle and climbed down the rocks beyond the shoulder and crouched low. Then we waited. It seemed like a long wait. 5 minutes, 6, 7. I collected rocks, 3 of them, each a little larger than my palm. I watched the horizon to the west. The sky was still full of low clouds, and I figured headlight beams would reflect off them as they bounced and dipped. But the horizon stayed black and quiet. I could hear nothing at all except the distant surf and the old guy breathing. "They gotta be coming," he called. "They'll come," I said. We waited. The night stayed dark and quiet. "What's your name?" I called. "Why?" he called back. "I just want to know," I said. "Doesn't seem right that I've killed you twice and I don't even know your name." "Terry Villanueva," he called. "Is that Spanish?" "Sure it is." "You don't look Spanish." "I know," he said. "My mom was Irish, my dad was Spanish, but my brother and I took after our mom. My brother changed his name to Newton, like the old scientist of the suburb, because that's what Villanueva means, new town. But I stuck with the Spanish, out of respect for the old guy." "Where was this?" "South Boston," he said. "Wasn't easy years ago, a mixed marriage and all." We went quiet again. I watched and listened. Nothing. Villanueva shifted his position. He didn't look comfortable. "You're a trooper, Terry," I called. "Old school," he called back. Then I heard a car, and Villanueva's cell phone rang. The car was maybe a mile away. I could hear the faint feathery sound of a faraway V6 motor revving fast. I could see the distant glow of headlights trapped between the road and the clouds. Villanueva's phone was set to ring with an insane, speeded-up version of Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor. He stopped playing dead and scrambled halfway up to his knees and dragged it out of his pocket, thumbed a button and killed the music and answered it. It was a tiny thing, lost in his hand. He held it to his ear. He listened for a second. I heard him say, "Okay." Then, "We're doing it right now." Then, "Okay." Then he said okay again and clicked the phone off and lay back down. His cheek was on the blacktop. The phone was half in and half out of his hand. "Service was just restored," he called to me. And a new clock started ticking. I glanced to my right, into the east. Beck would keep trying the lines. I guessed as soon as he got a dial tone, he would come out to find me and tell me the panic was over. I glanced to my left into the west. I could hear the car, loud and clear. The headlight beams bounced and swung, bright in the darkness. 30 seconds, I called. The sound got louder. I could hear the tires and the automatic gearbox and the engine all as separate noises. I ducked lower. 10 seconds. 8. 5. The car raced round the corner, and its lights whipped across my hunched back. Then I heard the thump of hydraulics and the squeal of brake rotors and the howl of locked rubber grinding on the blacktop, and the car came to a complete stop, slightly off-line, 20 feet from the Saab. I looked up. It was a Taurus, plain blue paint, gray in the cloudy moonlight. A cone of white light ahead of it. Brake lights flaring red behind. 2 guys in it. Their faces were lit by their lights bouncing back off the Saab. They held still for a second, stared forward. They recognized the Saab. They must have seen it 100 times. I saw the driver move, heard him shove the gear shift forward into park. The brake lights died. The engine idled. I could smell exhaust fumes and the heat from under the hood. The 2 guys opened their doors in unison, got out and stood up behind the doors. They had the Glocks in their hands. They waited. They came out from behind the doors, walked forward slowly, with the guns held low. The headlight beams lit them brightly from the waist down. Their upper bodies were harder to see, but I could make out their features, their shapes. They were the bodyguards, no doubt about it. They were young and heavy, tense and wary. They were dressed in dark suits, creased and crumpled and stained. They had no ties. Their shirts had turned from white to gray. They squatted next to Villanueva. He was in their shadow. They moved a little and turned his face into the light. I knew they'd seen him before. Just a brief glimpse as they passed him outside the college gate 84 hours ago. I didn't expect them to remember him. And I don't think they did. But they'd been fooled once, and they didn't want to get fooled again. They were very cautious. They didn't start in with immediate first aid. They just squatted there and did nothing. Then the one nearest me stood up. By then I was 5 feet from him. I had my right hand cupped around a rock. It was a little bigger than a softball. I swung my arm wide and flat and fast like I was going to slap him in the face. The momentum would have taken my arm off at the shoulder if I had missed. But I didn't miss. The rock hit him square on the temple, and he went straight down like a weight had fallen on him from above. The other guy was faster. He scrambled away and twisted to his feet. Villanueva flailed at his legs and missed them. The guy danced away and whipped round. His Glock came up towards me. All I wanted to do was stop him firing it, so I hurled the rock straight at his head. He spun away again and took it square in the back of his neck, right where his cranium curved in to meet his spine. It was like a ferocious punch. It pitched him straight forward. He dropped the Glock and went down on his face like a tree and lay still. I stood there and watched the darkness in the east. Saw nothing. No lights. Heard nothing, except the distant sea. Villanueva crawled out of the upside-down car on his hands and knees and crouched over the first guy. "This one's dead," he said. I checked, and he was. Hard to survive a 10-pound rock sideways into the temple. His skull was neatly caved in, and his eyes were wide open, and there was nothing much happening behind them. I checked the pulses in his neck and his wrist and found nothing there. I went to look at the second guy, crouched down over him. He was dead, too. His neck was broken, but good. I wasn't very surprised. The rock weighed 10 pounds, and I had pitched it like Nolan Ryan. "2 birds, 1 stone," Villanueva said. I said nothing. "What?" he said. "You wanted to take 'em back into custody after what they did to us? This was suicide by cop, plain and simple." I said nothing. "You got a problem?" Villanueva said. I wasn't us. I wasn't DEA, and I wasn't a cop. But I thought about Powell's private signal to me. My eyes only, 10-2, 10-28. These guys need to be dead, make no mistake about it. And I was prepared to take Powell's word for it. That's what unit loyalties are for. Villanueva had his, and I had mine. "No problem," I said. I found the rock where it had come to rest and rolled it back to the shoulder. Then I got to my feet and walked away and leaned in and killed the Taurus's lights, waved Villanueva over towards me. "We need to be real quick now," I said. "Use your phone and get Duffy to bring Elliot down here. We need him to take this car back." Villanueva used a speed dial and started talking, and I found the 2 Glocks on the road and stuffed them back into the dead guy's pockets, 1 each. Then I stepped over to the Saab. Getting it the right way up again was going to be a whole lot harder than turning it over. For a second, I worried that it was going to be impossible. The coats killed any friction against the road. If we shoved it, it was just going to slide on its roof. I closed the upside-down driver's door and waited. "They're coming," Villanueva called. "Help me with this," I called back. We manhandled the Saab on the coats back towards the house as far as we could get it. It slid off Villanueva's coat onto mine, slid to the far edge of mine, and then stopped dead when the metal caught against the road. "It's going to get scratched," Villanueva said. I nodded. "It's a risk," I said. "Now get in their Taurus and bump it." He drove their Taurus forward until its front bumper touched the Saab. It connected just above the waistline against the B-pillar between the doors. I signaled him for more gas, and the Saab jerked sideways and the roof ground against the blacktop. I climbed up on the Taurus's hood and pushed hard against the Saab's sill. Villanueva kept the Taurus coming, slow and steady. The Saab jacked up on its side, 40 degrees, 50, 60. I braced my feet against the base of the Taurus's windshield and walked my hands down the Saab's flank and then put them flat on its roof. Villanueva hit the gas, and my spine compressed about an inch, and the Saab rolled all the way over and landed on its wheels with a thump. It bounced once, and Villanueva braked hard, and I fell forward off the hood and banged my head on the Saab's door. Ended up flat in the road under the Taurus's front fender. Villanueva backed it away and stopped and hauled himself out. "You okay?" he said. I just lay there. My head hurt. I had hit it hard. "How's the car?" I said. "Good news or bad news?" "Good first," I said. "The side mirrors are okay," he said. "They'll spring back." "But big gouges in the paint," he said. "Small dent in the door. I think you did it with your head. The roof is a little caved in, too." "I'll say I hit a deer." "I'm not sure they have deer out here." "A bear, then," I said, "or whatever. A beached whale, a sea monster, a giant squid, a huge woolly mammoth recently released from a melting glacier." "You okay?" he said again. "I'll live," I said. I rolled over and got up on all fours, pushed myself upright, slow and easy. "Can you take the bodies?" he said. "Because we can't." "Then I guess I'll have to," I said. We opened the Saab's rear hatch with difficulty. It was a little misaligned because the roof was slightly distorted. We carried the dead guys one at a time and folded them into the load space. They almost filled it. I went back to the shoulder and retrieved my bundle and carried it over and put it in on top of them. There was a parcel shelf that would hide everything from view. It took both of us to close the hatch. We had to take a side each and lean down hard. Then we picked up our coats off the road and shook them out and put them on. They were damp and crushed and a little torn up in places. "You okay?" he asked again. "Get in the car," I said. We sprang the door mirrors back into place and climbed in together. I turned the key. It wouldn't start. I tried again. No luck. In between the 2 tries, I heard the fuel pump whining. "Leave the ignition on for a moment," Villanueva said. "The gasoline drained out of the engine when it was upside down. Wait a moment. Let it pump back in." I waited, and it started on the 3rd attempt. So I put it in gear and got it straight on the road and drove the mile back to where we had left the other Taurus, the one that Villanueva had arrived in. It was waiting right there for us on the shoulder, gray and ghostly in the moonlight. "Now go back and wait for Duffy and Elliot," I said. "Then I suggest you get the hell out of here. I'll see you all later." He shook my hand. "Old school," he said. 1018, I said. 1018 was MP radio code for assignment completed. But I guess he didn't know that because he just looked at me. "Stay safe," I said. He shook his head. "Voicemail," he said. "What about it?" "When a cell phone is out of service, you usually get routed to voicemail." The whole tower was down. But the cell network didn't know that. Far as the machinery knew, Beck just had his individual phone switched off. So they'll have got his voicemail in a central service somewhere. They might have left him a message. What would have been the point? Villanueva shrugged. They might have told him they were on their way back. You know, maybe they expected him to check his messages right away. They might have left him the whole story. Or maybe they weren't really thinking straight, and they figured it was like a regular answering machine, and they were saying, "Hey, Mr. Beck, pick up, will ya?" I said nothing. "They might have left their voices on there," he said. "Today. That's the bottom line." "Okay," I said. "What are you gonna do?" "Start shooting," I said. "Shoes, voicemail. He's one step away now." Villanueva shook his head. "You can't," he said. "Duffy needs to bring him in. It's the only way she can save her own ass now." I looked away. "Tell her I'll do my best, but if it's him or me, he goes down." Villanueva said nothing. "What?" I said. "Now I'm a human sacrifice?" "Just do your best," he said. "Duffy's a good kid." "I know she is," I said. He hauled himself out of the sub, one hand on the door frame, the other on the seat back. He stepped across and got into his own car and drove away, slow and quiet, no lights. I saw him wave. I watched until he was lost to sight, and then I backed up and turned and got the Saab straddling the middle of the road facing west. I figured when Beck came out to find me, he would think I was doing a good defensive job. But either Beck wasn't trying the phones very often, or he wasn't thinking very much about me, because I sat there for 10 minutes with no sign of him. I spent part of the time testing my earlier hypothesis that a person who hides a gun under the spare wheel might also hide notes under the carpets. The carpets were already loose, and they hadn't been helped by being turned upside down. But there was nothing at all under them, except for rust stains and a damp layer of acoustical padding that looked like it had been made out of old red and gray sweaters. No notes. Bad hypothesis. I put the carpets back in place as well as I could and kicked them around until they were reasonably flat. Then I got out and checked the exterior damage. Nothing I could do about the scratches in the paint. They were bad, but not disastrous. It wasn't a new car. Nothing I could do about the dent in the door either, unless I wanted to take it apart and press the panel out. The roof was a little caved in. I remembered it as having a definite dome shape. Now it was fairly flat. But I figured I could maybe do something about that from the inside. I climbed into the back seat and put both palms up flat on the lining and pushed hard. I was rewarded by 2 sounds. One of them was the pop of sheet metal springing back into shape. The other was the crackle of paper. It wasn't a new car, so the lining wasn't the one-piece molded mouse fur thing that everybody uses now. It was the old-fashioned cream vinyl thing with the side-to-side wire ribs that pleated it into 3 accordion sections. The edges were trapped under a black rubber gasket that ran all round the roof. The vinyl was a little puckered in the front corner over the driver's seat. The gasket looked a little loose there. I guessed a person could stress the vinyl by pushing up on it and then peel it out from under the gasket. Then tug on it until it pulled away all along its length. That would give sideways access into any one of the 3 pleated sections the person chose to use. Then it would take time and fingernails to get the vinyl back under the gasket. A little care would make the intrusion hard to see in a car as worn as that one. I leaned forward and checked the section that ran above the front seats. I stabbed the vinyl upward until I felt the underside of the roof, all the way across the width of the car. Nothing there. Nothing in the next section either. But the section above the rear seats had paper hidden in it. I could even judge the size and weight. Legal-size paper, maybe 8 or 10 stacked sheets. I got out of the back and slid into the driver's seat and looked at the gasket, put some tension into the vinyl and picked at the edge. I got a fingernail under the rubber and eased it down into a little mouth a half-inch long. Scraped my other hand sideways across the roof, and the vinyl obediently pulled out from under the gasket and gave me enough of a hole to get my thumb into. I worked my thumb backward until I had got about 9 inches unzipped, when I was suddenly lit up from behind. Bright light, harsh shadows. The road came in over my right shoulder, so I glanced across at the passenger door mirror. The glass was cracked. It was filled with multiple sets of bright headlights. I saw the etched warning, "Objects in mirror are closer than they appear." I twisted round in the seat and saw a single set of high beams sweeping urgently left and right through the curves, a quarter-mile back, coming on fast. I dropped my window an inch and heard the distant hiss of fat tires and the growl of a quiet V8 kick down into second gear. The Cadillac, in a hurry. I stabbed the vinyl back into place. No time to secure it under the gasket. I just shoved it upward and hoped it would stay there. The Cadillac came right up behind me and stopped hard. The headlights stayed on. I watched in the mirror and saw the door open and Beck step out. I put my hand in my pocket and clicked the Beretta to fire. Duffy or no Duffy, I wasn't interested in a long discussion about voicemail. But Beck had nothing in his hands. No gun, no Nokia. He stepped forward and I slid out and met him level with the Saab's rear bumper. I wanted to keep him away from the dents and the scratches. It put him about 18 inches from the guys he had sent down to pick up his son. "Phones are back on," he said. "The cell too?" I said. He nodded. "But look at this," he said. He took the little silver phone out of his pocket. I kept my hand around the Beretta, out of sight. It would blow a hole in my coat, but it would blow a bigger hole in his coat. He passed me the phone. I took it, left-handed, held it low in the spread of the Cadillac's headlights. I looked at the screen. I didn't know what I was looking for. Some cell phones I had seen signaled a voicemail message with a little pictogram of an envelope. Some used a little symbol made up of 2 small circles joined together by a bar at the bottom, like a reel-to-reel tape, which I thought was weird, because I guessed most cell phone users had never seen a reel-to-reel tape in their lives. And I was pretty sure that the cell phone companies didn't record the messages themselves on reel-to-reel tape. I guess they did it digitally, inert, inside some kind of solid-state circuit. But then the signs at railroad crossings still show the sort of locomotive that Casey Jones would have been proud of. "See that?" Beck said. I saw nothing. No envelopes, no reel-to-reel tapes. Just the signal strength bar, and the battery bar, and the menu thing, and the names thing. "What?" I said. "The signal strength," he said. "It's only showing 3 out of 5. Normally I get 4. "Maybe the tower was down," I said. "Maybe it powers up again slowly. Some kind of electrical reason." "You think?" "There are microwaves involved," I said. "It's probably complicated. You should look again later. Maybe it'll come back up." I handed the phone back to him left-handed. He took it and put it away in his pocket, still fretting about it. "All quiet here?" he said. "As the grave," I said. "So it was nothing," he said. "Not something." "I guess," I said. "I'm sorry." "No, I appreciate your caution, really." "Just doing my job," I said. "Let's go get dinner," he said. He went back to the Cadillac and got in. I clicked the Beretta back to safe and slid into the Saab. He backed up and turned in the road and waited for me. I guessed he wanted to go in through the gate together, so Paulie would only have to open and close it once. We drove back in convoy, 4 short miles. The Saab rode badly, and the headlights pointed way up at an angle, and the steering felt light. There were 400 pounds of weight in the trunk, and the corner of the roof lining fell down when I hit the first bump in the road and flapped in my face the whole way back. We put the cars in the garages, and Beck waited for me in the courtyard. The tide was coming in. I could hear the waves behind the walls. They were dumping huge volumes of water on the rocks. I could feel its impact through the ground. It was a definite physical sensation, not just sound. I joined Beck, and we walked back together and used the front door. The metal detector beeped twice, once for him, once for me. He handed me a set of house keys. I accepted them, like a badge of office. Then he told me dinner would be served in 30 minutes, and he invited me to eat it with the family. I went up to Duke's room and stood at the high window. 5 miles to the west, I thought I saw red taillights moving away into the distance. 3 pairs of lights. Villanueva and Elliott and Duffy, I hoped, and the government Tauruses. 10:18, assignment completed. But it was hard to be sure if they were real because of the glare from the lights on the wall. They might have been spots in my vision, from fatigue, or from the bang on the head. I took a fast shower and stole another set of Duke's clothes, kept my own shoes and jacket on, left my ruined coat in the closet. I didn't check for email. Duffy had been too busy for messages, and at that point we were on the same page anyway. There was nothing more she could tell me. Pretty soon I'd be telling her something, just as soon as I got the chance to rip the roof lining out of the Saab. I wasted the balance of the 30-minute lull, and then walked downstairs. Found the family dining room. I had never seen it before. It was huge. There was a long rectangular table in it. It was oak, heavy, solid, not stylish. It would have seated 20 people. Beck was at the head. Elizabeth was all the way at the other end. Richard was alone on the far side. The place set for me put me directly opposite him, with my back to the door. I thought about asking him to swap with me. I don't like sitting with my back to a door. But I decided against it and just sat down. Paulie wasn't there. Clearly he hadn't been invited. The maid wasn't there either, of course. The cook was having to do all the scut work, and she didn't look very pleased about it. But she had done a good job with the food. We started with French onion soup. It was pretty authentic. My mother wouldn't have approved, but there are always 20 million individual French women who think they alone possess the perfect recipe. "Tell us about your service career," Beck said to me, like he wanted to make conversation. He wasn't going to talk about business, that was clear, not in front of the family. I guessed maybe Elizabeth knew more than was good for her, but Richard seemed fairly oblivious. Or maybe he was just blocking it out. What had he said? Bad things don't happen unless you choose to recall them? "Nothing much to tell," I said. I didn't want to talk about it. Bad things had happened, and I didn't choose to recall them.
"There must be something," Elizabeth said.
They were all three looking at me, so I shrugged and gave them a story about checking a Pentagon budget and seeing $8,000 charges for maintenance tools called RTAFAs. I told them I was bored enough to be curious and made a couple of calls and been told the acronym stood for Rotational Torque Adjustable Fastener Applicators. I told them I had tracked one down and found a $3 screwdriver. That had led to $3,000 hammers, $1,000 toilet seats, the whole 9 yards. It's a good story. It's the sort of thing that suits any audience. Most people respond to the audacity, and anti-government types get to seethe. But it isn't true. It happened, I guess, but not to me. It was a different department entirely.
"Have you killed people?"
Richard asked. 4 in the last 3 days, I thought.
"Don't ask questions like that,"
Elizabeth said. "The soup is good," Beck said. "Maybe not enough cheese."
"Dad,"
Richard said. "What?"
"You need to think about your arteries. They're going to get all clogged up."
"They're my arteries."
"And you're my dad."
They glanced at each other. They both smiled shy smiles. Father and son, best buddies. Ambivalence. It was all set to be a long meal. Elizabeth changed the subject away from cholesterol. She started talking about the Portland Museum of Art instead. She said it had an I.M. Pei building and a collection of American and Impressionist masters. I couldn't tell if she was trying to educate me or to tempt Richard to get out of the house and do something. I tuned her out. I wanted to get to the Saab, but I couldn't right then. So I tried to predict exactly what I would find there, like a game. I heard Leon Garber in my head. Think about everything you've seen and everything you've heard. Work the clues. I hadn't heard much, but I had seen a lot of things. I guess they were all clues of a sort. The dining table, for instance. The whole house and everything in it. The cars. The Saab was a piece of junk. The Cadillac and the Lincolns were nice automobiles, but they weren't Rolls-Royces and Bentleys. The furniture was all old and dull and solid. Not cheap, but then it didn't represent current expenditure anyway. It was all paid for long ago. What had Elliott said in Boston about the L.A. gangbanger? His profits must run to millions of dollars a week. He lives like an emperor. Beck was supposed to be a couple of rungs up the ladder. But Beck didn't live like an emperor. Why not? Was he just a cautious Yankee, unimpressed by consumer baubles? "Look," he said. I surfaced and saw him holding his cell phone out to me. I took it from him and looked at the screen. The signal strength was back up to 4 bars. "Microwaves," I said. "Maybe they ramp up slowly." Then I looked again. No envelopes, no reel-to-reel tapes, no voicemail messages. But it was a tiny phone, and I have big thumbs, and I accidentally touched the up-down arrow key underneath the screen. The display instantly changed to a list of names. His virtual phone book, I guessed. The screen was so small, it could show only 3 contacts at a time. At the top was House. Then came Gate. Third on the list was Xavier. I stared at it so hard the room went silent around me and blood roared in my ears. "The soup was very good," Richard said. I handed the phone back to Beck. The cook reached across in front of me and took my bowl away. The first time I ever heard the name Xavier was the 6th time I ever saw Dominique Cole. It was 17 days after we danced in the Baltimore bar. The weather had broken. The temperature had plummeted, and the skies were gray and miserable. She was in full-dress uniform. For a moment, I thought I must have scheduled a performance review and forgotten all about it. But then I had a company clerk to remind me about stuff like that, and he hadn't mentioned anything.
"You're gonna hate this,"
Cole said. "Why? You got promoted and you're shipping out?" She smiled at that. I realized it had come out as more of a personal compliment than I should have risked.
"I found the bad guy,"
she said. "How?"
"Exemplary application of relevant skills,"
she said. I looked at her. "Did we schedule a performance review?"
"No, but I think we should."
"Why?"
"Because I found the bad guy. And I think performance reviews always go better just after a big break in a case."
"You're still working with Frasconi, right?"
"We're partners,"
she said, which wasn't strictly an answer to the question. "Is he helping?" She made a face.
"Permission to speak freely?"
I nodded.
"He's a waste of good food,"
she said. I nodded again. That was my impression, too. Lieutenant Anthony Frasconi was solid, but he wasn't the crispest shirt in the closet.
"He's a nice man," she said.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
But you're doing all the work, I said. She nodded. She was holding the original file, the one that I had given her just after I found out she wasn't a big ugly guy from Texas or Minnesota. It was bulging with her notes.
You helped, though,
she said.
You were right. The document in question is in the newspaper. Gorowski dumps the whole newspaper in a trash can at the parking lot exit. Same can 2 Sundays in a row.
And
2 Sundays in a row, the same guy fishes it out again.
I paused. It was a smart plan, except that the idea of fishing around in a garbage can gave it a certain vulnerability, a certain lack of plausibility. The garbage can thing is hard to do, unless you're willing to go the whole way and dress up like a homeless person. And that's hard to do in itself if you want to be really convincing. Homeless people walk miles, spend all day, check every can along their route. To imitate their behavior plausibly takes infinite time and care. What kind of a guy? I said.
I know what you're thinking,
she said.
Who roots around in trash cans except street people, right?
So who does?
Imagine a typical Sunday, she said. A lazy day. You're strolling. Maybe the person you're meeting is a little late. Maybe the impulse to go out for a walk has turned out to be a little boring. But the sun is shining and there's a bench to sit on, and you know the Sunday papers are always fat and interesting. But you don't happen to have one with you.
Okay, I said. I'm imagining.
Have you noticed how a used newspaper kind of becomes community property? Seen what they do on a train, for instance, or a subway? A guy reads his paper, leaves it on the seat when he gets out. Another guy picks it up right away. He'd rather die than pick up half a candy bar, but he'll pick up a used newspaper with no problem at all.
Okay, I said.
Our guy's about 40, she said.
Tall, maybe 6'1", trim, maybe 190, short black hair going gray, fairly upmarket. He wears good clothes, chinos, golf shirts, and he kind of saunters through the lot to the can.
Saunters?
It's a word, she said. Like he's strolling, lost in thought, not a care in the world. Like maybe he's coming back from Sunday brunch. Then he notices the newspaper sitting in the top of the can, and he picks it up and checks the headlines for a moment, and he kind of tilts his head a little, and he puts the paper under his arm like he'll read some more of it later, and he strolls on.
Saunters on, I said.
It's incredibly natural, she said. I was right there watching it happen, and I almost discounted it. It's almost subliminal.
I thought about it. She was right. She was a good student of human behavior, which made her a good cop. If I ever did actually get around to a performance review, she was going to score off the charts.
Something else you speculated about, she said. He saunters on out to the marina and gets on a boat.
He lives on it?
I don't think so, she said. I mean, it's got bunks and all, but I think it's a hobby boat.
How do you know it's got bunks?
I've been aboard,
she said. When?
The second Sunday, she said. Don't forget, all I'd seen up to that point was the business with the newspaper. I still hadn't positively identified the document. But he went out on another boat with some other guys, so I checked it out.
How?
Exemplary application of relevant skills, she said. I wore a bikini.
Wearing a bikini is a skill? I said. Then I looked away. In her case, it would be more like world-class performance art.
It was still hot then, she said. I blended in with the other yacht bunnies. I strolled out, walked up his little gangplank. Nobody noticed. I picked the lock on the hatch and searched for an hour.
I had to ask. How did you conceal lockpicks in a bikini? I said.
I was wearing shoes, she said.
Did you find the blueprint?
I found all of them.
Did the boat have a name? She nodded.
I traced it. There's a yacht registry for all that stuff.
So who's the guy?
This is the part you're going to hate,
she said.
He's a senior military intelligence officer, a lieutenant colonel, a Middle East specialist. They just gave him a medal for something he did in the Gulf.
Shit, I said. But there might be an innocent explanation.
There might, she said, but I doubt it. I just met with Gorofsky an hour ago.
Okay, I said. That explained the dress greens. Much more intimidating than wearing a bikini, I guessed. And
I made him explain his end of the deal. His little girls are 12 months and 2. The 2-year-old disappeared for a day 2 months ago. She won't talk about what happened to her while she was gone. She just cries a lot. A week later, our friend from military intelligence showed up. Suggested that the kid's absence could last a lot longer than a day if Daddy didn't play ball. I don't see any innocent explanation for that kind of stuff.
No, I said. Nor do I. Who's the guy?
His name is Francis Xavier Quinn, she said.
The cook brought the next course, which was some kind of rib roast, but I didn't really notice it because I was still thinking about Francis Xavier Quinn. Clearly he had come out of the California hospital and left the Quinn part of his name behind him in the trash with his used gowns and his surgical dressings and his John Doe wristbands. He had just walked away and stepped straight into a new identity, ready-made. An identity that he felt comfortable with, one that he would always remember deep down at the primeval level he knew hidden people had to operate on. No longer United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Quinn, FX, military intelligence. From that point on, he was just plain Frank Xavier, anonymous citizen. "Rare or well?" Beck asked me. He was carving the roast with one of the black-handled knives from the kitchen. They had been stored in a knife block, and I had thought about using one of them to kill him with. The one he was using right then would have been a good choice. It was about 10 inches long, and it was razor-sharp, judging by how well the meat was slicing. Unless the meat happened to be unbelievably tender. "Rare," I said. "Thank you." He carved me 2 slices, and I regretted it instantly. My mind flashed back 7 hours to the body bag. I had pulled the zipper down and seen another knife's work. The image was so vivid I could still feel the cold metal tag between my fingers. Then I flashed back 10 whole years, right back to the beginning with Quinn, and the loop was complete.
"Horseradish?"
Elizabeth said. I paused. Then I took a spoonful. The old Army rule was eat every time you can, sleep every time you can, because you didn't know when you were going to get another chance to do either. So I shut Quinn out of my mind and helped myself to vegetables and started eating. Restarted thinking. Everything I'd heard, everything I'd seen. I kept coming back to the Baltimore Marina and the bright sunlight, and to the envelope in the newspaper. Not this, but that. And to the thing Duffy had said to me.
You haven't found anything useful. Not a thing. No evidence at all.
Have you read Pasternak?
Elizabeth asked me.
What do you think of Edward Hopper?
Richard asked. You think the M16 should be replaced? Beck said. I surfaced again. They were all looking at me. It was like they were starved for conversation, like they were all lonely. I listened to the waves crashing around three sides of the house and understood how they could feel that way. They were very isolated. But that was their choice. I like isolation. I can go 3 weeks without saying a word. I saw Dr. Zhivago at the movies, I said. I like the Hopper painting with the people in the diner at night.
Nighthawks,
Richard said. I nodded. I like the guy on the left all alone.
Remember the name of the diner?
Phillies, I said. And I think the M16 is a fine assault rifle. Really? Beck said. It does what an assault rifle is supposed to do, I said. You can't ask for much more than that.
Hopper was a genius, Richard said. Pasternak was a genius, Elizabeth said. Unfortunately, the movie trivialized him, and he hasn't been well translated. Solzhenitsyn is overrated by comparison.
I guess the M16 is an improved rifle, Beck said.
Edward Hopper is like Raymond Chandler, Richard said. He captured a particular time and place. Of course, Chandler was a genius, too. Way better than Hammett. Like Pasternak is better than Solzhenitsyn?
His mother said. They went on like that for a good long time. Day 14, a Friday, nearly over. Eating a beef dinner with 3 doomed people, talking about books and pictures and rifles. Not this, but that. I tuned them out again and trawled back 10 years and listened to Sergeant First Class Dominique Cole instead.
He's a real Pentagon insider,
she said to me, the 7th time we met.
Lives close by in Virginia. That's why he keeps his boat up in Baltimore, I guess.
How old is he? I asked.
40.
She said. Have you seen his full record? She shook her head.
Most of it is classified.
I nodded, tried to put the chronology together. A 40-year-old would have been eligible for the last 2 years of the Vietnam draft at the age of 18 or 19. But a guy who wound up as an intel light colonel before the age of 40 had almost certainly been a college graduate, maybe even a Ph.D., which would have got him a deferment. So he probably didn't go to Indochina, which in the normal way of things would have slowed his promotion. No bloody wars, no dread diseases. But his promotion hadn't been slow because he was a light colonel before the age of 40.
I know what you're thinking, Cole said. How come he's already 2 whole pay grades above you?
Actually, I was thinking about you in a bikini. She shook her head.
No, you weren't.
He's older than me.
He went up like a bottle rocket.
Maybe he's smarter than me, I said.
Almost certainly, she said. But even so, he's gone real far real fast.
I nodded. Great, I said. So now we're messing with a big star from the intel community.
He's got lots of contact with foreigners, she said. I've seen him with all kinds of people. Israelis, Lebanese, Iraqis, Syrians.
He's supposed to, I said. He's a Middle East specialist.
He comes from California, she said. His dad was a railroad worker. His mom stayed at home. They lived in a small house in the north of the state. He inherited it, and it's his only asset. And we can assume he's been on military pay since college.
Okay, I said.
He's a poor boy, Reacher, she said. So how come he rents a big house in McLean, Virginia? How come he owns a yacht?
Is it a yacht?
It's a big sailboat with bedrooms. That's a yacht, right?
POV?
A brand new Lexus.
I said nothing.
Why don't his own people ask these kinds of questions? She said.
They never do, I said. Haven't you noticed that? Something can be as plain as day and it passes them by.
I really don't understand how that happens,
she said. I shrugged. They're human, I said. We should cut 'em some slack. Preconceptions get in the way. They ask themselves how good he is, not how bad he is. She nodded.
Like I spent 2 days watching the envelope, not the newspaper. Preconceptions.
But they should know better.
I guess.
Military intelligence, I said.
The world's biggest oxymoron,
she replied in the familiar old ritual.
Like safe danger.
Like dry water, I said.
Did you enjoy it?
Elizabeth Beck asked me 10 years later. I didn't answer. Preconceptions get in the way.
Did you enjoy it?
She asked again. I looked straight at her. Preconceptions. Sorry, I said. Everything I had heard.
Dinner, she said. Did you enjoy it?
I looked down. My plate was completely empty. It was fabulous, I said. Everything I had seen.
Really?
No question, I said.
You haven't found anything useful. I'm glad, she said.
Forget Hopper and Pasternak, I said, and Raymond Chandler. Your cook is a genius. You feeling okay? Beck said. He had left half his meat on his plate. Terrific, I said.
Not a thing.
You sure? I paused.
No evidence at all.
Yes, I really mean it, I said. And I really did mean it. Because I knew what was in the sob. I knew for sure, no doubt about it, so I felt terrific. But I felt a little ashamed, too, because I had been very, very slow. Painfully slow, disgracefully slow. It had taken me 86 hours, more than 3.5 days. I had been every bit as dumb as Quinn's old unit. Something can be as plain as day and it passes them by. I turned my head and looked straight at Beck like I was seeing him for the very first time. Chapter 11. I knew, but I calmed down fast during dessert and coffee, and I gave up on feeling terrific. Gave up on feeling ashamed, too. Those emotions were crowded out. I started to feel a little concerned instead, because I started to see the exact dimensions of the tactical problem. And they were huge. They were going to force a whole new definition of working alone and undercover. Dinner ended, and everybody scraped their chairs back and stood up. I stayed in the dining room. I left the sob undisturbed. I was in no hurry. I could get to it later. There was no point risking trouble to confirm something I already knew. I helped the cook clean up instead. It seemed polite. Maybe it was even expected. The Becks went off somewhere, and I carried dishes through to the kitchen. The mechanic was in there, eating a bigger portion of beef than I had got. I looked at him and started to feel a little ashamed again. I hadn't paid him any attention at all. Hadn't thought much about him. I had never even asked myself what he was for. But now I knew. I loaded the dishes into the machine. The cook did economical things with the leftovers and wiped off the counters, and within about 20 minutes we had everything squared away. Then she told me she was headed for bed, so I said goodnight to her and went out the back door and walked across the rocks. I wanted to look at the sea, wanted to gauge the tide. I had no experience with the ocean. I knew the tides came in and out maybe twice a day. I didn't know when or why. Something to do with the moon's gravity, maybe. Possibly it turned the Atlantic into a giant bathtub sloshing east and west between Europe and America. Maybe when it was low tide in Portugal, it was high tide in Maine, and vice versa. I had no idea. Right then, the tide looked to be changing from high to low, from in to out. I watched the waves for 5 more minutes, and then headed back to the kitchen. The mechanic had left. I used the bunch of keys Beck had given me to lock the inner door. I left the outer door open. Then I walked through the hallway and checked the front. I guessed I was supposed to do stuff like that now. It was locked and chained. The house was quiet. So I went upstairs to Duke's room and started planning the endgame. There was a message from Duffy waiting for me in my shoe. It said, "You okay?" I replied, "Sincere thanks for the phones. You saved my ass." She came back with, "Mine too, equal element of self-interest." I didn't reply to that. I couldn't think of anything to say. I just sat there in the silence. She had won a minor postponement, but that was all. Her ass was toast, whatever happened next. Nothing I could do about that. Then she sent, "Have searched all files and cannot find authorization for second agent." I sent, "I know." She came back with just 2 characters. 2 question marks. I sent, "We need to meet. I will either call or just show up. Stand by." Then I shut down the power and nailed the device back into my heel and wondered briefly whether I would ever take it out again. I checked my watch. It was nearly midnight. Day 14, a Friday, was nearly over. Day 15, a Saturday, was about to begin. 2 weeks to the day since I had barged through the crowd outside Symphony Hall in Boston on my way to a bar I never reached. I lay down on the bed, fully dressed. I figured the next 24 or 48 hours were going to be crucial, and I wanted to spend 5 of the first 6 of them fast asleep. In my experience, tiredness causes more foul-ups than carelessness or stupidity put together, probably because tiredness itself creates carelessness and stupidity. So I got comfortable and closed my eyes, set the alarm in my head for 2 o'clock in the morning. It worked, like it always does. I woke up after a 2-hour nap feeling okay. I rolled off the bed and crept downstairs, went through the hallway in the kitchen, and unlocked the back door. I left all my metal stuff on the table. I didn't want the detector to make a noise. I stepped outside. It was very dark. There was no moon, no stars. The sea was loud. The air was cold. There was a breeze. It smelled of dampness. I walked around to the 4th garage and opened the doors. The Saab was still there, undisturbed. I eased the hatch open and pulled out my bundle, carried it round and stowed it in its dip. Then I went back for the first bodyguard. He had been dead for several hours, and the low temperature was bringing rigor on early. He was pretty stiff. I hauled him out and jacked him up on my shoulder. It was like carrying a 200-pound tree trunk. His arms stuck out like branches. I carried him to the V-shaped cleft that Harley had shown me, laid him down next to it and started counting waves, waited for the 7th. It rolled in, and just before it got to me, I nudged the body into the cleft. The water came in under it and pushed it right back up at me. It was like the guy was trying to grab me with his rigid arms and take me with him, or like he wanted to kiss me goodbye. He floated there for a second quite lazily, and then the wave receded, and the cleft drained, and he was gone. It worked the same way for the second guy. The ocean took him away to join his buddy and the maid. I squatted there for a moment, feeling the breeze on my face, listening to the tireless tide. Then I went back and closed up the Saab's hatch and slid into the driver's seat, finished the job on the roof lining, and reached back and pulled out the maid's notes. There were 8 legal-sized pages of them. I read them all in the dim glow from the dome light. They were full of specifics. They had plenty of fine detail. But in general, they didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. I checked them twice, and when I was finished, I butted them into a neat stack and carried them back to the tip of the point, sat down on a rock and folded each page into a paper boat. Somebody had showed me how when I was a kid. Maybe it had been my dad. I couldn't remember. Maybe it had been my brother. I launched the 8 little boats on the receding tide, one after the other, and watched them sail and bob away into the pitch darkness in the east. Then I went back and spent some time fixing the lining. I got it looking pretty good. I closed up the garage. I figured I'd be gone before anybody opened it up again and noticed the damage on the car. I headed back to the house, reloaded my pockets and relocked the door and crept back upstairs, stripped to my shorts and slid into bed. I wanted to get 3 more hours. So I reset the alarm in my head and hauled the sheet and the blanket up around me and pressed a dip into the pillow and closed my eyes again. Tried to sleep. But I couldn't. It wouldn't come. Dominique Cole came instead. She came straight at me out of the darkness, like I knew she would. The 8th time we had met, we had tactical problems to discuss. Taking down an intel officer was a can of worms. Obviously, MPs deal exclusively with military people gone bad, so acting against one of our own was not a novelty. But the intel community was a case apart. Those guys were separate and secretive, and they tried very hard to be accountable to nobody. They were tough to get at. Generally, they closed ranks faster than the best drill squad you ever saw. So Cole and I had a lot to talk about. I didn't want to have the meeting in my office. There was no visitor chair. I didn't want her standing up the whole time. So we went back to the bar in town. It seemed like an appropriate location. The whole thing was getting so heavy, we were ready to feel a little paranoid about it. Going off base seemed like a smart thing to do. And I liked the idea of discussing intel matters like a couple of regular spies in a dark little booth at the back of a tavern. I think Cole did, too. She showed up in civilian clothes, not a dress, but jeans and a white T-shirt with a leather jacket over it. I was in fatigues. I didn't have any civilian clothes. The weather was cold by then. I ordered coffee, she got tea. We wanted to keep our heads clear.
"I'm glad we used the real blueprints now,"
she said. I nodded. Good instinct, I said. As far as evidence went, we needed to slam dunk the whole thing. For Quinn to be in possession of the real blueprints would go a long way. Anything less than that, he could start spinning stories about test procedures, war games, exercises, entrapment schemes of his own.
"It's the Syrians,"
she said.
"and they're paying in advance, on an installment plan."
"How?"
"Briefcase exchange,"
she said.
"He meets with an attaché from the Syrian embassy. They go to a cafe in Georgetown. They both carry those fancy aluminum briefcases. Identical."
"Halliburton," I said. She nodded.
"They put them side by side under the table, and he picks up the Syrian guys when he leaves."
"He's going to say the Syrian is a legit contact. He's going to say the guy is passing him stuff."
"So we say, okay, show us the stuff."
"He'll say he can't because it's classified." Cole said nothing. I smiled. "He'll give us a big song and dance," I said. "He'll put his hand on our shoulders and look into our eyes and say, 'Hey, trust me on this, folks. National security is involved.'"
"Have you dealt with these guys before?"
"Once," I said.
"Did you win?"
I nodded. "They're generally full of shit. My brother was MI for a time. Now he works for Treasury. But he told me all about them. They think they're smart, whereas they're really the same as anybody else."
"So what do we do?"
"We'll have to recruit the Syrian."
"Then we can't bust him."
"You wanted 2 for 1?" I said. "Can't have it. The Syrian's only doing his job. Can't fault him for that. Quinn is the bad guy here." She was quiet for a moment, a little disappointed. Then she shrugged.
"Okay," she said. "But how do we do it? The Syrian will just walk away from us. He's an embassy attaché. He's got diplomatic immunity."
I smiled again. Diplomatic immunity is just a sheet of paper from the State Department. The way I did it before was I got hold of the guy and told him to hold a sheet of paper up in front of his gut. Then I pulled my pistol out and asked him if he figured the paper was going to stop a bullet. He said I would get into trouble. I told him however much trouble I got into wasn't going to affect how slowly he bled to death.
"And he saw it your way?"
I nodded. Played ball like Mickey Mantle. She went quiet again. Then she asked me the first of 2 questions that much later I wished I had answered differently.
"Can we see each other socially?"
she said. It was a private booth in a dark bar. She was cute as hell, and she was sitting there right next to me. I was a young man back then, and I thought I had all the time in the world. "You asking me on a date?" I said.
"Yes,"
she said. I said nothing.
"We've come a long way, baby,"
she said. Then she added,
"Women, I mean,"
just in case I wasn't up to date with current cigarette advertising. I said nothing.
I know what I want,
she said. I nodded. I believed her. And I believed in equality. I believed in it big time. Not long before that, I'd met a woman Air Force colonel who captained a B-52 bomber and cruised the night skies with more explosive power aboard her single plane than all the bombs ever dropped in the whole of human history put together. I figured if she could be trusted with enough power to explode the planet, then Sergeant First Class Dominique Cole could be trusted to figure out who she wanted to date.
So?
She said. Questions I wished I had answered differently. No, I said.
Why not?
Unprofessional, I said. You shouldn't do it.
Why not?
Because it'll put an asterisk next to your career, I said. Because you're a talented person who can't get any higher than Sergeant Major without going to officer candidate school, so you'll go there and you'll ace it and you'll be a lieutenant colonel within 10 years, because you deserve it. But everybody will be saying that you got it because you dated your captain way back when. She said nothing, just called the waitress over and ordered us 2 beers. The room was getting hotter as it got more crowded. I took my jacket off, she took her jacket off. I was wearing an olive drab t-shirt that had got small and thin and faded from being washed 1,000 times. Her t-shirt was a boutique item. It was scooped a little lower at the neck than most t-shirts, and the sleeves were cut away at an angle so they rode up on the small deltoid muscles at the top of her arms. The fabric was snowy white against her skin, and it was slightly translucent. I could see that she was wearing nothing underneath it. Military life is full of sacrifices, I said, more to myself than to her.
I'll get over it,
she said. Then she asked me the second question I wish I had answered differently.
Will you let me make the arrest?
She said. 10 years later, I woke up alone in Duke's bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. His room was at the front of the house, so I had no view of the sea. I was looking west, at America. There was no morning sun, no long dawn shadows, just dull gray light on the driveway and the wall and the granite landscape beyond. The wind was blowing in off the sea. I could see trees moving. I imagined black storm clouds behind me, way out over the Atlantic, moving fast towards the shore. I imagined seabirds fighting the turbulent air with their feathers whipped and ruffled by the gale. Day 15, starting out gray and cold and inhospitable, and likely to get worse. I showered, but I didn't shave. I dressed in more of Duke's black denim and laced my shoes and carried my jacket and my coat over my arm. Walked quietly down to the kitchen. The cook had already made coffee. She gave me a cup and I took it and sat at the table. She lifted a loaf of bread out of the freezer and put it in the microwave. I figured I would need to evacuate her at some point before things turned unpleasant. And Elizabeth and Richard. The mechanic and Beck himself could stay to face the music. I could hear the sea from the kitchen, loud and clear. The waves crashed in, and the relentless undertow sucked back out. Pools filled and drained, the gravel rattled across the rocks. The wind moaned softly through the cracks in the outer porch door. I heard frantic cries from the gulls. I listened to them and sipped my coffee and waited. Richard came down 10 minutes after me. His hair was all over the place, and I could see his missing ear. He took coffee and sat down across from me. His ambivalence was back. I could see him facing up to no more college, and the rest of his life hidden away with his folks. I figured if his mother got away without an indictment, they could start over somewhere else. Depending on how resilient he was, he could get back to school without missing much more than a week of the semester, if he wanted to, unless it was an expensive school, which I guessed it was. They were going to have money problems. They were going to walk away with nothing more than they stood up in, if they walked away at all. The cook went out to set the dining room up for breakfast. Richard watched her go, and I watched him and saw his ear again, and a piece of the puzzle clicked into place. 5 years ago, I said, the kidnap. He kept his composure, just looked down at the table, and then looked up at me and combed his hair over his scar with his fingers. "Do you know what your dad is really into?" I asked. He nodded, said nothing. "Not just rugs, right?" I said.
"No," he said. "Not just rugs."
"How do you feel about that?"
"There are worse things," he said.
"Want to tell me what happened 5 years ago?" I said. He shook his head, looked away.
"No," he said. "I don't."
"I knew a guy called Gorofsky," I said. "His 2-year-old daughter was abducted, just for a day. How long were you gone for?"
8 days, he said.
"Gorofsky fell right into line," I said. "1 day was enough for him." Richard said nothing. "Your dad isn't the boss here," I said, like a statement. Richard said nothing. "He fell into line 5 years ago," I said, "after you had been gone 8 days. That's the way I figure it." Richard was silent. I thought about Gorofsky's daughter. She was 12 years old now. She probably had the internet and a CD player and a phone in her room, posters on her walls, and a tiny dim ache in her mind about something that had happened way in the past, like the itch you get from a long-healed bone. "I don't need details," I said. "I just want you to say his name."
"Whose name?"
"The guy who took you away for 8 days." Richard just shook his head. "I heard the name Xavier," I said. "Someone mentioned it." Richard looked away, and his left hand went straight to the side of his head, which was all the confirmation I needed.
"I was raped,"
he said. I listened to the sea pounding on the rocks. "By Xavier?" He shook his head again.
"By Paulie,"
he said.
"He was just out of prison. He still had a taste for that kind of thing."
I was quiet for a long moment. "Does your father know?"
"No,"
he said. "Your mother?"
"No."
I didn't know what to say. Richard said nothing more. We sat there in silence. Then the cook came back and fired up the stove. She put fat in a skillet and started heating it. The smell made me sick to my stomach. "Let's go for a walk," I said. Richard followed me outside to the rocks. The air was salty and fresh and bitter cold. The light was gray. The wind was strong. It was blowing straight in our faces. Richard's hair strung way out behind him, almost horizontal. The spray was smashing 20 feet in the air, and foamy drops of water were whipping towards us like bullets. "Every silver lining has a cloud," I said. I had to talk loud, just to be heard over the wind and the surf. "Maybe one day Xavier and Paulie will get what's coming to him, but your dad will go to prison in the process." Richard nodded. There were tears in his eyes. Maybe they were from the cold wind. Maybe they weren't.
"He deserves to,"
he said. "Very loyal," his father had said. "Best buddies."
"I was gone 8 days,"
Richard said.
"One should have been enough. Like with the other guy you mentioned."
"Gorofsky?"
"Whoever. With the 2-year-old girl. You think she was raped?"
"I sincerely hope not."
"Me too."
"Can you drive?" I said.
"Yes,"
he said. "You might need to get out of here," I said. "Soon. You and your mother and the cook, so you need to be ready. For if and when I tell you to go."
"Who are you?"
"I'm a guy paid to protect your father, from his so-called friends as much as his enemies."
"Paulie won't let us through the gate."
"He'll be gone soon." He shook his head.
"Paulie'll kill you," he said. "You have no idea. You can't deal with Paulie, whoever you are. Nobody can."
"I dealt with those guys outside the college." He shook his head again. His hair streamed in the wind. It reminded me of the maid's hair under the water.
"That was phony," he said. "My mom and I discussed it. It was a setup."
I was quiet for a second. Did I trust him yet? "No," It was for real, I said. No, I didn't trust him yet.
It's a small community, he said. They have about 5 cops. I never saw that guy before in my life.
I said nothing.
I never saw those college cops either, he said. And I was there nearly 3 full years.
I said nothing. Mistakes coming back to haunt me. So why did you quit school? I said, if it was a setup. He didn't answer. And how come Duke and I were ambushed? He didn't answer. So what was it? I said. A setup or for real? He shrugged.
I don't know.
You saw me shoot them all, I said. He said nothing. I looked away. The 7th wave came rolling in. It crested 40 yards out and hit the rocks faster than a man can run. The ground shuddered and spray burst upward like a star shell. Did either of you discuss this with your father? I said.
I didn't, he said, and I'm not going to. I don't know about my mom.
And I don't know about you, I thought. Ambivalence works both ways. You blow hot, then you blow cold. The thought of his father in a prison cell might look pretty good to him right now. Later, it might look different. When push came to shove, this guy was capable of swinging either way. I saved your ass, I said. I don't like it that you're pretending I didn't.
Whatever, he said. There's nothing you can do anyway. This is going to be a busy weekend. You've got the shipment to deal with, and after that you'll be one of them anyway.
So help me out, I said.
I won't double-cross my dad, he said.
Very loyal. Best buddies. You don't have to, I said.
So how can I help you?
Just tell him you want me here. Tell him you shouldn't be alone right now. He listens to you about stuff like that. He didn't reply, just walked away from me and headed back to the kitchen. He went straight through to the hallway. I guessed he was going to eat breakfast in the dining room. I stayed in the kitchen. The cook had set my place at the deal table. I wasn't hungry, but I forced myself to eat. Tiredness and hunger are bad enemies. I had slept, and now I was going to eat. I didn't want to wind up weak and lightheaded at the wrong moment. I had toast and another cup of coffee. Then I got more into it and had eggs and bacon. I was on my 3rd cup of coffee when Beck came in to find me. He was wearing Saturday clothes, blue jeans and a red flannel shirt. "We're going to Portland," he said, "to the warehouse, right now." He went back out to the hallway. I guessed he would wait at the front, and I guessed Richard hadn't talked to him. Either he hadn't got a chance, or he hadn't wanted to. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, checked my pockets to make sure the Beretta was safely stowed and the keys were there. Then I walked out and fetched the car, drove it round to the front. Beck was waiting there for me. He had put a canvas jacket over his shirt. He looked like a regular Maine guy heading out to split logs or tap his maple trees for syrup. But he wasn't. Polly was about ready with the gate, so I had to slow, but I didn't have to stop. I glanced at him as I passed. I figured he would die today, or tomorrow, or I would. I left him behind and gunned the big car along the familiar road. After a mile, I passed the spot where Villanueva had parked. 4 miles after that, I rounded the narrow curve where we had trapped the bodyguards. Beck didn't speak. He had his knees apart with his hands held down between them. He was leaning forward in his seat. His head was down, but his eyes were up. He was staring straight ahead through the windshield. He was nervous. "We never had our talk," I said, "about the background information." "Later," he said. I passed Route 1 and used I-95 instead, headed north for the city. The sky stayed gray. The wind was strong enough to push the car a little offline. I turned onto 295 and passed by the airport. It was on my left, beyond the tongue of water. On my right was the back of the strip mall where the maid had been captured, and the back of the new business park where I figured she had died. I kept on going straight and threaded my way into the harbor area. I passed the lot where Beck parked his trucks. 1 minute later, we arrived at his warehouse. It was surrounded by vehicles. There were 5 of them parked head-in against the walls, like airplanes at a terminal, like animals at a trough, like suckerfish on a corpse. There were 2 black Lincoln Town Cars and 2 blue Chevy Suburbans and a gray Mercury Grand Marquis. One of the Lincolns was the car I'd been in when Harley drove me out to pick up the Saab, after we put the maid into the sea. I looked for enough space to park the Cadillac. "Just let me out here," Beck said. I eased to a stop. "And?" "Head back to the house," he said. "Take care of my family." I nodded. So maybe Richard had talked to him after all. Maybe his ambivalence was swinging my way just temporarily. "Okay," I said, "whatever you need. You want me to pick you up again later?" He shook his head. "I'm sure I'll get a ride back," he said. He slid out and headed for the weathered gray door. I took my foot off the brake and looped round the warehouse and rolled back south. I used Route 1 instead of 295 and drove straight to the new business park, pulled in and cruised through the network of brand-new roads. There were maybe 3 dozen identical metal buildings. They were very plain. It wasn't the kind of place that depends on attracting casual passers-by. Foot traffic wasn't important. There were no retail places, no gaudy come-ons, no big billboards, just discrete unit numbers with business names printed small next to them. There were lock and key people, ceramic tile merchants, a couple of print shops. There was a beauty products wholesaler. Unit 26 was an electric wheelchair distributor, and next to it was Unit 27, Xavier Export Company. The X's were much larger than the other letters. There was a main office address on the sign that didn't match the business park's location. I figured it referred to some place in downtown Portland. So I rolled north again and recrossed the river and did some city driving. I came in on Route 1 with a park on my left, made a right onto a street full of office buildings. They were the wrong buildings. It was the wrong street. So I quartered the business district for 5 long minutes until I spotted a street sign with the right name on it. Then I watched the numbers and pulled up on a fire plug outside a tower that had stainless steel letters stretched across the whole of the frontage, spelling out a name: Missionary House. There was a parking garage under it. I looked at the vehicle entrance and was pretty sure Susan Duffy had walked through it 11 weeks earlier, with a camera in her hand. Then I recalled a high school history lesson, somewhere hot, somewhere Spanish, a quarter century in the past, some old guy telling us about a Spanish Jesuit called Francisco Javier. I could even remember his dates, 1506 to 1552, Francisco Javier, Spanish missionary. Francis Xavier, Missionary House. Back in Boston at the start, Elliot had accused Beck of making jokes. He had been wrong. It was Quinn with the twisted sense of humor. I moved off the fire plug and found Route 1 again and headed south on it. I drove fast, but it took me 30 whole minutes to reach the Kennebunk River. There were 3 Ford Tauruses parked outside the motel, all plain and identical, apart from color, and even then there wasn't much variation between them. They were gray, gray-blue, and blue. I put the Cadillac where I had put it before, behind the propane store, walked back through the cold and knocked on Duffy's door. I saw the peephole black out for a second, and then she opened up. We didn't hug. I saw Elliot and Villanueva in the room behind her.
"Why can't I find the second agent?"
she said. "Where'd you look?"
"Everywhere," she said. She was wearing jeans and a white Oxford shirt. Different jeans, different shirt. She must have had a large supply. She was wearing boat shoes over bare feet. She looked good, but there was worry in her eyes. "Can I come in?" I said. She paused a second, preoccupied. Then she moved out of the way, and I followed her inside. Villanueva was in the desk chair. He had it tilted backward. I hoped the legs were strong. He wasn't a small guy. Elliot was on the end of the bed, like he had been in my room in Boston. Duffy had been sitting at the head of the bed. That was clear. The pillows were stacked vertically, and the shape of her back was pressed into them. "Where did you look?" I asked her again. "The whole system,"
she said. "The whole Justice Department, front to back, which means FBI as well as DEA, and she's not there."
Conclusion?
She was off the books, too.
Which begs a question, Elliot said. Like, what the hell is going on? Duffy sat down at the head of the bed again, and I sat down next to her. There was no other place for me to go. She wrestled a pillow out from behind her and shoved it in behind me. It was warm from her body. "Nothing much is going on," I said. "Except all three of us started out 2 weeks ago just like the Keystone Cops." "How?" I made a face. "I was obsessed with Quinn. You guys were obsessed with Teresa Daniel. We were all so obsessed, we went right ahead and built a house of cards." "How?" he said again. "My fault more than yours," I said. "Think about it from the very beginning, 11 weeks ago. 11 weeks ago was nothing to do with you. You weren't involved yet." "Tell me exactly what happened." He shrugged, rehearsed it in his mind. "We got word from L.A. that a top boy just bought himself a first-class ticket to Portland, Maine." I nodded. "So you tracked him to his rendezvous with Beck, and took pictures of him doing what?"
"Checking samples," Duffy said. "Doing a deal."
"In a private parking garage," I said. "And as an aside, if it was private enough to get you in trouble with the Fourth Amendment, maybe you should have wondered how Beck got himself in there." She said nothing. "Then what?" I said. "We looked at Beck," Elliot said. "Concluded he was a major importer and a major distributor." "Which he most definitely is," I said. "And you put Teresa in to nail him." "Off the books," Elliot said. "That's a minor detail," I said. "So what went wrong?" "It was a house of cards," I said. "You made one tiny error of judgment at the outset. It invalidated everything that came after it." "What was it?" "Something that I should have seen a hell of a lot earlier than I did." "What?" "Just ask yourself why you can't find a computer trail for the maid. She was off the books, that's the only explanation." I shook my head. "She was about as legal as can be. She was all over the damn books. I found some notes she made, there's no doubt about it." Duffy looked straight at me.
"Reacher, what exactly is going on?"
"Beck has a mechanic," I said. "Some kind of a technician." "For what?"
"I don't know,"
she said. "I never even asked myself," I said. "I should have. I shouldn't have needed to, actually, because I should have known before I even met the damn mechanic. But I was locked in a groove, just like you were."
"What groove?"
"Beck knew the retail price of a Colt Anaconda," I said. "He knew how much it weighed. Duke had a Steyr SPP, which is a weird Austrian gun. Angel Doll had a PSM, which is a weird Russian gun. Polly's got an NSV, probably the only one inside the United States. Beck was obsessed with the fact that we attacked with Uzis, not H&Ks. He knew enough to spec out a Beretta 92 FS so it looked just like a regular military M9.
"So?"
"He's not what we thought he was."
"So what is he? You just agreed he's definitely a major importer and distributor."
"He is."
"So?"
"You looked in the wrong computer," I said. "The maid didn't work for the Justice Department. She worked for Treasury."
"Secret Service?"
I shook my head. "ATF," I said. "The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms." The room went quiet. "Beck isn't a drug dealer," I said. "He's a gun runner." The room stayed quiet for a very long time. Duffy looked at Elliot. Elliot looked back at her. Then they both looked at Villanueva. Villanueva looked at me. Then he looked out the window. I waited for the tactical problem to dawn on them. But it didn't. Not right away.
"So what was the LA guy doing?"
Duffy said. "Looking at samples," I said, "in the Cadillac's trunk, exactly like you thought. But they were samples of the weapons Beck was dealing. He as good as told me. He said dope dealers were driven by fashion. They like new and fancy things. They change weapons all the time, always looking for the latest thing."
"He told you?"
"I wasn't really listening," I said. "I was tired. And it was all mixed in with stuff about sneakers and cars and coats and watches."
"Duke went to Treasury,"
she said.
After he was a cop.
I nodded. Beck probably met him on the job, probably bought him off.
Where does Quinn fit in?
I figure he was running a rival operation, I said. He probably always was, ever since he got out of the hospital in California. He had 6 months to make his plans. And guns are a much better fit with a guy like Quinn than narcotics. I figure at some point he identified Beck's operation as a takeover target. Maybe he liked the way Beck was mining the dope dealer market. Or maybe he just liked the rug side of the business. It's great cover. So he moved in. He kidnapped Richard 5 years ago to get Beck's signature on the dotted line. Beck told you the Hartford guys were his customers, Elliot said. They were, I said, but for their guns, not for their dope. That's why he was puzzled about the Uzis. He'd probably just gotten through selling them a whole bunch of H&Ks, and now they're using Uzis. He couldn't understand it. He must have thought they'd switched suppliers. We were pretty dumb, Villanueva said. I was dumber than you, I said. I was amazingly dumb. There was evidence all over the place. Beck isn't rich enough to be a dope dealer. He makes good money for sure, but he doesn't make millions a week. He noticed the marks I scratched on the Colt cylinders. He knew the price and the weight of a laser sight to use on the Beretta he gave me. He put a couple of mint H&Ks in a bag when he needed to take care of some business down in Connecticut. Probably pulled them right out of stock. He's got a private collection of Thompson grease guns. What's the mechanic for? He gets the guns ready for sale, I said. That's my guess. He tweaks them, adjusts them, checks them out. Some of Beck's customers wouldn't react well to substandard merchandise.
Not the ones we know,
Duffy said. Beck talked about the M16 at dinner, I said. He was conversing about an assault rifle, for God's sake. And he wanted to hear my opinion about Uzis versus H&Ks, like he was really fascinated. I thought he was just a gun nerd, you know, but it was actually professional interest. He has computer access to the Glock factory in Deutsch Wagram in Austria. Nobody spoke. I closed my eyes, then I opened them again. There was a smell in a basement room, I said. I should have recognized it. It was the smell of gun oil on cardboard. It's what you get when you stack boxes of new weapons and leave them there for a week or so. Nobody spoke. And the prices in the bizarre bazaar books, I said. Low, medium, high. Low for ammunition, medium for handguns, high for long guns and exotics. Duffy was looking at the wall. She was thinking hard. Okay, Villanueva said. I guess we were all a little dumb. Duffy looked at him. Then she stared at me. The tactical problem was finally dawning on her.
We have no jurisdiction,
she said. Nobody spoke.
This is ATF business,
she said.
Not DEA.
It was an honest mistake, Elliot said. She shook her head.
I don't mean then. I mean now. We can't be in there. We have to butt out. Right now. Immediately.
I'm not butting out, I said.
You have to. Because we have to. We have to fold our tents and leave. And you can't be in there on your own and unsupported.
A whole new definition of alone and undercover. I'm staying, I said. I searched my soul for a whole year after it happened, and concluded I wouldn't have answered any differently, even if she hadn't been fragrant and naked under a thin T-shirt and sitting next to me in a bar when she asked the fateful question, "Will you let me make the arrest?" I would have said yes, whatever the circumstances. For sure. Even if she'd been a big ugly guy from Texas or Minnesota standing at attention in my office, I would have said yes. She had done the work. She deserved the credit. I was vaguely interested in getting ahead back then, maybe a little less so than most people, but any structure that has a ranking system tempts you to try to climb it. So I was vaguely interested. But I wasn't a guy who hijacked subordinates' achievements in order to make myself look good. I never did that. If somebody performed well, did a good job, I was always happy to stand back and let them reap the rewards. It was a principle I adhered to throughout my career. I could always console myself by basking in their reflected glow. It was my company, after all. There was a certain amount of collective recognition. Sometimes. But anyway, I really liked the idea of an MP non-com busting an intel light colonel, because I knew a guy like Quinn would absolutely hate it. He would see it as the ultimate indignity. A guy who bought Lexuses and sailboats and wore golf shirts didn't want to be taken down by a damn sergeant.
"Will you let me make the arrest?"
She asked again. "I want you to," I said.
"It's a purely legal issue,"
Duffy said. "Not to me," I said.
"We have no authority."
"I don't work for you." "It's suicide," Elliot said. "I survived so far. Only because she cut the phones." "The phones are history," I said. "The bodyguard problem resolved itself, so I don't need backup anymore." "Everybody needs backup. You can't go undercover without it." "ATF backup did the maid a whole lot of good," I said. "We lent you a car. We helped you every step of the way." "I don't need cars anymore. Beck gave me my own set of keys, and a gun, and bullets. I'm his new right-hand man. He trusts me to protect his family." They said nothing. "I'm an inch away from nailing Quinn," I said. "I'm not button out now." They said nothing. "And I can get Teresa Daniel back," I said. "ATF can get Teresa Daniel back," Elliot said. "We go to ATF now, we're off the hook with our own people. The maid was theirs, not ours. No harm, no foul." "ATF isn't up to speed," I said. "Teresa will be caught in the crossfire." There was a long silence. "Monday," Villanueva said. "We'll sit on it until Monday. We'll have to tell ATF by Monday at the latest." "We should tell them right now," Elliot said. Villanueva nodded. "But we won't, and if necessary, I'll make sure that we don't. I say we give Reacher until Monday." Elliot said nothing more. He just looked away. Duffy laid her head back on the pillow and stared up at the ceiling.
"Shit,"
she said. "It'll be over by Monday," I said. "I'll bring Teresa back to you here, and then you can head home and make all the calls you want." She was quiet for a whole minute. Then she spoke.
"Okay,"
she said.
"You can go back. And you should probably go back right now. You've been gone a long time. That's suspicious in itself."
"Okay," I said.
"But think first," she said. "Are you absolutely sure?"
"I'm not your responsibility," I said.
"I don't care," she said. "Just answer the question. Are you sure?"
"Yes," I said.
"Now think again. Still sure?"
"Yes," I said again.
"We'll be here," she said. "Call us if you need us."
"Okay," I said.
"Still sure?"
"Yes," I said.
"So go."
She didn't get up. None of them did. I just eased myself off the bed and walked out through the silent room. I was halfway back to the Cadillac when Terry Villanueva came out after me. He waved me to wait and walked across to me. He moved stiff and slow, like the old guy he was. "Bring me in," he said. "Any chance you get, I want to be there." I said nothing. "I could help you out," he said. He already did. "I need to do more. For the kid." "Duffy?" He shook his head. "No, Teresa." "You got a connection?" "I got a responsibility," he said. "How?" "I was her mentor," he said. "It worked out that way. You know how that is?" I nodded. I knew exactly, totally, and completely how that was. "Teresa worked for me for a spell," he said. "I trained her. I broke her in, basically. Then she moved up. But 10 weeks ago she came back to me and asked if I thought she should accept this mission. She had doubts." "But you said yes." He nodded. "Like a damn fool." "Could you really have stopped her?" He nodded again. "Probably. She would have listened to me if I'd made a case why she shouldn't do it. She'd have made up her own mind, but she'd have listened. I understand, I said. And I did, no question about it. I left him standing there in the motel lot and slid into the car and watched him watch me drive away. I stayed on Route 1 all the way through Biddeford and Saco and Old Orchard Beach, and then struck out east on the long, lonely road out to the house. I checked my watch as I got close and figured I'd been away 2 whole hours, of which only 40 minutes were legitimate. 20 minutes to the warehouse, 20 back. But I didn't expect to have to explain myself to anybody. Beck would never know I hadn't come straight home, and the others would never know I had been supposed to. I figured I was right there in the end game, freewheeling towards victory. But I was wrong. I knew it before Paulie got halfway through opening the gate. He came out of his house and stepped across to the latch. He was wearing his suit, no coat. He lifted the latch by butting it upward with his clenched fist. Everything was still normal. I had seen him open the gate a dozen times, and he was doing nothing he hadn't done before. He wrapped his fists around the bars, pulled the gate. But before he got halfway through opening it, he stopped it dead. He just made enough space to squeeze his giant frame through. Then he stepped out to meet me. He walked round towards my window, and when he got 6 feet from the car, he stood still and smiled and took 2 guns out of his pockets. It happened in less than a second. 2 pockets, 2 hands, 2 guns. They were my Colt Anacondas. The steel looked dull in the gray light. I could see they were both loaded. There were bright snub-nosed copper jackets winking at me from every chamber I could see. Remington .44 Magnums, without a doubt. Full metal jacket. $18 for a box of 20, plus tax. 95 cents each. 12 of them. $11.40 worth of precision ammunition. Ready to go. $5.70 in each hand. And he was holding those hands very steady. They were like rocks. The left was aimed a little ahead of the Cadillac's front tire. The right was aimed directly at my head. His fingers were tight on the triggers. The muzzles weren't moving at all. Not even a fraction. He was like a statue. I did all the usual things. I ran all the numbers. The Cadillac was a big car with long doors, but he had put himself just far enough away to prevent me jerking my door open and hitting him with it. And the car was stationary. If I hit the gas, he would fire both guns instantly. The bullet from the one in his right hand might well pass behind my head, but the car's front tire would roll straight into the path of the one from his left. Then I would hit the gates hard and lose momentum, and with a blown front tire, and maybe with damaged steering, I would be a sitting duck. He would fire 10 more times, and even if I wasn't killed outright, I would be badly wounded, and the car would be crippled. He could just step over and watch me bleed while he reloaded. I could sneak it into reverse and howl away backward, but reverse gear is pretty low on most cars, and therefore I would be moving relatively slowly, and I would be moving directly away from him in a perfectly straight line. No lateral displacement, none of the usual benefits of a moving target. And a Remington .44 Magnum leaves a gun barrel at more than 800 miles an hour. No easy way to outrun one. I could try my Beretta. It would have to be a very fast snapshot through the window glass, but the window glass on a Cadillac is pretty thick. They make it that way to keep the interior quiet. Even if I got the gun out and fired before he did, it would be pure chance if I hit him. The glass would shatter for sure, but unless I took all the time I needed to make absolutely certain the trajectory was exactly perpendicular to the window, the bullet would deflect. Perhaps radically. It could miss him altogether. And even if it hit him, it would be pure chance if it hurt him. I remembered kicking him in the kidney. Unless I happened to hit him in the eye or straight through the heart, he would think he'd been stung by a bee. I could buzz the window down, but it was very slow, and I could predict exactly what would happen. He would straighten his arm while the glass was moving and bring the right-hand Colt within 3 feet of my head. Even if I got the Beretta out real fast, he would still have a hell of a jump on me. The odds were not good. Not good at all. Stay alive, Leon Garber used to say. Stay alive and see what the next minute brings. Paulie dictated the next minute.
"Put it in park!"
he yelled. I heard him clearly, even through the thick glass. I moved the shifter into park.
"Right hand where I can see it!"
he yelled. I put my right palm up against the window, fingers extended, just like when I signaled I see 5 people to Duke.
"Open the door with your left!"
he yelled. I scrabbled blindly with my left hand and pulled the door release, pushed on the glass with my right. The door swung open. Cold air came in. I felt it around my knees.
"Both hands where I can see them,"
he said. He spoke quieter now the glass wasn't between us. He brought the left-hand Colt around on me. Now the car was out of gear. I looked at the twin muzzles. It was like sitting on the foredeck of a battleship looking up at a pair of naval guns. I put both hands where he could see them.
"Feet out of the car,"
he said. I swiveled on my butt, slowly on the leather. Got my feet out onto the blacktop. I felt like Terry Villanueva outside the college gate early in the morning of day 11.
"Stand up,"
he said.
"Step away from the car."
I levered myself upright, stepped away from the car. He pointed both guns directly at my chest. He was 4 feet away from me.
"Stand very still,"
he said. I stood very still.
"Richard!"
he called. Richard Beck came out of the gatehouse door. He was pale. I saw Elizabeth Beck behind him in the shadows. Her blouse was open at the front. She was clutching it tight around herself. Paulie grinned at me. A sudden lunatic grin. But the guns didn't waver, not even a fraction. They stayed rock steady.
"You came back a little too soon,"
he said.
"I was about to make him have sex with his mother."
Are you out of your mind? I said. What the hell is going on?
"I got a call,"
he said.
"That's what's going on."
I should have been back an hour and 20 minutes ago. Beck called you? He shook his head.
"Not Beck,"
he said.
"My boss."
Xavier? I said.
"Mr. Xavier,"
he said. He stared at me, like a challenge. The guns didn't move. I went shopping, I said. Stay alive, see what the next minute brings.
"I don't care what you did."
I couldn't find what I wanted, that's why I'm late.
"We expected you to be late.
Why?
We got new information."
I said nothing of that.
"Walk backward,"
he said.
"Through the gate."
He kept both guns 4 feet from my chest and walked forward while I walked backward through the gate. He matched me pace for pace. I stopped 20 feet inside, in the middle of the driveway. He stepped to one side and half turned so he could cover me on his left and Richard and Elizabeth on his right.
"Richard,"
he called,
"close the gate."
He kept the left-hand Colt aimed at me and swung the right-hand Colt towards Richard. Richard saw it coming round at him and stepped up and grabbed the gate and pushed it shut. It clanged into place, loud and metallic.
"Now chain it."
Richard fumbled with the chain. I heard it ringing and rattling against the iron. I heard the Cadillac idling quietly and obediently 40 feet away on the wrong side of the gate. I heard the waves pounding on the shore behind me, slow and regular and distant. I saw Elizabeth Beck in the gatehouse doorway. She was 10 feet away from the big machine gun hanging on its chain. It had no safety catch. But Paulie was in the blind spot. The back window couldn't see him.
"Lock it,"
Paulie called. Richard snapped the padlock shut.
"Now you and your mom go stand behind Reacher."
They met near the gatehouse door, walked towards me, passed right by me. They were both white and trembling. Richard's hair was blowing. I saw his scar. Elizabeth's blouse was still open. She had her arms crossed tight against her chest. I heard them both stop behind me. Heard their shoes on the blacktop as they shuffled round to face my back. Paulie stepped over to the center of the driveway, turned to face me. He was 10 feet away. Both barrels were aimed at my chest, one to the left side, one to the right. Jacketed .44 Magnums would go straight through me, and probably straight through Richard and Elizabeth, too. They might make it all the way to the house. Might break a couple of first-floor windows.
"Now Reacher holds his arms out by his sides,"
Paulie called. I held them out, away from my body, stiff and straight, angled down.
"Now Richard takes Reacher's coat off,"
Paulie called.
"He pulls it down from the collar."
I felt Richard's hands on my neck. They were cold. They grasped my collar and peeled the coat down. It slid off my shoulders and came down my arms. It pulled past one wrist, then past the other.
"Ball it up,"
Paulie called. I heard Richard balling it up.
"Bring it here,"
Paulie called. Richard came out from behind me carrying the balled coat. He got within 5 feet of Paulie and stopped.
"Throw it over the gate,"
Paulie said.
"Real far."
Richard threw it over the gate, real far. The arms flapped in the air, and it sailed up and then down, and I heard the dull padded thump of the Beretta in the pocket landing hard on the Cadillac's hood.
"Same thing with the jacket,"
Paulie said. Richard did the same thing with my jacket. It landed next to the coat on the Cadillac's hood and slid down the shiny paint and ended up on the road in a crumpled heap. I was cold. The wind was blowing and my shirt was thin. I could hear Elizabeth breathing behind me fast and shallow. Richard was just standing there, 5 feet from Paulie, waiting for his next instruction.
"Now you and your mom walk 50 paces,
Paulie said to him.
"Back towards the house."
Richard turned and walked back and passed by me again. I heard his mother get in step with him, heard them walk away together. I turned my head and saw them stop about 40 yards back and turn round and face front again. Paulie tracked backward towards the gate. 1 pace, 2, 3. He stopped 5 feet from it. His back was to it. He had me 15 feet in front of him, and I guessed he could see Richard and Elizabeth over my shoulder, maybe 100 feet farther on in the distance. We were all in a perfect straight line on the driveway, Paulie near the gate and facing the house, Richard and Elizabeth halfway to the house and facing back at him, me in the middle, trying to stay alive to see what the next minute would bring, facing Paulie, looking him square in the eye. He smiled.
"Okay,"
he said.
"Now watch carefully."
He stayed facing me the whole time. He maintained eye contact. He crouched down and placed both guns carefully on the blacktop by his feet, and then flipped them backward towards the base of the gate. I heard their steel frames scraping on the rough surface, saw them come to rest a yard behind him, saw his hands come back empty. He stood up again and showed me his palms.
"No guns,"
he said.
"I'm gonna beat you to death."
Chapter 12. I could still hear the Cadillac. It was idling gently. I could hear its lumpy V8 whisper and the faint liquid burble from its tailpipes. I could hear drive belts turning slowly under the hood. I could hear the muffler ticking as it adjusted to a new temperature.
"Rules,"
Paulie called.
"You get past me, you get the guns.
I said nothing.
You get to 'em, you can use 'em,"
he called. I said nothing. He was smiling.
"You understand?"
he called. I nodded, watched his eyes.
"Okay,"
he said.
"I won't touch the guns unless you run away. You do that, I'll pick 'em up and shoot you in the back. That's fair, right? You gotta stand and fight now."
I said nothing.
"Like a man,"
he called. Still, I said nothing. I was cold. No coat, no jacket.
"Like an officer and a gentleman,"
he said. I watched his eyes.
"We clear on the rules?"
he said. I said nothing. The wind was on my back.
"We clear on the rules?"
he said again. "Crystal," I said.
"You gonna run?"
he said. I said nothing.
"I think you will,"
he said.
"because you're a pussy."
I didn't react.
"Officer pussy,"
he said.
"rear echelon whore, coward."
I just stood there. He could call me all the names he wanted. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And I doubted he knew any words I hadn't heard 100,000 times before. Military cops are never very popular. I tuned his voice out, watched his eyes and his hands and his feet instead. Thought hard. I knew a lot about him. None of it was good. He was big, and he was crazy, and he was fast.
"Damn ATF spy!"
he called. Not exactly, I thought.
"Here I come!"
he called. He didn't move. I didn't either. I just stood my ground. He was full of meth and steroids. His eyes were blazing.
"Coming to get you!"
he sang. He didn't move. He was heavy and strong, very strong. If he hit me, I would go down, and if I went down, I would never get up again. I watched him. He came up on the balls of his feet, moved, fast, feinted left, and stopped. I stood still, held my ground, watched him, thought hard. He was heavier than nature intended, maybe by 100 or 150 pounds, maybe by more. So he was fast, but he wouldn't be fast forever. I took a breath. "Elizabeth tells me you can't get it up," I said. He stared in at me. I could still hear the Cadillac. I could still hear the waves. They were crashing in way behind the house. "Big guy," I said, "but not big everywhere." No reaction. "I bet my left-hand pinky is bigger," I said. I held it out, halfway curled into my palm. "And stiffer," I said. His face darkened. He seemed to swell up. He exploded at me, just launched himself forward with his right arm scything round in a giant roundhouse strike. I sidestepped his body and ducked under his arm and bounced up again and spun round. He stopped short on stiff legs and whipped back towards me. We had changed places. Now I was nearer the guns than he was. He panicked and came at me again. Same move. His right arm swung. I sidestepped and ducked, and we were back where we started. But he was breathing a little heavier than I was. "You're a big girl's blouse," I said. It was a term of abuse I had picked up somewhere. England, maybe. I had no idea what it meant. But it worked real well with a certain type of guy. It worked real well with Paulie. He came at me again, no hesitation, same exact move. This time I crashed an elbow into his side as I spun under his arm. It had no effect. He bounced straight off locked knees and came right back at me. I dodged away again and felt the breeze as his giant fist passed an inch above my head. He stood there panting. I was warming up nicely. I was beginning to feel I had some kind of chance. He was a very poor fighter. Lots of very big guys are. Either their sheer size is so intimidating it stops fights from ever starting in the first place, or else it lets them win every one directly after their first punch lands. Either way, they don't get much practice. They don't develop much finesse. And they get out of shape. Weights machines and treadmills are no substitute for the kind of urgent, anxious, breathless, tight-throat, high-speed, high-adrenaline fitness you need to fight on the street. I figured Paulie was a prime example. I figured he had weightlifted himself right out of the frame. I blew him a kiss. He swarmed through the air at me, came on like a pile driver. I dodged left and put an elbow in his face, and he connected with his left hand and knocked me sideways like I weighed nothing at all. I went down on one knee and got back up just in time to arch around his next crazy lunge. His fist missed my gut by a quarter inch, and its wild momentum pulled him past me and downward a little, which put the side of his head right in line for a left hook. I let go with everything I had from my toes on up. My fist crashed into his ear, and he staggered back, and I followed up with a colossal right to his jaw. Then I danced back and took a breather, and tried to see what damage I'd done. No damage. I had hit him 4 times, and it was like I hadn't hit him at all. The 2 elbows had been solid smashes, and the 2 punches had been as hard as anything I had ever thrown in my life. There was blood on his upper lip from the second elbow, but there was absolutely nothing else wrong with him. Theoretically, he should have been unconscious, in a coma. It was probably 30 years since I ever had to hit a guy more than 4 times. But he showed no pain, no concern. He wasn't unconscious. He wasn't in a coma. He was dancing around and smiling. He was relaxed, moving easy, huge, impregnable. There was no way to hurt him. I looked at him and knew for sure I had no chance at all. And he looked at me and knew exactly what I was thinking. He smiled wider, got balanced on the balls of both feet, and hunched his shoulders down low and held his hands out in front of him like claws. He stamped his feet, left, right, left, right. It was like he was pawing the ground, like he was going to come and get me and tear me apart. The smile distorted into a terrible wide grin of pleasure. He came straight at me and I dodged left. But he was ready for that maneuver, and he landed a right hook in the center of my chest. It felt exactly like being hit by a 400-pound weightlifter moving at 6 miles an hour. My sternum seemed to crack, and I thought my heart would stop from the shock. I came up off my feet and went down on my back. Then it was about choosing to live or choosing to die. I chose to live. Rolled over twice and pushed with my hands and levered myself upright. Jumped back and sideways and dodged a straight drive that would have killed me. After that, it was about staying alive and seeing what the next half-second would bring. My chest hurt badly, and my mobility was below 100%, but I dodged whatever he threw for about a minute. He was fast, but he wasn't talented. I got an elbow in his face. It cracked his nose. It should have punched it out the back of his head. But at least it started bleeding. He opened his mouth to breathe. I dodged and danced and waited. Caught a huge roundhouse punch on the left shoulder that nearly paralyzed my arm. Then he near missed with a right, and for a fraction of a split second his stance was wide open. His mouth was open because of the blood in his nose. I wound up and let go with a cigarette punch. It's a bar fight trick I learned long ago. You offer your guy a cigarette, and he takes it and lifts it to his lips and opens his mouth maybe 3/4 of an inch, whereupon you time it just right and land a huge uppercut under his chin. It slams his mouth shut and breaks his jaw and busts his teeth and maybe bites his tongue off. Thank you and good night. I didn't need to offer Paulie a cigarette because his mouth was already hanging open. So I just let go with the uppercut, gave it everything I had. It was a perfect blow. I was still thinking and still steady on my feet, and although I was small compared with him, I'm really a very big guy with a lot of training and experience. I landed the punch right where his jaw narrowed under his chin. Solid bone-to-bone contact. I came up on my toes and followed through a whole yard. It should have broken his neck as well as his jaw. His head should have come right off and rolled away in the dirt. But the blow did nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Just rocked him back an inch. He shook his head once and hit me in the face. I saw it coming and did all the right things. I whipped my head back and opened my mouth wide so I wouldn't lose teeth from both parts of my jaw. Because my head was moving backward, I took some momentum out of the blow, but it was still a tremendous impact, like being hit by a train, like a car wreck. My lights went out, and I went down hard and lost track of where I was, so the blacktop came up at me like a second huge punch in the back. Air thumped out of my lungs, and I saw a spray of blood from my mouth. The back of my head hit the driveway. The sky dimmed above me. I tried to move, but it was like a car that doesn't start with the first turn of the key. Click, nothing. I lost half a second. My left arm was weak, so I used my right. Got halfway off the floor, folded my feet under me, and heaved myself upright. I was dizzy. I was all over the place. But Polly was just standing still and watching me. And smiling. I realized he was going to take his time with me. I realized he was going to really enjoy himself. I looked for the guns. They were still behind him. I couldn't get to them. I had hit him 6 times, and he was laughing at me. He had hit me 3 times, and I was a mess. I was badly shaken up. I was going to die. I knew it with sudden clarity. I was going to die in Abbott, Maine, on a dull Saturday morning in late April. And half of me was saying, hey, we've all got to die. What does it matter exactly where or when? But the other half was blazing with the kind of fury and arrogance that has powered so much of my life. You gonna let this particular guy take you down? I followed the silent argument intently, and made my choice, and spat blood, and breathed hard, and shaped up one last time. My mouth hurt, my head hurt, my shoulder hurt, my chest hurt. I was sick and dizzy. I spat again, traced my teeth with my tongue. It made me feel like I was smiling. So look on the bright side. I had no fatal injuries, yet. I hadn't been shot. So I smiled for real and spat for the 3rd time and said to myself, okay, let's die fighting. Paulie was still smiling, too. He had blood on his face, but other than that, he looked completely normal. His tie was still neat. He still had his suit coat on. He still looked like he had basketballs stuffed up into the shoulders. He watched me shape up, and he smiled wider, and got down into the crouch again, and did the claw hands thing again, and started pawing the ground again. I figured I could dodge one more time, maybe twice, maybe 3 times if I was really lucky, and then it would be all over. Dead, in Maine, on an April Saturday. I pictured Dominique Cole in my mind, and I said, I tried, Dom. I really did. I faced front. I saw Paulie take a breath. Then I saw him move. He turned away, walked 10 feet, turned back. Then he came straight at me, fast. I dodged away. His coat slapped at me as he went past. In the corner of my eye, I saw Richard and Elizabeth far in the distance watching. Their mouths were open, like they were saying, those who are about to die, we salute you. Paulie switched direction fast and came towards me at a dead run. But then he got fancy, and I saw I was going to win after all. He tried to kick me martial arts style, which is about the stupidest thing you can do in a face-to-face street fight. As soon as you have one foot off the floor, you're off balance, and you're vulnerable. You're just begging to lose. He came at me fast with his body turned sideways like some kung fu idiot on the television. His foot was way up in the air, and he led with it, heel first, with his giant shoe held parallel with the ground. If he had connected, he would have killed me, no question. But he didn't connect. I rocked backward and caught his foot in both hands and just heaved it upward. Can I bench press 400 pounds? Well, let's find out, asshole. I put every ounce of my strength into it and jerked him right off the ground and got his foot way up in the air, and then I dropped him on his head. He sprawled in a stunned heap with his face turned towards me. The first rule of street fighting is when you get your guy on the ground, you finish him. No hesitation, no pause, no inhibition, no gentlemanly conduct. You finish him. Paulie had ignored that rule. I didn't. I kicked him as hard as I could in the face. Blood spurted and he rolled away from me, and I stamped on his right hand with my heel and shattered all the carpals and metacarpals and phalanges that he had in there. Then I did it again, 250 pounds of dead weight stamping down on broken bones. Then I stamped again and bust his wrist, then his forearm. He was superhuman. He rolled away and pushed himself upright with his left hand. He got on his feet and stepped away. I danced in, and he swung a huge left hook, and I knocked it aside and landed a short left on his broken nose. He rocked back, and I kneed him in the groin. His head snapped forward, and I hit him with the cigarette punch again, right-handed. His head snapped back, and I put my left elbow in his throat, stamped on his instep, once, twice, and then stabbed my thumbs in his eyes. He wheeled away, and I kicked his right knee from behind, and his leg folded up, and he went down again. I got my left foot on his left wrist. His right arm was completely useless. It was just flopping around. He was pinned, unless he could backhand 250 pounds vertically with his left arm alone, and he couldn't. I guess steroids only got you so far. So I stamped on his left hand with my right foot until I could see the shattered bones coming out through the skin. Then I spun and jumped and landed square on his solar plexus, stepped off him and kicked him hard in the top of his head, once, twice, 3 times, then again a 4th time, so hard my shoe fell apart and the email device came out and skittered away across the blacktop. It landed exactly where Elizabeth Beck's pager had landed when I had thrown it from the Cadillac. Paulie followed it with his eyes and stared at it. I kicked him in the head again. He sat up, just levered himself upright with the strength in his massive abs. Both arms hung uselessly by his sides. I grabbed his left wrist and turned his elbow inside out until the joint dislocated and then broke. He flapped his broken right wrist at me and slapped me with his bloody hand. I grabbed it in my left and squeezed the broken knuckles, just stared into his eyes and crushed the shattered bones. He didn't make a sound. I kept hold of his slimy hand and turned his right elbow inside out and fell on it with my knees and heard it break. Then I wiped my palms on his hair and walked away, made it to the gate and picked up the Colts. He stood up. It was an awkward move. His arms were useless. He slid his feet in toward his butt and jerked his weight forward onto them and levered himself upright. His nose was crushed and pouring with blood. His eyes were red and angry. "Walk," I said. I was out of breath. "To the rocks." He stood there like a stunned ox. There was blood in my mouth, loose teeth. I felt no satisfaction, none at all. I hadn't beaten him. He had beaten himself, with the kung fu nonsense. If he had come at me swinging, I would have been dead inside a minute. And we both knew it. "Walk," I said, "or I'll shoot you." His chin came up, like a question. "You're going in the water," I said. He just stood there. I didn't want to shoot him. I didn't want to have to move a 400-pound carcass 100 yards to the sea. He stood still, and my mind started working on the problem. Maybe I could wrap the gate chain round his ankles. Did Cadillacs have tow hooks? I wasn't sure. "Walk," I said again. I saw Richard and Elizabeth coming towards me. They were looping around in a wide circle. They wanted to get behind me without coming too close to Paulie. It was like he was a mythic figure, like he was capable of anything. I knew how they felt. He had 2 broken arms, but I was watching him like my life depended on it. Which it did. If he ran at me and knocked me over, he could crush me to death with his knees. I began to doubt that the Colts would do anything to him. I imagined him swarming at me and emptying 12 bullets into him and watching them hit without slowing him down at all. "Walk," I said. He walked. He turned away and started up the driveway. I followed 10 paces behind. Richard and Elizabeth moved farther onto the grass. We passed them, and they fell in behind me. At first I thought of telling them to stay where they were, but then I figured they had earned the right to watch, in their own separate ways. He followed the carriage circle round. He seemed to know where I wanted him. And he didn't seem to care. He passed by the garage block and headed behind the house and out onto the rocks. I followed, 10 paces back. I was limping because the heel had come off my right shoe. The wind was in my face. The sea was loud around us. It was rough and raging. He walked all the way to the head of Harley's Cleft. He stopped there and stood still, and then turned back to face me.
"I can't swim,"
he said. He slurred his words. I had broken some of his teeth and hit him hard in the throat. The wind howled around him. It lifted his hair and added another inch to his height. Spray blew past him, right at me. "No swimming involved," I replied. I shot him 12 times in the chest. All 12 bullets passed straight through him. Big chunks of flesh and muscle followed them out over the ocean. 1 guy, 2 guns, 12 loud explosions, $11.40 in ammunition. He went down backward into the water. Made a hell of a splash. The sea was rough, but the tide was wrong. It wasn't pulling. He just settled in the roiling water and floated. The ocean turned pink around him. He floated, static. Then he started drifting. He drifted out, very slowly, bucking up and down violently on the swell. He floated for a whole minute, then 2. He drifted 10 feet, then 20. He rolled over on his front with a loud sucking sound and pinwheeled slowly in the current. Then faster. He was trapped just underneath the surface of the water. His jacket was soaked and air was ballooned under it and leaking out of 12 separate bullet holes. The ocean was tossing him up and down like he weighed nothing at all. I put both empty guns on the rocks and squatted down and threw up into the ocean. Stayed down, breathing hard, watching him float, watching him spin, watching him drift away. Richard and Elizabeth kept themselves 20 feet from me. I cupped my hand and rinsed my face with cold salt water, closed my eyes, kept them closed for a long, long time. When I opened them again, I looked out over the rough surface of the sea and saw that he wasn't there anymore. He had finally gone under. I stayed down, breathed out, checked my watch. It was only 11 o'clock. I watched the ocean for a spell. It rose and fell. Waves broke and spray showered me. I saw the Arctic turn again. It was back, looking for a place to nest. My mind was blank. Then I started thinking, started scoping things out, started assessing the changed circumstances. I thought for 5 whole minutes, and eventually got round to feeling pretty optimistic. With Polly gone so early, I figured the endgame had just got a whole lot faster and easier. I was wrong about that, too. The first thing that went wrong was that Elizabeth Beck wouldn't leave. I told her to take Richard in the Cadillac and get the hell out. But she wouldn't go. She just stood there on the rocks with her hair streaming and her clothes flapping in the wind.
"This is my house,"
she said. "Pretty soon it's going to be a war zone," I said.
"I'm staying."
"I can't let you stay."
"I'm not leaving,"
she said.
"Not without my husband."
I didn't know what to tell her. I just stood there, getting colder. Richard came up behind me and circled round and looked out at the sea and then back at me.
"That was cool,"
he said.
"You beat him."
"No, he beat himself," I said. There were noisy seagulls in the air. They were fighting the wind, circling a spot in the ocean maybe 40 yards away. They were dipping down and pecking at the crests of the waves. They were eating floating fragments of Polly. Richard was watching them with blank eyes. "Talk to your mother," I said to him. "You need to convince her to get away."
"I'm not leaving,"
Elizabeth said again.
"Me either,"
Richard said.
"This is where we live. We're a family."
They were in some kind of shock. I couldn't argue with them. So I tried to put them to work instead. We walked up the driveway, slow and quiet. The wind tore at our clothes. I was limping because of my shoe. I stopped where the bloodstains started and retrieved the email device. It was broken. The plastic screen was cracked and it wouldn't turn on. I put it in my pocket. Then I found the heel rubber and sat cross-legged on the ground and put it back in place. Walking was easier after that. We reached the gate and unchained it and opened it, and I got my jacket and my coat back and put them on. I buttoned the coat and turned the collar up. Then I drove the Cadillac in through the gate and parked it near the gatehouse door. Richard chained the gate again. I went inside and opened the big Russian machine gun's breech and freed the ammunition belt. Then I lifted the gun off its chain, carried it outside into the wind, and put it sideways across the Cadillac's rear seat. I went back in and rolled the belt back into its box and took the chain off its ceiling hook and unscrewed the hook from the joist, carried the box and the chain and the hook outside and put them in the Cadillac's trunk.
"Can I help with anything?"
Elizabeth asked. "There are 20 more ammunition boxes," I said. "I want them all."
"I'm not going in there," she said. "Never again."
"Then I guess you can't help with anything." I carried 2 boxes at a time, so it took me 10 trips. I was still cold, and I was aching all over. I could still taste blood in my mouth. I stacked the boxes in the trunk and all over the floor and back and in the front passenger footwell. Then I slid into the driver's seat and tilted the mirror. My lips were split and my gums were rimed with blood. My front teeth at the top were loose. I was upset about that. They had always been misaligned, and they had been a little chipped for years. But I got 'em when I was 8, and I was used to 'em, and they were the only ones I had.
"Are you okay?"
Elizabeth asked. I felt the back of my head. There was a tender spot where I had hit the driveway. There was a serious bruise on the side of my left shoulder. My chest hurt, and breathing wasn't entirely painless. But overall I was okay. I was in better shape than Polly, which was all that mattered. I thumbed my teeth up into my gums and held them there. "Never felt better," I said.
"Your lip is all swollen."
"I'll live."
"We should celebrate."
I slid out of the car. "We should talk about getting you out of here," I said. She said nothing to that. The phone inside the gatehouse started ringing. It had an old-fashioned bell in it, low and slow and relaxing. It sounded faint and far away, muffled by the noise of the wind and the sea. It rang once, then twice. I walked round the Cadillac's hood and went inside and picked it up, said Polly's name and waited a beat, and heard Quinn's voice for the first time in 10 years.
"Did he show up yet?"
It said. I paused.
10 minutes ago,
I said. I kept my hand halfway over the mouthpiece and made my voice high and light. "Is he dead yet?" Quinn asked.
5 minutes ago,
I said. "Okay, stay ready. This is going to be a long day." You got that right, I thought. Then the phone clicked off, and I put it down and stepped back outside.
"Who was it?"
Elizabeth asked. "Quinn," I said. The first time I heard Quinn's voice was 10 years previously on a cassette tape. Cole had a telephone tap going. It was unauthorized, but back then military law was a lot more generous than civilian procedure. The cassette was a clear plastic thing that showed the little spools of tape inside. Cole had a player the size of a shoebox with her, and she clicked the cassette into it and pressed a button. My office filled with Quinn's voice. He was talking to an offshore bank, making financial arrangements. He sounded relaxed. He spoke clearly and slowly, with the neutral, homogenized accent you get from a lifetime in the Army. He read out account numbers and gave passwords and issued instructions concerning a total of $500,000. He wanted most of it moved to the Bahamas.
"He mails the cash,"
Cole said.
"To Grand Cayman first."
"Is that safe?" I said. She nodded.
"Safe enough. The only risk would be postal workers stealing it. But the destination address is a P.O. box, and he sends it book rate, and nobody steals books out of the mail. So he gets away with it.
$500,000 is a lot of money.
It's a valuable weapon.
Is it? That valuable?
Don't you think so?
I shrugged. Seems like a lot to me. For a lawn dart? She pointed at the tape player, pointed at Quinn's voice filling the air.
Well, that's what they're paying, obviously. I mean, how else did he get $500,000? He didn't save it out of his salary, that's for sure.
When will you make your move?
Tomorrow, she said. We'll have to. He's got the final blueprint. Gorosky says it's the key to the whole thing.
How will it go down?
Frasconi is dealing with the Syrian. He's going to mark the cash, with a judge advocate watching. Then we'll all observe the exchange. We'll open the briefcase that Quinn gives to the Syrian immediately, in front of the same judge. We'll document the contents, which will be the key blueprint. Then we'll go pick Quinn up. We'll arrest him and impound the briefcase that the Syrian gave to him. The judge can watch us open it later. We'll find the marked cash inside, and therefore we'll have a witnessed and documented transaction. And therefore Quinn will go down, and he'll stay down.
Watertight, I said. Good work.
Thank you,
she said. Will Frasconi be okay?
He'll have to be. I can't deal with the Syrian myself. Those guys are weird with women. They can't touch us, can't look at us. Sometimes they can't even talk to us. So Frasconi'll have to do it.
Want me to hold his hand?
His part is all off stage, she said. There's nothing much he can screw up.
I think I'll hold his hand anyway.
Thank you,
she said again. And he'll go with you to make the arrest. She said nothing. I can't send you one-on-one, I said. You know that. She nodded. But I'll tell him you're the lead investigator, I said. I'll make sure he understands it's your case.
Okay,
she said. She pressed the stop button on her tape player. Quinn's voice died halfway through a word. The word was going to be dollars, as in 200,000. But it came out as doll. He sounded bright and happy and alert, like a guy at the top of his game, fully aware he was busy playing and winning. Cole ejected the cassette, slipped it into her pocket. Then she winked at me and walked out of the office.
Who's Quinn?
Elizabeth Beck asked me 10 years later. Frank Xavier, I said. He used to be called Quinn. His full name is Francis Xavier Quinn.
You know him?
I nodded. Why else would I be here?
Who are you?
I'm a guy who knew Frank Xavier back when he was called Francis Xavier Quinn.
You work for the government.
I shook my head. This is strictly personal.
What will happen to my husband?
No idea, I said, and I don't really care either way. I went back inside Polly's little house and locked the front door, came out again and locked the back door behind me. Then I checked the chain on the gate. It was tight. I figured we could keep intruders out for a minute, maybe a minute and a half, which might be good enough. I put the padlock key in my pants pocket. Back to the big house now, I said. You'll have to walk, I'm afraid. I drove the Cadillac down the driveway with the ammunition boxes stacked behind and beside me. I saw Elizabeth and Richard in the mirror, hurrying side by side. They didn't want to get out of town, but they weren't too keen on being left alone, that was for sure. I stopped the car by the front door and backed it up, ready to unload. I opened the trunk and took the ceiling hook and the chain and ran upstairs to Duke's room. His window looked out along the whole length of the driveway. It would make an ideal gun port. I took the Beretta out of my coat pocket and snicked the safety off and fired it once into the ceiling. I saw Elizabeth and Richard 50 yards away stop dead and then start running towards the house. Maybe they thought I had shot the cook, or myself. I stood on a chair and punched through the bullet hole and raked the plaster back until I found a wooden joist. Then I aimed carefully and fired again and drilled a neat 9mm hole in the wood. I screwed the hook into it and slipped the chain into it and tested it with my weight. It held. I went back down and opened the Cadillac's rear doors. Elizabeth and Richard arrived, and I told them to carry the ammunition boxes. I carried the big machine gun. The metal detector on the front door squealed at it, loud and urgent. I carried it upstairs, hung it on the chain, and fed the end of the first belt into it, swung the muzzle to the wall, and opened the lower sash of the window, swung the muzzle back, and traversed it side to side, and ranged it up and down. It covered the whole width of the distant wall and the whole length of the driveway, down to the carriage circle. Richard stood and watched me. "Keep stacking the boxes," I said. Then I stepped over to the nightstand and picked up the outside phone, called Duffy at the motel. "You still want to help?" I asked her.
"Yes,"
she said. "Then I need all three of you at the house," I said, "quick as you can." After that, there was nothing more to be done until they arrived. I waited by the window and pressed my teeth into my gums with my thumb and watched the road. Watched Richard and Elizabeth struggling with the heavy boxes. Watched the sky. It was noon, but it was darkening. The weather was getting even worse. The wind was freshening. The North Atlantic coast in late April. Unpredictable. Elizabeth Beck came in and stacked a box. Breathed hard. Stood still.
"What's going to happen?"
she asked. "No way of telling," I said.
"What's this gun for?"
"It's a precaution."
"Against what?"
"Quinn's people," I said. "We've got our backs to the sea. We might need to stop them on the driveway."
"You're going to shoot at them?"
"If necessary."
"What about my husband?"
she asked. "Do you care?" She nodded.
"Yes, I do."
"I'm going to shoot at him, too." She said nothing. "He's a criminal," I said. "He can take his chances."
"The laws that make him a criminal are unconstitutional."
"You think?" She nodded again.
"The Second Amendment is clear."
"Take it to the Supreme Court," I said. "Don't bother me with it."
"People have the right to bear arms."
"Drug dealers don't," I said. "I never saw an amendment that says it's okay to fire automatic weapons in the middle of a crowded neighborhood, using bullets that go through brick walls one after the other, and through innocent bystanders one after the other, babies and children." She said nothing. "You ever seen a bullet hit a baby?" I said. "It doesn't slide right in like a hypodermic needle. It crushes its way through like a bludgeon, crushing and tearing." She said nothing. "Never tell a soldier that guns are fun," I said.
"The law is clear,"
she said. "So join the NRA," I said. "I'm happy right here in the real world."
"He's my husband."
"You said he deserved to go to prison."
"Yes,"
she said.
"but he doesn't deserve to die."
"You think?"
"He's my husband,"
she said again. "How does he make the sales?" I asked.
"He uses I-95,
she said.
He cuts the centers out of the cheap rugs and rolls the guns in them, like tubes or cylinders. Drives them to Boston or New Haven. People meet him there."
I nodded, remembered the stray carpet fibers I'd seen around.
"He's my husband,"
Elizabeth said. I nodded again. "If he's got the sense not to stand right next to Quinn, he might be okay."
"Promise me he'll be okay. Then I'll leave. With Richard."
"I can't promise," I said.
"Then we're staying."
I said nothing.
"It was never a voluntary association, you know,"
she said.
"With Xavier, I mean. You really need to understand that."
She moved to the window and gazed down at Richard. He was heaving the last ammunition case out of the Cadillac.
"There was coercion,"
she said. "Yes, I figured that out," I said.
"He kidnapped my son."
"I know," I said. Then she moved again and looked straight at me.
"What did he do to you?"
she asked. I saw Cole twice more that day as she prepared her end of the mission. She was doing everything right. She was like a chess player. She never did anything without looking 2 moves ahead. She knew the judge advocate she asked to monitor the transaction would have to disqualify himself from the subsequent court-martial, So she picked one she knew the prosecutors hated. It would be one less obstacle later. She had a photographer standing by to make a visual record. She had timed the drive out to Quinn's Virginia house. The file I had given her at the start now filled 2 cardboard boxes. The second time I saw her, she was carrying them. They were stacked one on top of the other, and her biceps were straining against their weight. "How's Gorosky holding up?" I asked her.
"Not good,"
she said.
"but he'll be out of the woods tomorrow."
"You're going to be famous."
"I hope not,"
she said.
"This should stay classified forever."
"Famous in the classified world," I said. "Plenty of people see that stuff."
"So I guess I should ask for my performance review," she said. "Day after tomorrow, maybe?"
"We should have dinner tonight," I said. "We should go out, like a celebration. Best place we can find, I'll buy."
"I thought you were on food stamps."
"I've been saving up."
"You've had plenty of opportunity. It's been a long case."
"Slow as molasses," I said. "That's your only problem, Cole. You're thorough, but you're slow." She smiled again and hitched the boxes higher.
"You should have agreed to date me,"
she said.
"Then I could have shown you how slow can be better than fast."
She carried the boxes away, and I met her 2 hours later at a restaurant in town. It was a smart place, so I had showered and put a clean uniform on. She showed up wearing a black dress, not the same one as before, no dots on it, just sheer black. It was very flattering, not that she needed the help. She looked about 18. "Great," I said. "They're going to think you're dining with your dad."
"My uncle, maybe," she said. "My dad's younger brother."
It was one of those meals where the food wasn't important. I can remember everything else about the evening, but I can't remember what I ordered. Steak, maybe, or ravioli. Something. I know we ate. We talked a lot, about the kind of stuff we probably wouldn't share with just anybody. I came very close to breaking down and asking her if she wanted to find a motel. But I didn't. We had a glass of wine each, and then switched to water. There was an unspoken agreement we needed to stay sharp for the next day. I paid the bill, and we left at midnight, separately. She was bright, even though it was late. She was full of life and energy and focus. She was bubbling with anticipation. Her eyes were shining. I stood on the street and watched her drive away.
"Someone's coming,"
Elizabeth Beck said 10 years later. I glanced out the window and saw a great Taurus far in the distance. The color blended with the rock and the weather and made it hard to see. It was maybe 2 miles away, coming round a curve in the road, moving fast. Villanueva's car. I told Elizabeth to stay put and keep an eye on Richard, and I went downstairs and out the back door. I retrieved Angel Doll's keys from my hidden bundle, put them in my jacket pocket. I took Duffy's Glock and her spare magazines, too. I wanted her to get them back intact. It was important to me. She was already in enough trouble. I stashed them in my coat pocket with my Beretta and walked round to the front of the house and got in a Cadillac, drove it up to the gate and slid out and waited out of sight. The Taurus stopped outside the gate, and I saw Villanueva at the wheel with Duffy next to him and Elliot in the back. I stepped out of hiding and took the chain off the gate and swung it open. Villanueva eased through and stopped nose to nose with the Cadillac. Then 3 doors opened and they all climbed out into the cold and stared at me. "What the hell happened to you?" Villanueva said. I touched my mouth. It felt swollen and tender. "Walked into a door," I said. Villanueva glanced at the gatehouse. "Or a doorman," he said. "Am I right?"
"You okay?"
Duffy asked. "I'm in better shape than the doorman," I said.
"Why are we here?"
"Plan B," I said. "We're going to Portland, but if we don't find what we need up there, we're going to have to come back here and wait. So 2 of you are coming out with me right now, and the other one is staying here to hold the fort." I turned round and pointed at the house. "The center second-floor window has got a big machine gun mounted in it to cover the approach. I need one of you in there manning it." Nobody volunteered. I looked straight at Villanueva. He was old enough to have been drafted way back. He must have spent time around big machine guns. You do it, Terry, I said. Not me, he said. I'm coming out with you to find Teresa. He said it like there was going to be no way to argue with him. Okay, I'll do it, Elliot said. Thanks, I said. You ever seen a Vietnam movie? Seen the door gunner on a Huey? That's you. If they come, they won't try to get through the gate. They'll go in the front window of the gatehouse and out the back door or the back window. So you be ready to hose them down as they come out. What if it's dark? We'll be back before dark. Okay, who's in the house? Beck's family. They're non-combatants, but they won't leave. And the cook. What about Beck himself? He'll come back with the others. If he got away in the confusion, it wouldn't break my heart. But if he got hit in the confusion, it wouldn't break my heart either. Okay. They probably won't show up, I said. They're busy. This all is just a precaution. Okay, he said again. You keep the Cadillac, I said. We'll take the Taurus. Villanueva got back on the Ford and reversed it out through the gate again. I walked out with Duffy and closed the gate from the outside and chained it and locked it and tossed the padlock key over to Elliot. See you later, I said. He turned the Cadillac round, and I watched him drive it down towards the house. Then I got in the Taurus with Duffy and Villanueva. She took the front seat, I took the back. I got her Glock and her spare magazines out of my pocket and passed them forward to her, like a little ceremony. Thanks for the loan, I said. She put the Glock in her shoulder holster and the magazines in her purse.
You're very welcome,
she said. Teresa first, Villanueva said. Quinn second, okay? Agreed, I said. He turned on the road and took off west. So where do we look? He said. Choice of 3 locations, I said. There's the warehouse, there's a city center office, and there's a business park near the airport. Can't keep a prisoner in a city center office building over the weekend. And the warehouse is too busy. They just had a big shipment. So my vote goes with the business park. I-95 or Route 1? Route 1, I said. We drove in silence, 15 miles inland, and turned north on Route 1 towards Portland. Chapter 13. It was early afternoon on a Saturday, so the business park was quiet. It was rinsed clean by rain, and it looked fresh and new. The metal buildings glowed like dull pewter under the gray of the sky. We cruised through the network of streets at maybe 20 miles an hour. Saw nobody. Quinn's building looked locked up tight. I turned my head as we drove by and studied the sign again. Xavier Export Company. The words were professionally etched on thick stainless steel, but the oversized X's looked like an amateur's idea of graphic design.
Why does it say export?
Duffy asked.
He's importing stuff, surely.
How do we get in? Villanueva asked. We break in, I said. Through the rear, I guess. The buildings were laid out back to back, with neat parking lots in front of each of them. Everything else in the park was either a road or new lawn bounded by neat poured concrete curbs. There were no fences anywhere. The building directly behind Quinn's was labeled Paul Keast and Chris Maiden Professional Catering Services. It was closed up and deserted. I could see past it all the way to Quinn's back door, which was a plain metal rectangle painted dull red.
Nobody around,
Duffy said. There was a window on Quinn's back wall near the red door. It was made from pebbled glass, probably a bathroom window. It had iron bars over it. Security system? Villanueva said. On a new place like this? I said. Almost certainly. Wired direct to the cops? I doubt it, I said. That wouldn't be smart for a guy like Quinn. He doesn't want the cops snooping around every time some kid busts his windows. Private company? That's my guess, or his own people. So how do we do it? We do it real fast. Get in and out before anybody reacts. We can risk 5 or 10 minutes, probably. 1 at the front and 2 at the back? You got it, I said. You take the front. I told him to pop the trunk, and then Duffy and I slid out. The air was cold and damp, and the wind was blowing. I took the tire iron out from under the spare wheel and closed the trunk lid and watched the car drive away. Duffy and I walked down the side of the catering place and across the dividing lawn to Quinn's bathroom window. I put my ear against the cold metal siding and listened. Heard nothing. Then I looked at the window bars. They were made up from a shallow one-piece rectangular iron basket that was secured by 8 machine screws, 2 on each of the 4 sides of the rectangle. The screws went through welded flanges the size of quarters. The screw heads themselves were the size of nickels. Duffy pulled the Glock out of her shoulder holster. I heard it scrape on the leather. I checked the Beretta in my coat pocket, held the tire iron two-handed, put my ear back on the siding. Heard Villanueva's car pull up at the front of the building. I could hear the beat of the engine coming through the metal. I heard his door open and close. He left the engine running. I heard his feet on the front walkway. "Stand by," I said. I felt Duffy move behind me. Heard Villanueva knocking loudly on the front door. I stabbed the tire iron end on into the siding next to one of the screws, made a shallow dent in the metal, shoved the iron sideways into it and under the bars, and hauled on it. The screw held. Clearly it went through the siding all the way into the steel framing. So I reseated the iron and jerked harder. Once, twice. The screw head broke off, and the bars moved a little. I had to break 6 screw heads in total. Took me nearly 30 seconds. Villanueva was still knocking. Nobody was answering. When the 6th screw broke, I grabbed the bars themselves and hauled them open 90 degrees like a door. The 2 remaining screws screeched in protest. I picked up the tire iron again and smashed the pebbled glass, reached in with my hand and found the catch and pulled the window open, took out the Beretta and went headfirst into the bathroom. It was a small cubicle, maybe 6 by 4. There was a toilet and a sink with a small frameless mirror, a trash can and a shelf with spare toilet rolls and paper towels on it, a bucket and a mop propped in a corner, clean linoleum on the floor, a strong smell of disinfectant. I turned round and checked the window. There was a small alarm pad screwed to the sill, but the building was still quiet. No siren. A silent alarm. Now a phone would be ringing somewhere, or an alert would be flashing on a computer screen. I stepped out of the bathroom into a back hallway. Nobody there. It was dark. I faced front and backed away to the rear door, fumbled behind me without looking and unlocked it, pulled it open, heard Duffy step inside. She had probably done 6 weeks at Quantico during her basic training, and she still remembered the moves. She held the Glock two-handed and slid past me and took up station by a door that was going to lead out of the hallway into the rest of the building. She leaned her shoulder on the jamb and crooked her elbows to pull the gun up out of my way. I stepped forward and kicked the door and went through it and dodged left, and she spun after me and went to the right. We were in another hallway. It was narrow. It ran the whole length of the building, all the way to the front. There were rooms off it, left and right. 6 rooms, 3 on either side. 6 doors, all of them closed.
"Front," I whispered. "Villanueva."
We crabbed our way along, back to back, covering each door in turn. They stayed closed. We made it to the front door, and I unlocked it and opened it up. Villanueva stepped through and closed it again behind him. He had a Glock 17 in his gnarled old hand. It looked right at home there.
"Alarm?" he whispered. "Silent," I whispered back. "So let's be quick." "Room by room," I whispered.
It wasn't a good feeling. We had made so much noise that nobody in the building could have any doubt we were there, and the fact that they hadn't blundered out to confront us meant they were smart enough to sit tight with their hammers back and their sights trained chest high at the inside of their doors. And the center hallway was only about 3 feet wide. It didn't give us much room for maneuver. Not a good feeling. The doors were all hinged on the left, so I put Duffy on my left facing out to cover the doors opposite. I didn't want us all facing the same way. I didn't want to get shot in the back. Then I put Villanueva on my right. His job was to kick in the doors one by one. I took the center. My job was to go in first, room by room. We started with the front room on the left. Villanueva kicked the door hard. The lock broke and the frame splintered and the door crashed open. I went straight in. The room was empty. It was a 10 by 10 square with a window and a desk and a wall of filing cabinets. I came straight out and we all spun round and hit the room opposite, immediately. Duffy covered our backs and Villanueva kicked the door and I went in. It was empty too. But it was a bonus. The partition wall between it and the next room had been removed. It was 10 by 20. It had 2 doors to the hallway. There were 3 desks in the room. There were computers and phones. There was a coat rack in the corner with a woman's raincoat hanging on it. We crossed the hallway to the 4th door, the 3rd room. Villanueva kicked the door and I rolled around the jamb. Empty. Another 10 by 10 square, no window. A desk with a big cork notice board behind it. Lists pinned to the cork. An oriental carpet covering most of the linoleum. 4 down, 2 to go. We chose the back room on the right. Villanueva hit the door, I went in. It was empty. 10 by 10, white paint, gray linoleum. Completely bare. Nothing in it at all. Except blood stains. They had been cleaned up, but not well. There were brown swirls on the floor where an overloaded mop had pushed them around. There was splatter on the walls. Some of it had been wiped. Some of it had been missed altogether. There were lacy trails up to waist height. The angles between the baseboards and the linoleum were rimed with brown and black. "The maid," I said. Nobody replied. We stood still for a long silent moment. Then we backed out and turned round and hit the last door, hard. I went in, gun first. And stopped dead. It was a prison. And it was empty. It was 10 by 10. It had white walls and a low ceiling, no windows, gray linoleum on the floor, a mattress on the linoleum, wrinkled sheets on the mattress, dozens of Chinese food cartons all over the place, empty plastic bottles that had held spring water.
"She was here,"
Duffy said. I nodded. "Just like in the basement up at the house." I stepped all the way inside and lifted up the mattress. The word Justice was smeared on the floor, big and obvious, painted with a finger. Underneath it was today's date, 6 numbers, month, day, year, fading and then strengthening as she had reloaded her fingertip with something black and brown. "She's hoping we'll track her," Villanueva said. "Day by day, place by place. Smart kid."
"Is that written in blood?"
Duffy said. I could smell stale food and stale breath all through the room. I could smell fear and desperation. She had heard the maid die. 2 thin doors wouldn't have blocked much sound. "Hoisin sauce," I said. "I hope."
"How long since they moved her?"
I looked inside the closest cartons. 2 hours, maybe.
"Shit."
"So let's go," Villanueva said. "Let's go find her."
5 minutes, Duffy said. "I need to get something I can give to ATF to make this whole thing right."
"We haven't got 5 minutes," Villanueva said. 2 minutes, I said. "Grab what you can and look at it later." We backed out of the cell. Nobody looked at the charnel house opposite. Duffy led us back to the room with the oriental carpet. Smart choice, I thought. It was probably Quinn's own office. He was the kind of guy who would give himself a rug. She took a thick file marked pending from a desk drawer and pulled all the lists off the corkboard. "Let's go," Villanueva said again. We came out through the front door exactly 4 minutes after I had gone in through the bathroom window. It had felt more like 4 hours. We piled into the gray Taurus and we were back on Route 1 a minute after that. "Stay north," I said. "Head for the city center." We were quiet at first. Nobody looked at anybody. Nobody spoke. We were thinking about the maid. I was in the back, and Duffy was in the front with Quinn's paperwork spread over her knees. Traffic across the bridge was slow. There were shoppers heading into the city. They were cautious. The roadway was slick with rain and salt spray. Duffy shuffled papers, glancing at one after another. Then she broke the silence. It was a relief.
"This is all pretty cryptic,"
she said.
"We've got an XX and a BB.
"Xavier Export Company and Bizarre Bazaar," I said.
BB is importing," she said. "XX is exporting. But they're obviously linked. They're like 2 halves of the same operation."
I don't care, I said. I just want Quinn. And Teresa, Villanueva said.
First quarter spreadsheet,
Duffy said.
They're on track to turn over $22 million this year. That's a lot of guns, I guess.
$250,000 Saturday night specials, I said. Or 4 Abrams tanks.
Mossberg,
Duffy said.
You heard that name?
Why? I said.
XX just received a shipment from them.
O.F. Mossberg and Sons, I said. From New Haven, Connecticut, shotgun manufacturer.
What's a persuader?
A shotgun, I said. The Mossberg M500 Persuader. It's a paramilitary weapon.
XX is sending persuaders someplace. 200 of them. Total invoice value $60,000. Basically in exchange for something BB is receiving.
Import-export, I said. That's how it works.
But the prices don't add up,
she said.
BB's incoming shipment is invoiced at $70,000. So XX is coming out $10,000 ahead.
The magic of capitalism, I said.
No, wait, there's another item. Now it balances. 200 Mossberg Persuaders plus a $10,000 bonus item to make the values match.
What's the bonus item? I said.
It doesn't say. What would be worth 10 grand?
I don't care, I said again. She shuffled more paper.
Keystone Maiden, she said. Where do we see those names?
The building behind Quinn's, I said. The caterers.
He hired them, she said. They're delivering something today.
Where?
Doesn't say.
What kind of something?
Doesn't say. 18 items at $55 each. Almost $1,000 worth of something.
Where to now? Villanueva said. We were off the bridge and looping north and west with the park on our left. Make the second right, I said. We pulled straight into Missionary House's underground garage. There was a rent-a-cop in a fancy uniform in a booth. He logged us in without paying a whole lot of attention. Then Villanueva showed him his DEA badge and told him to sit tight and keep quiet. Told him not to call anybody. Behind him, the garage was quiet. There were maybe 80 spaces and fewer than a dozen cars in them. But one of them was the gray Grand Marquis I had seen outside Beck's warehouse that morning.
This is where I took the photographs,
Duffy said. We drove to the back of the garage and parked in a corner. Got out and took the elevator up one floor to the lobby. There was some tired marble decor and a building directory. The Xavier Export Company shared the 4th floor with a law firm called Lewis, Strange & Greville. We were happy about that. It meant there would be an interior hallway up there. We wouldn't be stepping straight out of the elevator into Quinn's offices. We got back in the elevator and pressed 4, faced front. The doors closed and the motor whined. We stopped on 4. We heard voices. The elevator bell pinged. The doors opened. The hallway was full of lawyers. There was a mahogany door on the left with a brass plate marked Lewis, Strange & Greville, Attorneys at Law. It was open, and 3 people had come out through it and were standing around waiting for one of them to close it. 2 men, 1 woman. They were in casual clothes. They were all carrying briefcases. They all looked happy. They all turned and looked at us. We stepped out of the elevator. They smiled and nodded at us, like you do with strangers in a small hallway. Or maybe they thought we had come to consult with them on a legal matter. Villanueva smiled back and nodded toward Xavier Export's door. It's not you we're looking for, it's them. The woman lawyer looked away and squeezed past us into the elevator. Her partners locked up their office and joined her. The elevator doors closed on them, and we heard the car whining down.
Witnesses,
Duffy whispered.
Shit.
Villanueva pointed at Xavier Export's door. And there's someone in there. Those lawyers didn't seem surprised that we should be up here at this time on a Saturday, so they must know there's someone in there. Maybe they thought we've got an appointment or something. I nodded. One of the cars in the garage was at Beck's warehouse this morning.
Quinn?
Duffy said. I sincerely hope so. We agreed. Teresa first, Villanueva said, then Quinn. I'm changing the plan, I said. I'm not walking away, not if he's in there, not if he's a target of opportunity.
But we can't go in anyway, Duffy said. We've been seen.
You can't go in, I said. I can.
What, alone?
That's the way I want it, him and me.
We left a trail.
So roll it up. Go back to the garage and drive away. The guard'll log you out. Then call this office 5 minutes later. Between the garage log and the phone log, it'll be on record that nothing happened while you were here.
But what about you? It'll be on record that we left you in here.
I doubt it, I said. I don't think the garage guy paid that much attention. I don't think he counted heads or anything. He just wrote down the plate number. She said nothing. I don't care anyway, I said. I'm a hard person to find, and I plan to get harder. She looked at the law firm's door, then at Xavier Exports, then at the elevator, then at me.
Okay,
she said.
We'll leave you to it. I really don't want to, but I really have to. You understand?
Completely, I said.
Teresa might be in there with him,
Villanueva whispered. I nodded. If she is, I'll bring her to you. Meet me at the end of the street, 10 minutes after you make the phone call. They both hesitated a second, and then Duffy put her finger on the elevator call button. We heard noises in the shaft as the machinery started.
Take care,
she said. The bell pinged and the doors opened. They stepped in. Villanueva glanced out at me and hit the button for the lobby, and the doors closed on them like theater curtains, and they were gone. I stepped away and leaned on the wall on the far side of Quinn's door. It felt good to be alone. I put my hand around the Beretta's grip in my pocket and waited. I imagined Duffy and Villanueva stepping out of the elevator and walking to their car, driving it out of the garage, getting noticed by the guard, parking round the corner and calling information, getting Quinn's number. I turned and stared at the door, imagined Quinn on the other side of it, at his desk, with a phone in front of him. I stared at the door like I could see him right through it. The first time I ever saw him was on the actual day of the bust. Frasconi had done well with the Syrian. The guy was all squared away. Frasconi was very adequate in a situation like that. Give him time and a clear objective, and he could deliver. The Syrian brought cash money with him from inside his embassy, and we all sat down together in front of the judge advocate and counted it. There was $50,000. We figured it was the final installment of many. We marked each bill separately. We even marked the briefcase. We put the judge advocate's initials on it with clear nail varnish near one of the hinges. The judge advocate wrote up an affidavit for the file, and Frasconi held on to the Syrian, and Cole and I moved into position, ready for the surveillance itself. Her photographer was already standing by in a second-floor window in a building across the street from the cafe and 20 yards south. The judge advocate joined us 10 minutes later. We were using a utility truck parked at the curb. It had portholes with one-way glass. Cole had borrowed it from the FBI. She had drafted 3 grunts to complete the illusion. They were wearing power company overalls and actually digging up the street. We waited. There was no conversation. There wasn't much air in the truck. The weather was warm again. Frasconi released the Syrian after 40 minutes. He came strolling into view from the north. He had been warned what would happen if he gave us away. Cole had written the script, and Frasconi had delivered it. They were threats we probably wouldn't have carried out. But he didn't know that. I guess they were plausible, based on what happened to people in Syria. He sat down at a sidewalk table. He was 10 feet from us. He put his briefcase on the floor, level with the side of the table. It was like a second guest. The waiter came and took his order. Came back after a minute with an espresso. The Syrian lit a cigarette, smoked it halfway down, and crushed it out in the ashtray.
The Syrian is waiting,
Cole said quietly. She had a tape recorder running. Her idea was to have a real-time audio record as a backup. She was wearing her dress greens, ready for the arrest. She looked real good in them. Check, the judge said. The Syrian is waiting. The Syrian finished his coffee and waved to the waiter for another. He lit another cigarette. Does he always smoke so much? I asked.
Why?
Cole said. Is he warning Quinn off?
No, he always smokes,
Cole said. Okay, I said. but they're bound to have an abort sign.
He won't use it. Frasconi really put a fright in him.
We waited. The Syrian finished his second cigarette. He put his hands flat on the table. He drummed his fingers. He looked okay. He looked like a guy waiting for another guy who was maybe a little overdue. He lit another cigarette. I don't like all this smoking, I said.
Relax. He's always like this,
Cole said. Makes him look nervous. Quinn could pick up on it.
It's normal. He's from the Middle East.
We waited. I watched the crowd build up. It was close to lunchtime.
Now Quinn is approaching,
Cole said. Check, the judge replied. Quinn is approaching now. I looked to the south. Saw a tidy-looking guy, neat and trim, maybe 6'2" and something under 200 pounds. He looked a little younger than 40. He had black hair with a little gray in it in front of his ears. He was wearing a blue suit with a white shirt and a dull red tie. He looked just like everybody else in D.C. He moved fast, but he made it look slow. He was neat in his movements, clearly fit and athletic, almost certainly a jogger. He was carrying a Halliburton briefcase. It was the exact twin of the Syrian's. It flashed slightly gold in the sunlight. The Syrian laid his cigarette in the ashtray and sketched a wave. He looked a little uneasy, but I guessed that was appropriate. Big-time espionage in the heart of your enemy's capital is not a game. Quinn saw him and moved towards him. The Syrian stood up and they shook hands across the table. I smiled. They had a smart system going. It was a tableau so familiar in Georgetown that it was almost invisible. An American in a suit shaking hands with a foreigner across a table loaded with coffee cups and ashtrays. They both sat down. Quinn shuffled on his chair and got comfortable and placed his briefcase tight alongside the one that was already there. At a casual glance, the two cases looked like one in a larger size.
Briefcases are adjacent,
Cole said into the microphone. Check, the judge said. The briefcases are adjacent. The waiter came back with the Syrian's second espresso. Quinn said something to him, and he left again. The Syrian said something to Quinn. Quinn smiled. It was a smile of pure control, pure satisfaction. The Syrian said something else. He was playing his part. He thought he was saving his life. Quinn craned his neck and looked for the waiter. The Syrian picked up his cigarette again and turned his head the other way and blew smoke directly at us. Then he put the cigarette out in the ashtray. The waiter came back with Quinn's drink, a large cup, probably white coffee. The Syrian sipped his espresso. Quinn drank his coffee. They didn't talk.
They're nervous,
Cole said. Excited, I said. They're nearly through. This is the last meeting. The winning post is in sight for both of them. They just want to get it done.
Watch the briefcases,
Cole said. Watching them, the judge replied. Quinn put his cup down on the saucer, scraped his chair back, reached forward with his right hand, picked up the Syrian's case. Quinn has the Syrian's case, the judge said. Quinn stood up, said one last thing, and turned round and walked away. There was a spring in his step. We watched him until he was out of sight. The Syrian was left with the bill. He paid it and walked away north until Frasconi stepped out of a doorway and took his arm and led him right back towards us. Cole opened up the truck's rear door, and Frasconi pushed the guy inside. We didn't have much space with 5 people in the truck. Open the case, the judge said. Up close, the Syrian looked a lot more nervous than he had through the glass. He was sweating, and he didn't smell too good. He laid the case flat on the floor and squatted in front of it, glanced at each of us in turn, and clicked the catches and lifted the lid. The case was empty. I heard the phone ring inside the Xavier Export Company's office. The door was thick and heavy, and the sound was muffled and far away. But it was a phone, and it was ringing exactly 5 minutes after Duffy and Villanueva must have left the garage. It rang twice and was answered. I didn't hear any conversation. I guessed Duffy would make up some kind of a wrong number story. I guessed she would keep it going just long enough to look significant in a phone log. I gave it a minute. Nobody keeps a bogus call going longer than 60 seconds. I took the Beretta out of my pocket and pulled open the door, stepped inside into a wide-open reception area. There was dark wood and carpet. An office to the left, closed up. An office to the right, closed up. A reception desk in front of me. A person at the desk in the act of hanging up a phone. Not Quinn. It was a woman. She was maybe 30 years old. She had fair hair, blue eyes. In front of her was an acetate plaque in a wooden holder. It said, Emily Smith. Behind her was a coat rack. There was a raincoat on it, and a black cocktail dress sheathed in dry cleaner's plastic hanging on a wire hanger. I fumbled behind my back left-handed and locked the hallway door. Watched Emily Smith's eyes. They were staring straight at me. They didn't move. They didn't turn left or right towards either office door. So she was probably alone. And they didn't drop towards a purse or a desk drawer. So she was probably unarmed.
"You're supposed to be dead,"
she said. Am I? She nodded vaguely, like she couldn't process what she was seeing.
"You're Reacher," she said. "Paulie told us he took you out."
I nodded. Okay, I'm a ghost. Don't touch the phone. I stepped forward and looked at her desk. No weapons on it. The phone was a complicated multi-line console. It was all covered in buttons. I leaned down left-handed and ripped its cord out of its socket. Stand up, I said. She stood up, just pushed her chair back and levered herself upright. Let's check the other rooms, I said.
"There's nobody here,"
she said. There was fear in her voice, so she was probably telling me the truth. Let's check anyway, I said. She came out from behind her desk. She was a foot shorter than me. She was wearing a dark skirt and a dark shirt, smart shoes, which I figured would go equally well later with her cocktail dress. I put the Beretta's muzzle against her spine and bunched the back of her shirt collar in my left hand and moved her forward. She felt small and fragile. Her hair fell over my hand. It smelled clean. We checked the left-hand office first. She opened the door for me, and I pushed her all the way inside and stepped sideways and moved out of the doorway. I didn't want to get shot in the back from across the reception area. It was just an office, a decent-sized space, nobody in it. There was an oriental carpet and a desk. There was a bathroom, just a small cubicle with a toilet and a sink, nobody in it. So I spun around and moved her all the way across the reception area and into the right-hand office. Same decor, same type of oriental carpet, same type of desk. It was unoccupied, nobody in it, no bathroom. I kept tight hold of her collar and pushed her back to the center of the reception area, stopped her right next to her desk. Nobody here, I said.
"I told you,"
she said. So where is everybody? She didn't answer, and I felt her stiffen, like she was going to make a big point out of not answering. Specifically, where is Teresa Daniel? I said. No reply. Where's Xavier? I said. No reply. How do you know my name?
"Beck told Xavier. He asked his permission to employ you."
Xavier checked me out?
"As far as he could."
And he gave Beck his okay?
"Obviously."
So why did he set Paulie on me this morning? She stiffened again.
"The situation changed."
This morning? Why?
"He got new information."
What information?
"I don't know exactly," she said. "Something about a car."
The sob? The maid's missing notes?
"He made certain deductions," she said. "Now he knows all about you."
Figure of speech, I said. Nobody knows all about me.
"He knows you were talking to ATF."
Like I said, nobody really knows anything.
"He knows what you've been doing here."
Does he? Do you?
"He didn't tell me."
Where do you fit in?
"I'm his operations manager."
I wrapped her shirt collar tighter in my left fist and moved the Beretta's muzzle and used it to itch my cheek where the bruising was tightening the skin. I thought about Angel Dahl and John Chapman Duke and 2 bodyguards whose names I didn't even know, and Paulie. I figured adding Emily Smith to the casualty list wasn't going to cost me much in a cosmic sense. I put the gun to her head. I heard a plane in the distance leaving from the airport. It roared through the sky less than a mile away. I figured I could just wait for the next one and pull the trigger. Nobody'd hear a thing. And she probably deserved it. Or maybe she didn't. "Where is he?" I said.
I don't know.
"You know what he did 10 years ago?" "Live or die, Emily." If she knew, she would say so, for sure, out of pride or inclusion or self-importance. She wouldn't be able to keep it in. And if she knew, she deserved to die. Because to know and to still work with the guy made it that way.
No, he never told me,
She said.
I didn't know him 10 years ago.
"You sure?"
Yes.
I believed her. "You know what happened to Beck's maid?" I said. A truthful person is perfectly capable of saying no, but generally they stop and think about it first. Maybe they come out with some questions of their own. It's human nature.
Who?
She said.
No. What?
I breathed out. "Okay," I said. I put the Beretta back in my pocket and let go of her collar and turned her round and trapped both her wrists together in my left hand. Picked up the electrical cord from the phone with my right. Then I straight-armed her into the left-hand office and all the way through to the bathroom, shoved her inside. "The lawyers next door have gone home," I said. "There won't be anybody in the building until Monday morning, so go ahead and shout and scream all you want, but nobody'll hear you." She said nothing. I closed the door on her, tied the phone cord tight around the knob, opened the office door as wide as it would go, and tied the other end of the cord to its handle. She could haul on the inside of the bathroom door all weekend long without getting anywhere. Nobody can break electrical wire by pulling on it lengthwise. I figured she'd give up after an hour and sit tight and drink water from the sink faucet and use the toilet and try to pass the time. I sat down at her desk. I figured an operations manager should have some interesting paperwork. But she didn't. The best thing I found was a copy of the Keyston Maiden order, the caterers, 18 at $55. Somebody had penciled a note on the bottom, a woman's handwriting, probably Emily Smith's own. The note said, "Lamb, not pork." I swiveled her chair round and looked at the wrapped dress on the coat rack. Then I swiveled it back and checked my watch. My 10 minutes were up. I rode the elevator to the garage and left by a fire exit in the rear. The rent-a-cop didn't see me. I walked round the block and came up on Duffy and Villanueva from behind. Their car was parked on the corner, and they were together in the front, staring forward through the windshield. I guessed they were hoping to see two people walking down the street towards them. I opened the door and slid into the back seat, and they spun round and looked disappointed. I just shook my head. "Neither of them," I said.
Somebody answered the phone.
Duffy said. "A woman called Emily Smith," I said. "His operations manager. She wouldn't tell me anything."
What did you do with her?
"Locked her in the bathroom. She's out of the picture until Monday." "You should have sweated her," Villanueva said. "You should have pulled her fingernails out." "Not my style," I said. "But you can go right ahead if you want. Feel free. She's still up there. She's not going anywhere." He just shook his head and sat still.
So what now?
Duffy asked.
So what now?
Cole asked. We were still inside the utility truck. Cole, the judge advocate, and me. Frasconi had taken the Syrian away. Cole and I were thinking hard, and the judge was in the process of washing his hands of the whole thing. "I was only here to observe," he said. "I can't give you legal advice. It wouldn't be appropriate. And frankly, I wouldn't know what to tell you anyway." He glared at us and let himself out the rear door and just walked away. He didn't look back. I guess that was the downside of picking out a royal pain in the ass for an observer. Unintended consequences.
I mean, what happened?
Cole said.
What exactly did we see?
Only two possibilities, I said. One, he was ripping the guy off, plain and simple. Classic confidence trick. You drip, drip, drip the unimportant stuff, and then you hold back on the final installment. Or two, he was working as a legitimate intelligence officer, on an official operation, proving that Gorovsky was leaky, proving that the Syrians were willing to pay big bucks for stuff.
He kidnapped Gorovsky's daughter, she said. No way was that officially sanctioned.
Worse things have happened, I said.
He was ripping them off.
I nodded. I agree with you. He was ripping them off.
So what can we do about it?
Nothing, I said, because if we go ahead and accuse him of scamming them for personal profit, he'll just automatically say, no, I wasn't doing that. Actually, I was running a sting, and I invite you to try to prove otherwise. And then he'll not very politely remind us to keep our big noses out of intelligence business. She said nothing. And you know what? I said, even if he was ripping them off, I wouldn't know what to charge him with. Does the Uniform Code stop you taking money from foreign idiots in exchange for briefcases full of fresh air?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
But whatever. The Syrians will go ape, she said. I mean, won't they? They paid him $500,000. They'll have to react. Their pride is at stake. Even if he was legit, he took a hell of a big risk. 500,000 big risks. They'll be coming after him. And he can't just disappear. He'll have to stay on post. He'll be a sitting target.
I paused a beat, looked at her. If he's not going to disappear, why was he moving all his money? She said nothing. I looked at my watch, thought this, not that. Or just perhaps, just for once, this and that. $500,000 is too much money, I said.
For what?
For the Syrians to pay. It's just not worth it. There'll be a prototype soon. Then there'll be a pre-production batch. There'll be 100 finished weapons down at the quartermaster level within a matter of months. They could buy one of those for $10,000 probably. Some bent corporal would sell them one. They could even steal one for free. Then they could just reverse engineer it.
Okay, so they're dumb businessmen,
Cole said.
But we heard Quinn on the tape. He put $500,000 in the bank.
I looked at my watch again. I know. That's a definite fact.
So?
It's still too much. The Syrians are no dumber than anybody else. Nobody'd value a fancy lawn dart at $500,000.
But we know that's what they paid. You just agreed it's a definite fact.
No, I said, we know Quinn's got $500,000 in the bank. That's the fact. It doesn't prove the Syrians paid him $500,000. That part is speculation.
What?
Quinn's a Middle East specialist. He's a smart guy, and he's a bad guy. I think you stopped looking too soon.
Looking at what?
At him, where he goes, who he meets. How many dubious regimes are there in the Middle East? 4 or 5 minimum. Suppose he's in bed with 2 or 3 of them at once, or all of them, with each one thinking it's the only one. Suppose he's leveraging the same scam 3 or 4 times over. That would explain why he's got $500,000 in the bank for something that isn't worth $500,000 to any one individual.
And he's ripping them all off?
I checked my watch again. Maybe, I said. Or maybe he's playing for real with one of them. Maybe that's how it got started. Maybe he intended it to be for real all along with one favored client. But he couldn't get the kind of big money he wanted from them. So he decided to multiply the yield.
I should have watched more cafes, she said. I shouldn't have stopped with the Syrian guy.
He's probably got a fixed route, I said. Lots of separate meetings, one after another, like a damned mail carrier. She checked her watch.
Okay,
she said.
So right now he's taking the Syrians' cash home.
I nodded. And then he's heading out again right away to meet with the next guy. So you need to get Frasconi and get some more surveillance going. Find Quinn on his way back into town. Haul in anybody he swaps a briefcase with. Maybe you'll just end up with a bunch of empty briefcases, but maybe one of them won't be empty, in which case we're back in business. She glanced around the inside of the truck, glanced down at her tape recorder. Forget it, I said. No time for the clever stuff. It'll have to be just you and Frasconi out there on the street. The warehouse, I said. We're gonna have to check it out.
We'll need support,
Duffy said.
They'll all be there.
I hope they are.
Too dangerous. There are only 3 of us.
Actually, I think they're all on their way to someplace else. It's possible they've left already.
Where are they going?
Later, I said. Let's take it one step at a time. Villanueva moved the Taurus off the curb. Wait, I said. Make the next right. Something else I want to check first. I directed him 2 blocks over and 1 up, and we came to the public garage where I had left Angel Doll in the trunk of his car. Villanueva waited on a hydrant, and I slipped out. I walked down the vehicle entrance and let my eyes adjust to the gloom, walked on until I came to the space I had used. There was a car in it, but it wasn't Angel Doll's black Lincoln. It was a metallic green Subaru Legacy. It was the Outback version, with the roof rails and the big tires. It had a Stars and Stripes sticker in the back window. A patriotic driver, but not quite patriotic enough to buy an American automobile. I walked the 2 adjacent aisles just to make sure, although I already was. Not the Saab, but the Lincoln. Not the maid's missing notes, but Angel Doll's missing heartbeat. Now he knows all about you. I nodded to myself in the dark. Nobody knows all about anybody. But I guess now he knew more about me than I was totally comfortable with. I walked back the way I had come, up the entrance ramp and out into the daylight. It was cloudy and gray and dim and shadowed by tall buildings, but it felt like a searchlight beam had hit me. I slid back into the Taurus and closed the door quietly.
Okay?
Duffy asked. I didn't answer. She turned round in her seat and faced me.
Okay,
she said again. We need to get Elliot out of there, I said.
Why?
They found Angel Doll.
Who did?
Quinn's people.
How?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
She said.
It could have been the Portland PD. A suspicious vehicle parked too long?
I shook my head. They'd have opened the trunk. So now they'd be treating the whole garage as a crime scene. They'd have it taped off. There'd be cops all over the place. She said nothing. It's completely out of control now, I said. So call Elliot, on his cell. Order him out of there. Tell him to take the Becks and the cook with him, in the Cadillac. Tell him to arrest them all at gunpoint if necessary. Tell him to find a different motel and hide out. She dug in her purse for her Nokia, hit a speed dial button, waited. I timed it out in my head. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, 4 rings. Duffy glanced at me, anxious. Then Elliot answered. Duffy breathed out and gave him the instructions, loud and clear and urgent. Then she clicked off. Okay, I said. She nodded.
He sounded very relieved.
I nodded back. He would be. No fun in crouching over the butt end of a machine gun, your back to the sea, staring out at the gray landscape, not knowing what's coming at you, or when. So let's go, I said, to the warehouse. Villanueva moved off the curb again. He knew the way. He had watched the warehouse twice, with Elliot. 2 long days. He threaded southeast through the city and approached the port from the northwest. We all sat quiet. There was no conversation. I tried to assess the damage. It was total, a disaster. But it was also a liberation. It clarified everything. No more pretending. The scam had dissolved away to nothing. Now I was their enemy, plain and simple. And they were mine. It was a release. Villanueva was a smart operator. He did everything right. He worked his way around the warehouse on a 3-block radius, covered all 4 sides. We were limited to brief glimpses down alleys and through gaps between buildings. 4 passes, 4 glimpses. There were no cars there. The roller door was closed tight. No lights in the windows.
Where are they all?
Duffy said.
This was supposed to be a big weekend.
It is, I said. I think it's very big. And I think what they're doing makes perfect sense.
What are they doing?
Later, I said. Let's go take a look at the Persuaders, and let's see what they're getting in exchange. Villanueva parked 2 buildings north and east outside a door marked Brian's Fine Imported Taxidermy. He locked the tourists, and we walked south and west, and then looped round to come up on Beck's place from the blind side where there were no windows. The personnel door into the warehouse office was locked. I looked in through the back office window and saw nobody. Rounded the corner and looked in at the secretarial area. Nobody there. We arrived at the unpainted gray door and stopped. It was locked. "How do we get in?" Villanueva asked. "With these," I said. I pulled out Angel Doll's keys and unlocked the door. Opened it. The burglar alarm started beeping. I stepped in and flipped through the papers on the notice board and found the code and entered it. The red light changed to green and the beeping stopped and the building went silent.
"They're not here," Duffy said. "We don't have time to explore. We need to go find Teresa."
I could already smell gun oil. It was floating right there on top of the smell of the raw wool from the rugs. 5 minutes, I said, and then ATF will give you a medal.
"They should give you a medal,"
Cole said. She was calling me from a payphone on the Georgetown University campus. Should they?
"We've got him. We can stick a fork in him. The guy's totally done."
So who was it?
"The Iraqis," she said. "Can you believe that?"
Makes sense, I guess, I said. They just got their asses kicked and they want to be ready for the next time.
Talk about audacious.
How did it go down?
The same as we saw before, but with Samsonites, not Halliburtons. We got empty cases from a Lebanese guy and an Iranian, and then we hit the motherlode with the Iraqi guy. The actual blueprint.
You sure?
Totally certain, she said. I called Gorosky and he authenticated it by the drafting number in the bottom corner.
Who witnessed the transfer?
Both of us, me and Frasconi, plus some students and faculty. They did it in a university coffee shop.
What faculty?
We got a law professor.
What did he see?
The whole thing. But he can't swear to the actual transfer. They were real slick, like a shell game. The briefcases were identical. Is it enough?
Questions I wish I had answered differently. It was possible Quinn could claim the Iraqi already had the blueprint from sources unknown. Possible he could suggest the guy just liked to carry it around with him. Possible he could deny there was any exchange at all. But then I thought about the Syrian, and the Lebanese guy, and the Iranian, and all the money in Quinn's bank. The rip-off victims would be smarting. They might be willing to testify in closed session. The State Department might be able to offer them some kind of quid pro quo. And Quinn's fingerprints would be on the briefcase in the Iraqi's possession. He wouldn't have worn gloves to the rendezvous, too suspicious. Altogether, I thought we had enough. We had a clear pattern, we had inexplicable dollars in Quinn's bank account, we had a top-secret U.S. Army blueprint in an Iraqi agent's possession, and we had 2 MPs and a law professor to say how it got there, and we had fingerprints on a briefcase handle. It's plenty, I said. Go make the arrest.
Where do I go?
Duffy said. I'll show you, I said. I moved past her through the open area, into the back office, through the door into the warehouse cubicle. Angel Doll's computer was still there on the desk. His chair was still leaking its stuffing all over the place. I found the right switch and lit up the warehouse floor. I could see everything through the glass partition. The racks of carpets were still there. The forklift was still there. But in the middle of the floor were 5 head-high stacks of crates. They were piled into 2 groups. Farthest from the roller door were 3 piles of battered wooden boxes, all stenciled with markings in unfamiliar foreign alphabets, mostly Cyrillic, overlaid with right-to-left scrawls in some kind of Arabic language. I guessed those were Bizarre Bazaar's imports. Nearer the door were 2 piles of new crates printed in English, Mossburg, Connecticut. Those would be the Xavier Export Company's outgoing shipment. Import-export, barter at its purest. Fair exchange is no robbery, as Leon Garber might have said.
It's not huge, is it?
Duffy said.
I mean, 5 stacks of boxes? $140,000? I thought it was supposed to be a big deal.
I think it is big, I said. In importance, maybe, rather than quantity. Let's take a look, Villanueva said. We moved out onto the warehouse floor. He and I lifted the top Mossberg crate down. It was heavy. My left arm was still a little weak, and the center of my chest still hurt. It made my smashed mouth feel like nothing at all. Villanueva found a claw hammer on a table, used it to pull the nails out of the crate's lid. Then he lifted the lid off and laid it on the floor. The crate was full of foam peanuts. I plunged my hands in and came out with a long gun wrapped in waxed paper. I tore the paper off. It was an M500 Persuader. It was the cruiser model, no shoulder stock, just a pistol grip. 12-gauge, 18.5-inch barrel, 3-inch chamber, 6-shot capacity, blued metal, black synthetic front grip, no sights. It was a nasty, brutal, close-up street weapon. I pumped the action. Crunch, crunch. It moved like silk on skin. I pulled the trigger. It clicked like a Nikon. See any ammunition? I said. Here, Villanueva called. He had a box of Brennecke Magnum slugs in his hands. Behind him was an open carton full of dozens of identical packages. I broke open 2 boxes and loaded 6 shells and jacked one into the chamber and loaded a 7th. Then I clicked the safety, because the Brenneckes were not birdshot. They were 1-ounce solid copper slugs that would leave the Persuader at nearly 1,100 miles an hour. They would punch a hole in a cinder block wall big enough to crawl through. I put the weapon on the table and unwrapped another one, loaded it and clicked the safety and laid it next to the first one, caught Duffy looking right at me. It's what they're for, I said. An empty gun is no good to anybody. I put the empty Brennecke boxes back in the carton and closed the lid. Villanueva was looking at Bizarre Bazaar's crates. He had paperwork in his hands. These look like carpets to you? He said. Not a whole lot, I said. U.S. Customs thinks they do. Guy called Taylor signed off on them as hand-woven rugs from Libya. That'll help, I said. You can give this Taylor guy to ATF. They can check his bank accounts. Might make you more popular.
So what's really in them?
Duffy said.
What do they make in Libya?
Nothing, I said. They grow dates. This is all Russian stuff, Villanueva said. It's been through Odessa twice. Imported to Libya, turned right round and exported here, in exchange for 200 Persuaders. Just because somebody wants to look tough on the streets of Tripoli.
And they make a lot of stuff in Russia,
Duffy said. I nodded. Let's see what exactly. There were 9 crates in 3 stacks. I lifted the top crate off the nearest stack, and Villanueva got busy with his claw hammer. He pulled the lid off, and I saw a bunch of AK-74s nested in wood shavings. Standard Kalashnikov assault rifles, well used. Boring as hell. Street value maybe $200 each, depending on where you were selling them. They weren't fashion items. I couldn't see any guys in North Face jackets trading in their beautiful matte black H&Ks for them. The second crate was smaller. It was full of wood shavings and AKSU-74 submachine guns. They're AK-74 derivatives, efficient but clunky. They were used, too, but well-maintained. Not exciting. No better than a half-dozen Western equivalents. NATO hadn't lain awake at night worrying about them. The third crate was full of 9mm Makarov pistols. Most of them were scratched and old. It's a crude and lazy design, ripped off from the ancient Walter PP. The Soviet military was never much of a handgun culture. They thought using sidearms was right down there with throwing stones. This is all crap, I said. Best thing to do with this stuff would be melt it down and use it for boat anchors. We started on the second stack and found something much more interesting in the very first crate. It was full of Val silent sniper rifles. They were secret until 1994, when the Pentagon captured one. They're all black, all metal, with a skeleton stock. They fire special heavy 9mm subsonic rounds. Tests showed they penetrated any body armor you chose to wear at a range of 500 yards. I remember a fair amount of consternation at the time. There were 12 of them. The next crate held another 12. They were quality weapons, and they looked good. They would go really well with the North Face jackets, especially the black ones with the silver linings. "Are they expensive?" Villanueva asked. I shrugged. "Hard to say. Depends on what a person is willing to pay, I guess. But an equivalent Vimy or Sig bought new in the U.S. could cost over $5,000. Then that's the whole invoice value right there." I nodded. "They're serious weapons, but not a lot of use in south-central L.A., so their street value might be much less."
"We should go,"
Duffy said. I stepped back to line up the view through the glass and out the back office window. It was mid-afternoon, gloomy but still light. "Soon," I said. Villanueva opened the last crate in the second stack. "What the hell is this?" he said. I stepped over, saw a nest of wood shavings, and a slim black tube with a short wooden section to act as a shoulder rest, a bulbous missile, loaded ready in the muzzle. I had to look twice before I was sure. "It's an RPG-7, I said. "It's an anti-tank rocket launcher. An infantry weapon, shoulder-fired." "RPG means rocket-propelled grenade," he said. "In English," I said. "In Russian it means reaktivny protivotankovy granatomet, rocket anti-tank grenade launcher. But it uses a missile, not a grenade."
"Like the long-rod penetrator?"
Duffy said. "Sort of," I said, "but it's explosive."
"It blows up tanks?"
"That's the plan."
"So who's going to buy it from Beck?"
"I don't know."
"Drug dealers?"
"Conceivably. It would be very effective against a house, or an armored limousine. If your rival bought a bulletproof BMW, you'd need one of these."
"Or terrorists,"
she said. I nodded. "Or militia wackos."
"This is very serious."
"They're hard to aim," I said. "The missile is big and slow. 9 times out of 10, even a slight crosswind'll make you miss. But that's no consolation to whoever else gets hit by mistake." Villanueva wrenched the next lid off. "Another one," he said. "The same."
"We need to call ATF, Duffy said. FBI too, probably. Right now."
"Soon," I said. Villanueva opened the last 2 crates. Nails squealed and wood split. "More weird stuff," he said. I looked, saw thick metal tubes painted bright yellow, electronic modules bolted underneath. I looked away. "Grails," I said. "SA-7 Grails. Russian surface-to-air missiles." "Heat-seekers?" "You got it."
"For shooting down planes?"
Duffy said. I nodded. "And really good against helicopters." "What kind of range?" Villanueva asked. "Good up to nearly 10,000 feet, I said. "That could take down an airliner." I nodded. "Near an airport," I said, "soon after takeoff. You could use it from a boat in the East River. Imagine hitting a plane coming out of LaGuardia. Imagine it crashing in Manhattan. It'd be September 11 all over again." Duffy stared at the yellow tubes.
"Unbelievable,"
she said. "This is not about drug dealers anymore," I said. "They've expanded their market. This is about terrorism. It has to be. This one shipment alone would equip a whole terrorist cell. They could do practically anything with it."
"We need to know who's lining up to buy it, and why they want it."
Then I heard the sound of feet on the floor in the doorway, and the snick of a round seating itself in an automatic pistol's chamber, and a voice.
"We don't ask why they want it," it said. "We never do. We just take their damn money."
Chapter 14. It was Harley. His mouth was a ragged hole above his goatee. I could see his yellow teeth. He was smiling. He was holding a Para-Ordnance P-14 in his right hand. The P-14 is a solid Canadian-made copy of the Colt 1911, and it was way too heavy for him. His wrists were thin and weak. He would have been better off with a Glock 19, like Duffy's.
"Saw the lights were on," he said. "Thought I'd come in and check."
Then he looked straight at me.
"I guess Paulie screwed up," he said. "And I guess you faked his voice when Mr. Xavier called you on the phone."
I looked at his trigger finger. It was in position. I spent half a second mad at myself for letting him walk in unannounced. Then I moved on to working out how to take him down. Thought, Villanueva is going to yell at me if I take him down before we ask about Teresa.
"You gonna introduce me around?"
he said. "This is Harley," I said. Nobody spoke.
"Who are these other people?"
Harley asked me. I said nothing.
"We're federal agents,"
Duffy said.
"So what are you all doing in here?"
Harley asked. He asked the question like he was genuinely interested. He was wearing a different suit. It was shiny black. He had a silver tie under it. He had showered and washed his hair. His ponytail was secured by a regular brown rubber band.
"We're working in here,"
Duffy said. He nodded.
"Reacher has seen what we do to government women. He's seen it with his own eyes."
"You should jump ship, Harley," I said. "It's all coming apart now."
"You think?"
"I know."
"See, we don't get that feeling from the computers. Your friend and mine in the body bag, she didn't tell them nothing yet. They're still waiting on her first report. Matter of fact, most days it seems like they've forgotten about her altogether."
"We're nothing to do with computers."
"Even better," he said. "You're freelance operators. Nobody knows you're here. And I got you all covered."
"Paulie had me covered," I said.
"With a gun?"
"With two." His eyes flicked down for a second, then back up.
"I'm smarter than Paulie," he said. "Put your hands on your heads."
We put our hands on our heads.
"Reacher's got a Beretta," he said. "I know that for sure. I'm guessing there are 2 Glocks in the room as well. Most likely a 17 and a 19. I want to see 'em all on the floor, nice and slow, one at a time."
Nobody moved. Harley shaded the P-14 towards Duffy.
"The woman first," he said. "Finger and thumb."
Duffy slid her left hand under her jacket and dragged her Glock out, pinched between her finger and thumb. She dropped it on the floor. I moved my arm and started my hand towards my pocket.
"Wait," Harley said. "You're not a trustworthy character."
He stepped forward and reached up and pressed the P-14's muzzle into my lower lip, right where Paulie had hit me. Then he reached down with his left hand and burrowed in my pocket, came out with the Beretta, dropped it next to Duffy's Glock.
"You next," he said to Villanueva.
He kept the P-14 where it was. It was cold and hard. I could feel the muzzle's pressure on my loose teeth. Villanueva dropped his Glock on the floor. Harley raked all 3 guns behind him with his foot, then he stepped backward.
"Okay," he said. "Now get over here by the wall."
He wheeled us round until he was next to the crates, and we were lined up against the back wall. "There's one more of us," Villanueva said. "He isn't here." Mistake, I thought. Harley just smiled.
"So call him," he said. "Tell him to come on down."
Villanueva said nothing. It felt like a dead end. Then it turned into a trap.
"Call him," Harley said again. "Right now, or I'll start shooting."
Nobody moved.
"Call him, or the woman gets a bullet in the thigh."
"She's got the phone," Villanueva said.
"In my purse,"
Duffy said.
"And where's your purse?"
"In the car."
Good answer, I thought. "Where's the car?" Harley asked.
"Close by,"
Duffy said. "The tourist next to the stuffed animal place?" Duffy nodded. Harley hesitated. "You can use a phone in the office," he said. "Call a guy."
"I don't know his number,"
Duffy said. Harley just looked at her.
"It's on my speed dial," she said. "I don't have it memorized."
"Where's Teresa Daniel?" I asked. Harley just smiled. Asked and answered, I thought. "Is she okay?" Villanueva said. "Because she better be." "She's fine," Harley said. "Mint condition."
"You want me to go get the phone?"
Duffy asked. "We'll all go," Harley said. "After you put these crates back in order. You messed them up. You shouldn't have done that." He stepped up next to Duffy and put the muzzle of his gun to her temple. "I'll wait right here," he said, "and the woman can wait here with me. Like my own personal life insurance policy." Villanueva glanced at me. I shrugged. I figured we were nominated to do the quartermaster work. I stepped forward and picked up the hammer from the floor. Villanueva picked up the lid from the first grail crate, glanced at me again. I shook my head just enough for him to see. I would have loved to bury the hammer in Harley's head, or his mouth. I could have solved his dental problems permanently. But a hammer was no good against a guy with a gun to a hostage's head. And anyway, I had a better idea, and it would depend on a show of compliance. So I just held the hammer and waited politely until Villanueva had the lid in place over the fat yellow missile tube. I butted it with the heel of my hand until the nails found their original holes. Then I hammered them in and stood back and waited again. We did the second grail crate the same way, lifted it up and piled it back on top of the first one. Then we did the RPG-7s, nailed down the lids and stacked them exactly like we had found them. Then we did the Val-silent snipers. Harley watched us carefully. But he was relaxing a little. We were compliant. Villanueva seemed to understand what we were aiming for. He had caught on fast. He found the lid for the Makarov crate, paused with it halfway into position. "People buy these things?" he said. Perfect, I thought. His tone was conversational, and a little puzzled, and professionally interested, just like a real ATF guy might be. "Why wouldn't they buy them?" Harley said. "Because they're junk," I said. "You ever tried one?" Harley shook his head. "Let me show you something," I said. "Okay?" Harley kept the gun pressed hard against Duffy's temple. "Show me what?" I put my hand in the crate and came out with one of the pistols, blew wood shavings off it and held it up. It was old and scratched, well used. "Very crude mechanism," I said. "They simplified the original Walter design. Ruined it, really. Double action like the original, but the pull is a nightmare." I pointed the gun at the ceiling and put my finger on the trigger and used just my thumb on the back of the butt to exaggerate the effect. Pincered my hand and pulled the trigger. The mechanism grated like a bulky stick shift in an old car, and the gun twisted awkwardly in my grip. "Piece of junk," I said. I did it again, listening to the bad sound and letting the gun twist and rock between my finger and thumb. "Hopeless," I said. "No chance of hitting anything unless it's right next to you." I tossed the gun back into the crate. Villanueva slid the lid into position. "You should be worried, Harley," he said. "Your reputation won't be worth shit if you put junk like this on the street." "Not my problem," Harley said. "Not my reputation. I just work here." I hammered the nails back in, slowly, like I was tired. Then we started on the AKSU-74 crate, the old submachine guns. Then we did the AK-74s. "You could sell these to the movies," Villanueva said, "for historical dramas. That's about all they're good for." I hammered the nails into position, and we stacked the crate with the others until we had all of Bizarre Bazaar's imports back into a neat separate pile, just like we had found them. Harley was still watching us. He still had his gun at Duffy's head. But his wrist was tired, and his finger wasn't hard on the trigger anymore. He had let it slide upward to the underside of the frame, where it was helping take the weight. Villanueva shoved the Mossberg crate across the floor towards me, found the lid. We had only opened one. "Nearly done," I said. Villanueva slid the lid into position. "Wait up," I said. "We left 2 of them on the table." I stepped across and picked up the first persuader. Stared at it. "See this?" I said to Harley. I pointed at the safety catch. "They shipped it with the safety on. Shouldn't do that. It could damage the firing pin." I snicked the safety to fire, and wrapped the gun in its waxed paper, and burrowed it deep down into the foam peanuts. Stepped back for the second one. "This one's exactly the same," I said. "You guys are going out of business for sure," Villanueva said. "Your quality control is all over the place." I set the safety to fire and stepped back towards the crate. Pivoted off my right foot like a second baseman lining up a double play, and pulled the trigger and shot Harley through the gut. The Brennecke round sounded like a bomb going off, and the giant slug cut Harley in half, literally. He was there, and then suddenly he wasn't. He was in 2 large pieces on the floor, and the warehouse was full of acrid smoke, and the air was full of the hot stink of Harley's blood and his digestive system, and Duffy was screaming because the man she had been standing next to had just exploded. My ears were ringing. Duffy kept on screaming and danced away from the spreading pool at her feet. Villanueva caught her and held on tight, and I racked the persuader's slide and watched the door in case there were any more surprises coming at us. But there weren't. The warehouse structures stopped resonating, and my hearing came back, and then there was nothing except silence and Duffy's fast, loud breathing.
"I was standing right next to him,"
she said. "You aren't standing right next to him now," I said. "That's the bottom line." Villanueva let go of her and stepped over and bent down and picked up our handguns from where Harley had kicked them. I took the second loaded persuader out of the crate and unwrapped it again and clicked the safety on. "I really like these," I said. "They seem to work," Villanueva said. I held both shotguns in one hand and put my Beretta in my pocket. "Get the car, Terry," I said. "Somebody's probably calling the cops right now." He left by the front door, and I looked at the sky through the window. There was plenty of cloud, but there was still plenty of daylight, too.
"What now?"
Duffy said. "Now we go somewhere and wait," I said. I waited more than an hour, sitting at my desk, looking at my telephone, expecting Cole to call me. She had timed the drive out to McLean at 35 minutes. Starting from the Georgetown University campus might have added 5 or 10, depending on traffic. Assessing the situation at Quinn's house could have added another 10. Taking him down should have taken less than 1. Cuffing him and putting him in the car should have taken another 3. 59 minutes beginning to end. But a whole hour passed, and she didn't call. I started to worry after 70 minutes. Started to worry badly after 80. Dead on 90 minutes, I scared up a pool car and hit the road myself. Terry Villanueva parked the Taurus on the patch of broken blacktop outside the office door and left the engine running. "Let's call Elliot," I said. "Find out where he went. We'll go wait with him."
"What are we waiting for?"
Duffy said. "Dark," I said. She went out to the idling car and got her bag, brought it back, dug out her phone and hit the number. I timed it out in my head. 1 ring, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
"No answer,"
Duffy said. Then her face brightened. Then it fell again.
"Gone to voicemail,"
she said.
"Something's wrong."
"Let's go," I said.
"Where to?"
I looked at my watch, looked out the window at the sky. Too early. "The coast road," I said. We left the warehouse with the lights off and the doors locked. There was too much good stuff in it to leave it open and accessible. Villanueva drove. Duffy sat next to him in the front. I sat in the back with the persuaders on the seat beside me. We threaded our way out of the harbor area, past the lot where Beck parked his blue trucks, onto the highway, past the airport, and south, away from the city. We came off the highway and struck out east on the familiar coast road. There was no other traffic. The sky was low and gray, and the wind off the sea was strong enough to set up a howling around the Taurus's windshield pillars. There were drops of water in the air. Maybe they were raindrops. Maybe it was sea spray, lashed miles inland by the gale. It was still way too light. Too early. "Try Elliot again," I said. Duffy took her phone out, speed-dialed the number, put the phone to her ear. I heard 6 faint rings and the whisper of the voicemail announcement. She shook her head, clicked the phone off again. "Okay," I said. She twisted round in her seat.
"You sure they're all out at the house?"
she said. "Did you notice Harley's suit?" I said.
"Black," she said. "Cheap."
It was as close as he could get to a tux. It was his idea of evening wear. And Emily Smith had a black cocktail dress ready in her office. She was going to change. She already had her smart shoes on. I think there's going to be a banquet. "Keaston Maiden," Villanueva said. "The caterers." "Exactly," I said. "Banquet food. 18 people at $55 a head. Tonight." And Emily Smith made a note on the order. "Lamb, not pork." "Who eats lamb and not pork?" "People who keep kosher." "And Arabs," I said. "Libyans, maybe." "They're suppliers." "Exactly," I said again. "I think they're about to cement their commercial relationship. I think all the Russian stuff in the crates was some kind of a token shipment. It was a gesture. Same with the persuaders. They've demonstrated to each other that both sides can deliver. Now they're going to break bread together and go into business for real." "At the house?" I nodded. "It's an impressive location, isolated, very dramatic, and it's got a big dining table." He turned the windshield wipers on. The glass streaked and smeared. It was sea spray whipping horizontally off the Atlantic, full of salt. "Something else," I said. "What?" "I think Teresa Daniel is part of the deal," I said. "What?" "I think they're selling her, along with the shotguns. A cute blonde American girl? I think she's the $10,000 bonus item." Nobody spoke. "Did you notice what Harley said about her? Mint condition?" Nobody spoke. "I think they've kept her fed and alive and untouched." I thought, Polly wouldn't have bothered with Elizabeth Beck if Teresa had been available to him. With all due respect to Elizabeth. Nobody spoke. "They're probably cleaning her up right now," I said. Nobody spoke. "I think she's headed for Tripoli," I said. "Part of the deal. Like a sweetener." Villanueva accelerated hard. The wind howled louder around the windshield pillars and the door mirrors. 2 minutes later, we reached the spot where we had ambushed the bodyguards, and he slowed again. We were 5 miles from the house. Theoretically, we were already visible from the upper floor windows. We came to a stop in the center of the road, and we all craned forward and stared into the east. I used an olive green Chevrolet and made it out to McLean in 29 minutes, stopped in the center of the road, 200 yards shy of Quinn's residence. It was in an established subdivision. The whole place was quiet and green and watered, and was baking lazily in the sun. The houses were on acre lots and were half hidden behind thick evergreen foundation plantings. Their driveways were jet black. I could hear birds singing and a far-off sprinkler turning slowly and hissing against a soaked sidewalk through 60 degrees of its rotation. I could see fat dragonflies in the air. I took my foot off the brake and crawled forward 100 yards. Quinn's house was sided with dark cedar boards. It had a stone walk and knee-high stone walls, boxing in earth beds full of low spruces and rhododendrons. It had small windows, and the way the eaves of the roof met the tops of the walls made it feel like the house was crouched down with its back to me. Frasconi's car was parked in the driveway. It was an olive green Chevrolet identical to my own. It was empty. Its front bumper was tight against Quinn's garage door. The garage was a long, low triple. It was closed up. There was no sound anywhere, except the birds and the distant sprinkler and the hum of insects. I parked behind Frasconi's car. My tires sounded wet on the hot blacktop. I slid out and eased my Beretta out of its holster, clicked the safety to fire, and started up the stone walk. The front door was locked. The house was silent. I peered in through a hallway window, saw nothing, except the kind of solid neutral furniture that goes into an expensive rental. I walked round to the rear. There was a flagstone patio with a barbecue grill on it, a square teak table going gray in the weather, and 4 chairs, an off-white canvas sun umbrella on a pole, a lawn, and plenty of low-maintenance evergreen bushes. A cedar fence stained the same dark color as the house siding, closing off the neighbor's view. I tried the kitchen door. It was locked. I looked in the window, saw nothing. I moved around the rear perimeter, came to the next window, and saw nothing. Moved to the next window, and saw Frasconi lying on his back. He was in the middle of the living room floor. There was a sofa and 2 armchairs, all covered in durable mud-colored fabric. The floor was done in wall-to-wall carpet, and it matched the olive of his uniform. He had been shot once through the forehead, 9mm, fatal. Even through the window, I could see the single-crusted hole and the dull ivory color of his skull under his skin. There was a lake of blood under his head. It had soaked into the carpet and was already drying and turning dark. I didn't want to go in on the ground floor. If Quinn was still in there, he would be waiting upstairs where he had the tactical advantage. So I dragged the patio table over to the back of the garage and used it to climb onto the roof. Used the roof to get me next to an upstairs window. Used my elbow to get me through the glass. Then I went feet first into a guest bedroom. It smelled musty and unused. I walked through it and came out in an upstairs hallway, stood still and listened. Heard nothing. The house sounded completely empty. There was a deadness, a total absence of sound. No human vibrations. But I could smell blood. I crossed the upstairs hallway and found Dominique Cole in the master bedroom. She was on her back on the bed. She was completely naked. Her clothes had been torn off. She had been hit in the face enough times to make her groggy, and then she had been butchered. Her breasts had been removed with a large knife. I could see the knife. It had been thrust upward through the soft flesh under her chin and through the roof of her mouth and into her brain. By that point in my life, I had seen a lot of things. I had once woken up after a terrorist attack with part of another man's jawbone buried in my gut. I had had to wipe his flesh out of my eyes before I could see well enough to crawl away. I had crawled 20 yards through severed legs and arms and butted my knees against severed heads with my hands pressed hard into my abdomen to stop my own intestines falling out. I had seen homicides and accidents and men machine-gunned in feuds and people reduced to pink paste in explosions and blackened, twisted lumps and fires. But I had never seen anything as bad as Dominique Cole's butchered body. I threw up on the floor, and then for the first time in more than 20 years, I cried. "So what now?" Villanueva said 10 years later. "I'm going in alone," I said. "I'm coming with you." "Don't argue," I said. "Just get me a little closer, and drive real slow." It was a gray car on a gray day, and slow-moving objects are less perceptible than fast-moving objects. He took his foot off the brake and touched the gas and got it rolling at about 10 miles an hour. I checked the Beretta and its spare magazines, 45 rounds, less 2 fired into Duke's ceiling. I checked the persuaders, 14 rounds, less one fired through Harley's gut. Total of 56 rounds, against less than 18 people. I didn't know who was on the guest list, but Emily Smith and Harley himself were going to be no-shows for sure. "Stupid to do it alone," Villanueva said. "Stupid to do it together," I said back. "The approach is going to be suicidal." He didn't answer. "Better that you guys stand by out here," I said. He made no reply to that. He wanted my back, and he wanted Teresa. But he was smart enough to see that walking towards a fortified and isolated house in the last of the daylight was going to be no kind of fun. He just kept the car rolling slowly. Then he took his foot off the gas and put the transmission in neutral and let it coast to a stop. He didn't want to risk the flare of brake lights in the mist. We were maybe a quarter-mile short of the house. "You guys wait here," I said, "for the duration." Villanueva looked away. "Give me 1 hour," I said. I waited until they both nodded. "Then call ATF," I said. "After an hour, if I'm not back."
Maybe we should do that now,
Duffy said. "No," I said. "I want the hour first."
ATF will get Quinn, she said. It's not like they're going to let him walk.
I thought back to what I had seen and just shook my head. I broke every regulation and ignored every procedure in the book. I walked away from a crime scene and failed to report it. I obstructed justice left and right. I left Cole in the bedroom and Frasconi in the living room, left their car on the driveway, just drove myself back to the office and took a silenced Ruger Standard 22 from the company armory and went to find Cole's boxed-up files. My gut told me Quinn would make one stop before he headed for the Bahamas. He would have an emergency stash somewhere. Maybe phony ID, maybe a wad of cash, maybe a packed bag, maybe all three. He wouldn't hide the stash on post, nor in his rented house. He was too professional for that, too cautious. He would want it safe and far away. I was gambling it would be in the place he had inherited in Northern California, from his parents, the railroad worker and the stay-at-home mom. So I needed that address. Cole's handwriting was neat. 2 cartons were filled with her notes. They were comprehensive. They were meticulous. They broke my heart. I found the California address in an 8-page bio she had prepared. It was a 5-digit house number on a road that came under the Eureka post office. Probably a lonely place, far out of town. I went to my company clerk's desk and signed a stack of travel warrants for myself, put my service Beretta and the silenced Ruger in a canvas bag, and drove to the airport. They gave me papers to sign before they let me carry loaded firearms inside the cabin. I wasn't about to check them. I figured there was a good chance Quinn might take the same flight. I figured if I saw him at the gate or on the plane, I would waste him right there and then. But I didn't see him. I got on a plane for Sacramento and walked the aisle after takeoff and scanned every face, and he wasn't there. So I sat tight for the duration of the flight, just stared into space. The stewardesses stayed well away from me. I rented a car at the Sacramento airport, drove it north on I-5 and then northwest on Route 299. It was a designated scenic road. It wound through the mountains. I looked at nothing except the yellow line ahead of me. I had picked up 3 hours because of flying across 3 time zones, but even so, it was gathering dark when I hit the Eureka limit. I found Quinn's Road. It was a meandering strip that ran north-south high in the hills above US 101. The highway was laid out far below me. I could see headlights streaming north, tail lights heading south. I guess there was a rail line down there somewhere, maybe a station or a depot nearby, convenient for Quinn's old man back when he was working. I found the house, drove past it without slowing. It was a rough 1-story cabin. It used an old milk churn instead of a mailbox post. The front yard had gone to seed a decade ago. I turned 500 yards south of it and drove 200 yards back towards it with my lights off. parked behind an abandoned diner with a caved-in roof. Got out and climbed 100 feet into the hills, walked north 300 yards, and came on his place from the rear. In the dusk light, I could see a narrow back porch and a scuffed area next to it where cars could be parked. Clearly, it was the sort of place where you used the back door, not the front. There were no lights on inside. I could see dusty sun-faded drapes half closed in the windows. The whole place looked empty and unused. I could see a couple of miles north and south, and there were no cars on the road. I came down the hill slowly on foot, circled the house, listened at every window. There was nobody inside. I figured Quinn would park in back and come in through the rear, so I broke in through the front. The door was thin and old, and I just pushed hard on it until the inner jamb started to give, and then I smacked it once above the lock with the heel of my hand. Wood splintered and the door swung open, and I stepped inside and closed it again and wedged it shut with a chair. It would look okay from the outside. It was musty inside and easily 10 degrees colder than outside. It was dark and dim. I could hear a refrigerator running in the kitchen, so I knew there was electricity. The walls were covered in ancient wallpaper. It was faded and yellow. There were only 4 rooms. There was an eat-in kitchen and a living room. There were 2 bedrooms. One was small and the other was smaller. I figured the smaller one had been Quinn's as a kid. There was a lone bathroom between the bedrooms. White fixtures, stained with rust. 4 rooms plus a bath is an easier search than most. I found what I was looking for almost immediately. I lifted a rag rug off the living room floor and found a square hatch let into the boards. If it had been in the hallway, I would have figured it for an inspection cover above the crawl space. But it was in the living room. I took a fork from the kitchen and levered it open. Under it was a shallow wooden tray built between the floor joists. On the tray was a shoebox wrapped in milky plastic sheeting. Inside the shoebox were $3,000 and 2 keys. I figured the keys were for safety deposit boxes or left luggage lockers. I took the cash and left the keys where they were. Then I put the hatch lid back and replaced the rug and chose a chair and sat down to wait with my Beretta in my pocket and the Ruger laid across my lap.
"Take care,"
Duffy said. I nodded. Sure. Villanueva said nothing. I slid out of the Taurus with the Beretta in my pocket and the persuaders held one in each hand, crossed straight to the shoulder of the road and got as far down on the rocks as I could and started picking my way east. There was still daylight behind the clouds, but I was dressed in black and I was carrying black guns and I wasn't exactly on the road itself and I thought I might have a chance. The wind was blowing hard towards me and there was water in the air. I could see the ocean ahead. It was raging. The tide was on the way out. I could hear the distant waves pounding and the long suck of the undertow ripping through sand and gravel. I came round a shallow curve and saw that the wall lights were on. They blazed blue-white against the dim sky. The contrast between the electric light and the late afternoon darkness beyond it would mean they would see me less and less well the closer I got. So I climbed back onto the roadway and started to jog. I got as close as I dared and then slipped back down the rocks and hugged the shore. The ocean was right at my feet. I could smell salt and seaweed. The rocks were slippery. Waves pounded and spray burst up at me and the water swirled angrily. I stood still, took a breath, realized I couldn't swim round the wall. Not this time. It would be madness. The sea was way too rough. I would have no chance at all. I would be tossed around like a cork and smashed against the rocks and battered to death. Unless the undertow got me first and pulled me out and swallowed me into the depths and drowned me. Can't go round it, can't go over it. Gotta go through it. I climbed up the rocks again and stepped into the bar of light as far from the gate as I could get. I was all the way over where the foundations canted down towards the water. Then I kept very close to the wall and walked along its length. I was bathed in light. But nobody east of the wall could see me because it was between me and the house, and it was taller than me. and anybody west of me was a friend. All I had to worry about was tripping the sensors buried in the ground. I stepped as lightly as I could and hoped they hadn't buried any this close in. And I guess they hadn't, because I made it to the gatehouse okay. I risked a glance inside through the gap in the drapes in the front window and saw the brightly lit living room and Paulie's replacement busy relaxing on the collapsed sofa. He was a guy I hadn't seen before. He was about Duke's age and size, maybe approaching 40, maybe a little slighter than me. I spent some time figuring his exact height. That was going to be important. He was possibly 2 inches shorter than me. He was dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt and a denim jacket. Clearly, he wasn't going to the ball. He was Cinderella, tasked to watch the gate while the others partied. I hoped he was the only one. I hoped they were working a skeleton crew. But I wasn't about to bet on it. Any kind of minimal caution would put a second guy on the front door of the house, and maybe a third up there in Duke's window, because they knew Paulie hadn't got the job done. They knew I was still out there somewhere. I couldn't afford the noise involved in shooting the new guy. The waves were loud and the wind was howling, but neither sound would mask the Beretta, and nothing on earth would mask a persuader firing a Brennecke Magnum. So I retreated a couple of yards and put the persuader down on the ground and took my coat and my jacket off. Then I took my shirt off and wrapped it tight around my left fist, put my bare back against the wall, and sidestepped my way to the edge of the window. Used the nails on my right hand to tap softly on the bottom corner of the glass where it was draped, on and off. Faint little paradiddles like a mouse makes when he runs across above a ceiling. I did it 4 times and was about to try a 5th when I saw from the corner of my eye the light in the window suddenly go dim. That meant the new guy had got off his sofa and pressed his face up against the glass to try to see what kind of little creature was out there bothering him. So I concentrated on getting the height exactly right and spun 180 and threw a huge roundhouse left with my padded fist and bust the window first and the new guy's nose a millisecond later. He went down in a heap below the inside sill, and I reached in through the hole I had made and unlatched the casement and swung it open and climbed inside. The guy was sitting on his butt on the floor. He was bleeding from his nose and the glass cuts on his face. He was groggy. There was a handgun on the sofa. He was 8 feet away from it. He was 12 feet from the phones. He shook his head to clear it and looked up at me. "You're Reacher," he said. There was blood in his mouth. "Correct," I said back. "You got no chance," he said. "You think?" He nodded. "We've got shoot-to-kill orders." "On me?" He nodded again. "Who has?" "Everybody." "Xavier's orders?" He nodded again. Put the back of his hand up under his nose. "People gonna obey those orders?" I asked. "For sure." "Are you?" "I guess not." "Promise?" "I guess so." "Okay," I said. I paused for a moment and thought about asking him some more questions. He might be reluctant, but I figured I could slap him around some and get all the answers he had to give. But in the end, I figured those answers didn't matter very much anyway. Made no practical difference to me if there were 10 or 12 or 15 hostiles in the house, or what they were armed with. Shoot to kill, them or me. So I just stepped away and was trying to decide what to do with the guy when he made my mind up for me by reneging on his promise. He came up off the floor and made a dive for the handgun on the sofa. I caught him with a wild left in the throat. It was a solid punch, and a lucky one. But not for him. It crushed his larynx. He went down on the floor again and suffocated. It was reasonably quick, about 1.5 minutes. There was nothing I could do for him. I'm not a doctor. I stood completely still for a minute. Then I put my shirt back on and climbed back out of the window and retrieved the shotguns in my jacket and my coat and climbed back in and crossed the room and looked out of the back window at the house. "Shit," I said, and looked away. The Cadillac was parked on the carriage circle. Elliot hadn't got away, nor had Elizabeth or Richard or the cook. That put 3 non-combatants into the mix. And the presence of non-combatants makes any assault 100 times harder, and this one was hard enough to begin with. I looked again. Next to the Cadillac was a black Lincoln town car. Next to the town car were 2 dark blue Suburbans. There was no catering truck. Maybe it was round the side, next to the kitchen door. Maybe it was coming later. Or maybe it wasn't coming at all. Maybe there was no banquet. Maybe I'd screwed up completely and misinterpreted the whole situation. I stared through the harsh lights on the wall into the gloom around the house. I couldn't see a guard on the front door. But then it was cold and wet, and anybody with any sense would be inside the hallway looking out through the glass. I couldn't see anybody in Duke's window either. But it was standing open, exactly the way I had left it. Presumably, the NSV was still hanging there on its chain. I looked at the vehicles again. The town car could have brought 4 people in. The Suburbans could have brought 7 each. 18 people maximum. Maybe 15 or 16 principals and 2 or 3 guards. Alternatively, maybe only 3 drivers came. Maybe I was completely wrong. Only one way to find out. And this was the hardest part. I had to get through the lights. I debated finding the switch and turning them off, but that would be an instant early warning to the people in the house. 5 seconds after they went off, they'd be on the phone asking the gate guard what had happened, and the gate guard couldn't answer because the gate guard was dead. Whereupon I would have 15 or more people swarming straight at me in the gloom. Easy enough to avoid most of them, but the trick would be to know who to avoid and who to grab, because I was pretty sure if I let Quinn get behind me tonight, I would never see him again. So I had to do it with the lights blazing. 2 possibilities. One was to run straight towards the house. That would minimize the time I spent actually illuminated. But it would involve rapid motion, and rapid motion catches the eye. The other possibility would be to traverse the wall all the way to the ocean, 60 yards, slowly. It would be agony, but it was probably the better option. Because the lights were mounted on the wall, trained away from it. There would be a dark tunnel between the wall itself and the rear edge of the beams. It would be a slim triangle. I could crawl along it, right down at the base of the structure. Slowly. Through the NSV's field of fire. I eased the rear door open. There were no lights on the gatehouse itself. They started 20 feet to my right, where the gatehouse wall became the perimeter wall. I stepped halfway out and crouched down, turned 90 degrees right and looked for my tunnel. It was there. It was less than 3 feet deep at ground level. It narrowed to nothing at head height. And it wasn't very dark. There was scatter coming back off the ground, and there were occasional misaligned beams, and there was glow coming out of the rear of the lamps themselves. My tunnel was maybe halfway between pitch dark and brilliantly lit. I shuffled forward on my knees and reached back and closed the door behind me, put a persuader in each hand and dropped to my stomach and pressed my right shoulder hard against the base of the wall. Then I waited, just long enough for anybody who thought they'd seen the door move to lose interest. Then I started crawling. Slowly. I got maybe 10 feet. Then I stopped again, fast. I heard a vehicle out in the road. Not a sedan, something bigger than that, maybe another Suburban. I reversed direction, dug my toes in and crawled backward to the doorway. Knelt up and opened the door and slid inside the gatehouse and stood up, put the persuaders on a chair and took the Beretta out of my pocket. I could hear a big-inch V8 idling on the other side of the gate. Decisions. Whoever was out there was expecting the gate guard services, and a buck got 10, whoever was out there would know I wasn't the real gate guard. So I figured I would have to give up on the crawling. I figured I would have to go noisy. Shoot them, take their vehicle, make it down to the house real fast before the NSV gunner could draw a bead, then take my chances in the ensuing chaos. I stepped to the back door again, clicked the Beretta's safety off, and took a breath. I had the initial advantage. I already knew exactly what I was going to do. Everybody else would have to react first, and that would take them a second too long. Then I remembered the camera on the gate post, the video monitor. I could see exactly what I was faced with. I could count heads. Forewarned is forearmed. I stepped across to check. The picture was gray and milky. It showed a white panel van, writing on the side, Keystone Maiden Catering. I breathed out. No reason why they should know the gate man. I put the Beretta back in my pocket, stripped off my coat and jacket, pulled the denim thing off the gate man's body and slipped it on. It was tight, and there was blood on it, but it was reasonably convincing. I stepped out the door, kept my back to the house, and tried to make myself look 2 inches shorter. Walked to the gate, butted the latch upward with my fist, the same way Paulie used to. Hauled it open. The white truck drove up level with me. The passenger buzzed his window down. He was wearing a tux. The guy at the wheel was in a tux. More non-combatants. "Where to?" the passenger asked. "Around the house to the right," I said. "Kitchen door's all the way at the back." The window went back up. The truck drove past me. I waved, closed the gate again, stepped back into the lodge and watched the truck from the window. It headed straight for the house and then swung right at the carriage circle. Its headlight beams washed over the Cadillac and the town car and the 2 Suburbans, and I caught a flare from its brake lights, and then it disappeared from view. I waited 2 minutes, willed it to get darker. Then I changed back into my own coat and jacket and retrieved the persuaders from the chair, eased the door open and crawled out, and closed it behind me and dropped to my stomach, pressed my shoulder to the base of the wall, and started the slow crawl all over again. I kept my face turned away from the house. There was grit underneath me, and I could feel small stones sharp against my elbows and my knees. But mostly I could feel a tingle in my back. It was facing a weapon that could fire 12 half-inch bullets every second. There was probably some tough guy right behind it, with his hands resting lightly on the handles. I was hoping he would miss with the first burst. I figured he probably would. I figured he would fire the first burst way low or way high, whereupon I would be up and running zigzags into the darkness before he lined up for a better try. I inched forward. 10 yards, 15, 20. I kept it really slow, kept my face turned to the wall, hoped I looked like a vague, indistinct shadow in the penumbra. It was completely counterintuitive. I was fighting a powerful desire to jump up and run. My heart was pounding. I was sweating, even though it was cold. The wind was battering me. It was coming off the sea and hitting the wall and streaming down it like a tide and trying to roll me out to where the lights were brightest. I kept going. Made it about halfway. About 30 yards covered, about 30 yards to go. My elbows were sore. I was keeping the persuaders up off the ground, and my arms were taking the toll. I stopped to rest, just pressed myself into the dirt, tried to look like a rock. I turned my head and risked a glance towards the house. It was quiet. I glanced ahead, glanced behind. The point of no return. I crawled on. Had to force myself to keep the speed slow. The further I got, the worse my back tingled. I was breathing hard, getting close to panic. Adrenaline was boiling through me, screaming, "Run! Run!" I gasped and panted and forced my arms and legs to stay coordinated, to stay slow. Then I got within 10 yards of the end and started to believe I could make it. I stopped, took a breath, and another. Started again. Then the ground tilted down, and I followed it head first. I reached the water, felt wet slime underneath me. Small rough waves came at me, and spray hit me. I turned a 90-degree left and paused. I was way on the edge of anybody's field of view, but I had to get through 30 feet of bright light. I gave up on keeping it slow. I ducked my head and half stood and just ran for it. I spent maybe 4 seconds, lit up brighter than I had ever been before. It felt like 4 lifetimes. I was blinded. Then I crashed back into darkness and crouched down and listened. Heard nothing except the wild sea. Saw nothing except purple spots in my eyes. I stumbled on another 10 paces over the rocks and then stood still. Looked back. I was in. I smiled in the dark. Quinn, I'm coming to get you now. Chapter 15. 10 years ago, I waited 18 hours for him. I never doubted he was coming. I just sat in his armchair with the Ruger on my lap and waited. I didn't sleep. I barely even blinked. Just sat. All through the night. Through the dawn. All through the next morning. Midday came and went. I just sat and waited for him. He came dead on 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I heard a car slowing on the road and stood up and kept well back from the window and watched as he turned in. He was in a rental, similar to mine. It was a red Pontiac. I saw him clearly through the windshield. He was neat and clean. His hair was combed. He was wearing a blue shirt with the collar open. He was smiling. The car swept past the side of the house, and I heard it crunch to a stop on the dirt outside the kitchen. I stepped through to the hallway, pressed myself against the wall next to the kitchen door. I heard his key in the lock, heard the door swing open. The hinges squealed in protest. He left it open. I heard his car idling outside. He hadn't switched it off. He wasn't planning on staying long. I heard his feet on the kitchen linoleum, a fast, light, confident tread. A man who thought he was playing and winning. He came through the door. I hit him in the side of the head with my elbow. He went down on the floor on his back, and I spanned my hand and pinned him by the throat, laid the Ruger aside, and patted him down. He was unarmed. I let go of his neck, and his head came up, and I smashed it back down with the heel of my hand under his chin. The back of his head hit the floor, and his eyes rolled up in his head. I walked through the kitchen and closed the door, stepped back and dragged him into the living room by the wrists, dropped him on the floor and slapped him twice, aimed the Ruger at the center of his face and waited for his eyes to open. They opened and focused first on the gun and then on me. I was in uniform and all covered in badges of rank and unit designations, so it didn't take him long to work out who I was and why I was there. "Wait," he said. "For what? You're making a mistake." "Am I? You got it wrong." "Have I?" He nodded. "They were on the take." "Who were?" "Frasconi and Cole." "Were they?" He nodded again. "And then he tried to cheat her." "How?" "Can I sit up?" I shook my head, kept the gun where it was. "No," I said. "I was running a sting," he said. "I was working with the State Department, against hostile embassies. I was trawling." "What about Gorofsky's kid?" He shook his head impatiently. "Nothing happened with the damn kid, you idiot. Gorofsky had a script to follow, that's all. It was a setup, in case the hostiles checked on him. We play these things deep. There has to be a chain to follow in case anyone is suspicious. We were doing proper dead drops and everything, in case we were being watched." "What about Frasconi and Cole?" "They were good. They picked up on me real early. Assumed I wasn't legit, which pleased me. Meant I was playing my part just right. Then they went bad. They came to me and said they'd slow the investigation if I paid them. They said they'd give me time to leave the country. They thought I wanted to do that. So I figured, hey, why not play along? Because who knows in advance what bad guys a trawl will find? And the more the merrier, right? So I played them out." I said nothing. "The investigation was slow, wasn't it?" he said. "You must have noticed that. Weeks and weeks. It was real slow." "Slow as molasses." "Then yesterday happened," he said. "I got the Syrians and the Lebanese and the Iranians in the bag. Then the Iraqis, who were the big fish. So I figured it was time to put your guys in the bag, too. They came over for their final payoff. It was a lot of money, but Frasconi wanted it all. He hit me over the head. I came round and found he had sliced Cole up. He was a crazy man, believe me. I got to a gun in a drawer and shot him. So why did you run? Because I was freaked. I'm a Pentagon guy. I never saw blood before. And I didn't know who else might be in it with your guys. There could have been more. Frasconi and Cole. You're very good, he said to me. You came right here. I nodded, thought back to his 8-page bio in Cole's immaculate handwriting. Parents' occupations, childhood home. Whose idea was it? I said. Originally, he said, Frasconi's, of course. He outranked her. What was her name? I saw a flicker in his eyes. Cole, he said. I nodded again. She had gone out to make the arrest in dress greens, a black acetate nameplate above her right breast. Cole, gender neutral. Uniform, female enlisted. The nameplate is adjusted to individual figure differences and centered horizontally on the right side between 1 and 2 inches above the top button of the coat. He would have seen it as soon as she walked in the door. First name? He paused. Don't recall, he said. Frasconi's first name? Uniform, male officer. The nameplate is centered on the right side breast pocket flap, equidistant between the seam and the button. I don't recall. Try, I said. I can't recall it, he said. It's only a detail. 3 out of 10, I said. Call it an E. What? Your performance, I said. A failing grade. What? Your dad was a railroad worker, I said. Your mom was a homemaker. Your full name is Francis Xavier Quinn. So? Investigations are like that, I said. You plan to put somebody in the bag, you find out all about 'em first. You were playing those two for weeks and weeks, and never found out their first names, never looked at their service records, never made any notes, never filed any reports. He said nothing. And Frasconi never had an idea in his life, I said. Never even took a dump unless somebody told him to. Nobody connected to those two would ever say Frasconi and Cole. They'd say Cole and Frasconi. You were dirty all the way, and you never saw my guys in your life before the exact minute they showed up at your house to arrest you, and you killed 'em both. He proved I was right by trying to fight me. I was ready for him. He started to scramble up. I knocked him back down, a lot harder than I really needed to. He was still unconscious when I put him in the trunk of his car. Still unconscious when I transferred him to the trunk of mine, behind the abandoned diner. I drove a little way south on US 101 and took a right that led towards the Pacific. I stopped on a gravel turnout. There was a fabulous view. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was shining, and the ocean was blue. The turnout had a knee-high metal barrier, and then there was another half-yard of gravel, and then there was a long vertical drop into the surf. Traffic was very light, maybe a car every couple of minutes. The road was just an arbitrary loop off the highway. I opened the trunk and then slammed it again, just in case he was awake and planning to jump out at me. But he wasn't. He was starved of air and barely conscious. I dragged him out and propped him up on rubbery legs and made him walk. Let him look at the ocean for a minute while I checked for potential witnesses. There were none. So I turned him round, stepped away 5 paces. Her name was Dominique, I said. Then I shot him. Twice in the head, once in the chest. I expected him to go straight down on the gravel, whereupon I was planning to step in close and put a 4th up through his eye socket before throwing him into the ocean. But he didn't go straight down on the gravel. He staggered backward and tripped on the rail and went over it and hit the last half-yard of America with his shoulder and rolled straight over the cliff. I grabbed the barrier with one hand and leaned over and looked down. Saw him hit the rocks. The surf closed over him. I didn't see him again. I stayed there for a full minute. Thought, 2 in the head, 1 in the heart, 120-foot fall into the ocean. No way to survive that. I picked up my shell cases. 10:18, Dom, I said to myself, and walked back to my car. 10 years later, it was going dark very fast, and I was picking my way over the rocks behind the garage block. The sea was heaving and thrashing on my right. The wind was in my face. I didn't expect to see anybody out and about, especially not at the sides or the back of the house. So I was moving fast, head up, alert, a persuader in each hand. I'm coming to get you, Quinn. When I cleared the rear of the garage block, I could see the catering company's truck parked on the back corner of the building. It was exactly where Harley had put the Lincoln to unload Beck's maid from the trunk. The truck's rear doors were open, and the driver and the passenger were shuttling back and forth unpacking it. The metal detector on the kitchen door was beeping at every foiled dish they carried. I was hungry. I could smell hot food on the wind. Both guys were in tuxedos. Their heads were ducked down because of the weather. They weren't paying attention to anything except their jobs. But I gave them a wide berth anyway. I stayed all the way on the edge of the rocks and skirted round in a loop, jumped over Harley's cleft, and kept on going. When I was as far from the caterers as I could get, I cut in and headed for the opposite back corner of the house. I felt real good. I felt silent and invisible, like some kind of primeval force howling in from the sea. I stood still and worked out which would be the dining room windows. I found them. The lights were on in the room. I stepped in close and risked a look through the glass. First person I saw was Quinn. He was standing up straight in a dark suit. He had a drink in his hand. His hair was pure gray. The scars on his forehead were small and pink and shiny. He was a little stooped, a little heavier than he had been. He was 10 years older. Next to him was Beck. He was in a dark suit, too. He had a drink. He was shoulder to shoulder with his boss. Together, they were facing 3 Arab guys. The Arabs were short, with black oiled hair. They were in American clothes, sharkskin suits, light grays and blues. They had drinks, too. Behind them, Richard and Elizabeth Beck were standing close together talking. The whole thing was like a free-form cocktail party crammed around the edges of the giant dining table. The table was set with 18 places. It was very formal. Each setting had 3 glasses and enough flatware to last a week. The cook was bustling about the room with a tray of drinks. I could see champagne flutes and whiskey tumblers. She was in a dark skirt and a white blouse. She was relegated to cocktail waitress. Maybe her expertise didn't stretch to Middle Eastern cuisine. I couldn't see Teresa Daniel. Maybe they planned to make her jump out of a cake later. The other occupants of the room were all men. 3 of them. Quinn's best boys, presumably. They were a random trio, a mixture. Hard faces, but probably no more dangerous than Angel Doll or Harley had been. So, 18 settings, but only 10 diners. 8 absentees. Duke, Angel Doll, Harley, and Emily Smith made 4 of them. The guy they had sent to the gatehouse to replace Polly was presumably the 5th. That left 3 unaccounted for. 1 on the front door, 1 in Duke's window, and 1 with Teresa Daniel, probably. I stayed on the outside looking in. I had been to cocktail parties and formal dinners plenty of times. Depending on where you served, they played a big part in base life. I figured these people would be in there 4 hours minimum. They wouldn't come out except for bathroom breaks. Quinn was talking. He was sharing eye contact scrupulously among the 3 Arabs. He was holding forth, smiling, gesturing, laughing. He looked like a guy who was playing and winning. But he wasn't. His plans had been disrupted. A banquet for 18 had become dinner for 10, because I was still around. I ducked under the window and crawled towards the kitchen, stayed on my knees and slipped out of my coat and left the persuaders wrapped in it where I could find them again. Then I stood up and walked straight into the kitchen. The metal detector beeped at the Beretta in my pocket. The catering guys were in there. They were doing something with aluminum foil. I nodded at them like I lived there and walked straight into the hallway. My feet were quiet on the thick rugs. I could hear the loud buzz of cocktail conversation from the dining room. I could see a guy at the front door. He had his back to me, and he was staring out the window. He had his shoulder leaning on the edge of the window recess. His hair was haloed blue by the wall lights in the distance. I walked straight up behind him. Shoot to kill, them or me. I paused for 1 second, reached around and cupped my right hand under his chin, put my left knuckles against the base of his neck, jerked up and back with my right and down and forward with my left, and snapped his neck at the fourth vertebra. He sagged back against me, and I caught him under the arms and walked him into Elizabeth Beck's parlor and dumped him on the sofa. Dr. Zhivago was still there on a side table. One down. I closed the parlor door on him and headed for the stairs. Went up, quick and quiet. Stopped outside Duke's room. Elliot was sprawled just inside the doorway. Dead. He was on his back. His jacket was thrown open, and his shirt was stiff with blood and full of holes. The rugs under him were crusty. I stepped over him and kept behind the door and glanced into the room. Saw why he had died. The NSV had jammed. He must have taken Duffy's call and been on his way out of the room when he looked up and saw a convoy coming towards him on the road. He must have darted towards the big gun, squeezed the trigger, and felt it jam. It was a piece of junk. The mechanic had it field stripped on the floor and was crouched over it trying to repair the belt feed mechanism. He was intent on his task. Didn't see me coming. Didn't hear me. Shoot to kill. Them or me. 2 down. I left him lying on top of the machine gun. The barrel stuck out from under him and looked like a third arm. I checked the view from the window. The wall lights were still blazing. I checked my watch. I was exactly 30 minutes into my hour. I went back downstairs, through the hallway, like a ghost, to the basement door. The lights were on down there. I went down the stairs, through the gymnasium, past the washing machine. I pulled the Beretta out of my pocket, clicked the safety, held it out in front of me and turned the corner, and walked straight towards the 2 locked rooms. One of them was empty and had its door standing open. The other was closed up and had a young thin guy sitting on a chair in front of it. He had the chair tilted back against it. He looked straight at me. His eyes went wide. His mouth came open. No sound came out. He didn't seem like much of a threat. He was wearing a T-shirt with Dell on it. Maybe this was Troy, the computer geek. "Keep quiet if you want to live," I said. He kept quiet. "Are you Troy?" He stayed quiet and nodded yes. "Okay, Troy," I said. I figured we were right underneath the dining room. I couldn't risk firing a gun in a stone cellar right under everybody's feet. So I put the Beretta back in my pocket and caught him around the neck and banged his head on the wall twice and put him to sleep. Maybe I cracked his skull, maybe I didn't. I didn't really care either way. His keyboard work had killed the maid. 3 down. I found the key in his pocket, used it in the lock and swung open the door, and found Teresa Daniel sitting on her mattress. She turned and looked straight at me. She looked exactly like the photograph Duffy had shown me in my motel room early in the morning on day 11. She looked in perfect health. Her hair was washed and brushed. She was wearing a virginal white dress, white pantyhose and white shoes. Her skin was pale, and her eyes were blue. She looked like a human sacrifice. I paused a moment, unsure. I couldn't predict her reaction. She must have figured out what they wanted from her, and she didn't know me. As far as she knew, I was one of them, ready to lead her right to the altar. And she was a trained federal agent. If I asked her to come with me, she might start fighting. She might be storing it up, waiting for her chance. And I didn't want things to get noisy, not yet. But then I looked again at her eyes. One pupil was enormous, the other was tiny. She was very still, very quiet, slack and dazed. She was all doped up. Maybe with some kind of fancy substance. What was it? The date rape drug? Rohypnol? Rofinol? I couldn't remember its name. Not my area of expertise. Elliot would have known. Duffy or Villanueva would still know. It made people passive and obedient and acquiescent. Made them lie back and take anything they were told to take.
"Teresa?"
I whispered. She didn't answer.
"You okay?"
I whispered. She nodded.
"I'm fine,"
she said.
"Can you walk?"
"Yes,"
she said.
"Walk with me."
She stood up. She was unsteady on her feet. Muscle weakness, I guessed. She'd been caged for 9 weeks.
"This way,"
I said. She didn't move. She just stood there. I put out my hand. She reached out and took it. Her skin was warm and dry.
"Let's go,"
I said.
"Don't look at the man on the floor."
I stopped her again just outside the door, let her hand go, and dragged Troy into the room and closed the door on him and locked it, took Teresa's hand again and walked away. She was very suggestible, very obedient. She just fixed her gaze out in front of her and walked with me. We turned the corner and passed by the washing machine. We walked through the gymnasium. Her dress was silky and lacy. She was holding my hand like a date. I felt like I was going to the prom. We walked up the stairs side by side, reached the top.
"Wait here," I said. "Don't go anywhere without me, okay?"
"Okay,"
she whispered.
"Don't make any noise at all, okay?"
"I won't."
I closed the door on her and left her on the top step, with her hand resting lightly on the rail and a bare light bulb burning behind her. I checked the hallway carefully and headed back to the kitchen. The food guys were still busy in there. "You guys called Keast and Maiden?" I said. The one nearer me nodded. "Paul Keast," he said. "Chris Maiden," his partner said. "I need to move your truck, Paul," I said. "Why?" "Because it's in the way." The guy just looked at me. "You told me to put it there." "I didn't tell you to leave it there." He shrugged and rooted around on a counter and came up with his keys. "Whatever," he said. I took the keys and went outside and checked the back of the truck. It was fitted out with metal racks on either side, for trays of food. There was a narrow aisle running down the center. No windows. It would do. I left the rear doors open and slid into the driver's seat and fired it up. Backed it out to the carriage circle and turned it round and reversed it back to the kitchen door. Now it was facing the right way. I killed the motor, but left the keys in it. Went back inside the kitchen. The metal detector beeped. "What are they eating?" I asked.
"Lamb kebabs," Maiden said, "with rice and couscous and hummus, stuffed grape leaves to start, baklava for dessert, with coffee."
"That's Libyan?"
"It's generic," he said. "They eat it everywhere."
"I used to get that for $1, I said. "You're charging 55.
"Where? In Portland?"
"In Beirut," I said. I stepped out and checked the hallway. All quiet. I opened the basement door. Teresa Daniel was waiting right there, like an automaton. I held out my hand. "Let's go," I said. She stepped out. I closed the door behind her, walked her into the kitchen. Keast and Maiden stared at her. I ignored them and walked her through, out through the door, over to the truck. She shivered in the cold. I helped her climb into the back. "Wait there for me now," I said. "Very quiet, okay?" She nodded and said nothing. "I'm going to close the doors on you," I said. She nodded again. "I'll get you out of there soon," I said.
"Thank you,"
she said. I closed the doors on her and went back to the kitchen. Stood still and listened. I could hear talking from the dining room. It all sounded reasonably social. "When do they eat?" I said.
20 minutes, Maiden said, "when they're through with the drinks. There was champagne included in the $55, you know."
"Okay," I said. "Don't take offense." I checked my watch. 45 minutes gone. 15 minutes to go. Showtime. I went back outside into the cold, slipped into the food truck and fired it up, eased it forward, slowly round the corner of the house, slowly round the carriage circle, slowly down the driveway, away from the house, through the gate, onto the road. I hit the gas, took the curves fast, jammed to a stop level with Villanueva's Taurus, jumped out. Villanueva and Duffy were instantly out to meet me. "Teresa's in the back," I said. "She's okay, but she's all doped up." Duffy pumped her fists and jumped on me and hugged me hard, and Villanueva wrenched open the doors. Teresa fell into his arms. He lifted her down like a child. Then Duffy grabbed her away from him, and he took a turn hugging me. "You should take her to the hospital," I said.
"We'll take her to the motel,"
Duffy said.
"We're still off the books."
"You sure?" "She'll be okay," Villanueva said. "Looks like they gave her roofies, probably from their dope dealer pals, but they don't last long. They flush out fast." Duffy was hugging Teresa like a sister. Villanueva was still hugging me. "Elliot's dead," I said. That put a real damper on the mood. "Call ATF from the motel," I said, "if I don't call you first." They just looked at me. "I'm going back now," I said. I turned the truck round and headed back. I could see the house ahead of me. The windows were lit up yellow. The wall lights flared blue in the mist. The truck fought the wind. Plan B, I decided. Quinn was mine, but the others could be ATF's headache. I stopped on the far side of the carriage circle and reversed down the side of the house, stopped outside the kitchen, got out and walked round the back of the house and found my coat, unwrapped the persuaders, put my coat on. I needed it. It was a cold night, and I would be on the road again in about 5 minutes. I stepped across to the dining room windows to check inside. They had closed the drapes. Makes sense, I thought. It was a wild, blustery night. The dining room would look better with closed drapes. Cozier, oriental rugs on the floor, wood paneling, silver on the linen tablecloth. I picked up the persuaders and walked back to the kitchen. The metal detector squealed. The food guys had 10 plates with stuffed grape leaves all lined up on a counter. The leaves looked dark and oily and tough. I was hungry, but I couldn't have eaten one. The way my teeth were right then would have made it impossible. I figured I would be eating ice cream for a week, thanks to Paulie. "Hold off with the food for 5 minutes, okay?" I said. Keaston Maiden stared at the shotguns. "Your keys," I said. I dropped them next to the grape leaves. I didn't need them anymore. I had the keys Beck had given me. I figured I would leave by the front door and use the Cadillac. Faster, more comfortable. I took a knife from the wooden block. Used it to put a slit in the inside of my right-hand coat pocket, just wide enough to allow a persuader's barrel down into the lining. I picked the gun I had killed Harley with and holstered it there. I held the other one two-handed. Took a breath. Stepped into the hallway. Keaston Maiden watched me go. First thing I did was check the powder room. No point in getting all dramatic if Quinn wasn't even in the dining room. But the powder room was empty. Nobody on bathroom break. The dining room door was closed. I took another breath, then another. Then I kicked it in and stepped inside and fired 2 Brennickys into the ceiling. They were like stun grenades. The twin explosions were colossal. Plaster and wood rained down. Dust and smoke filled the air. Everybody froze like statues. I leveled the gun at Quinn's chest. Echoes died away. "Remember me?" I said. Elizabeth Beck screamed in the sudden silence. I moved another step into the room and kept the muzzle on Quinn. "Remember me?" I said again. 1 second. 2. His mouth started moving. "I saw you in Boston," he said, "on the street. A Saturday night, maybe 2 weeks ago." "Try again," I said. His face was completely blank. He didn't remember me.
"They diagnosed amnesia," Duffy had said. "Certainly about the trauma, because that's almost inevitable. They figured he might be genuinely blank about the incident in the previous day or two."
"I'm Reacher," I said. "I need you to remember me." He glanced helplessly at Beck. "Her name was Dominique," I said. He turned back to me, stared at me, eyes wide. Now he knew who I was. His face changed. Blood drained out, and fury swarmed in. And fear. The 22 scars went pure white. I thought about aiming right between them. It would be a difficult shot. You really thought I wouldn't find you? I said. Can we talk? He said. Sounded like his mouth was dry. No, I said. You've already been talking 10 extra years. We're all armed here, Beck said. He sounded afraid. The 3 Arabs were staring at me. They had plaster dust stuck to the oil in their hair. So tell everybody to hold their fire, I said. No reason for more than 1 casualty here. People eased away from me. Dust settled on the table. A slab of falling ceiling had broken a glass. I moved with the crowd and turned and adjusted the geometry to herd the bad guys together at one end of the room. At the same time, I tried to force Elizabeth and Richard and the cook together at the other, where they would be safe, by the window. Pure body language. I turned my shoulder and inched forward, and even though the table was between me and most of them, they went where I wanted them. The little gathering parted obediently into 2 groups, 8 and 3. Everybody should step away from Mr. Xavier now, I said. Everybody did, except Beck. Beck stayed right at his shoulder. I stared at him. Then I realized Quinn had a grip on his arm. He was holding it tight just above the elbow, pulling on it hard, looking for a human shield. These slugs are an inch wide, I said to him. As long as I can see an inch of you, that won't work very well. He said nothing back, just kept on pulling. Beck was resisting. There was fear in his eyes, too. It was a static little slow-motion contest. But I guessed Quinn was winning it. Inside 10 seconds, he had Beck halfway in front of him. Beck's left shoulder was overlapping Quinn's right. Both of them were quivering with effort. Even though the persuader had a pistol grip instead of a stock, I raised it high to my shoulder and sighted carefully down the barrel. I can still see you, I said. Don't shoot, Richard Beck said, behind me. Something in his voice. I glanced back at him. Just a brief turn of my head, just a flash, there and back. He had a Beretta in his hand. It was identical to the one in my pocket. It was pointed at my head. The electric light was harsh on it. It was highlighted. Even though I had only looked for a fraction of a second, I had seen the elegant engraving on the slide. Pietro Beretta. I had seen the dew of new oil. I had seen the little red dot that is revealed when the safety is pushed to fire. Put it away, Richard, I said. Not while my father is there, he said. Let go of him, Quinn, I said. Don't shoot, Reacher, Richard said. I'll shoot you first. By then, Quinn had Beck almost all the way in front of him. Don't shoot, Richard said again. Put it down, Richard, I said. No. Put it down. No. I listened carefully to his voice. He wasn't moving. He was standing still. I knew exactly where he was. I knew the angle I would have to turn through. I rehearsed it in my head. Turn, fire, pump, turn, fire. I could get them both within a second and a quarter. Too fast for Quinn to react. I took a breath. Then I pictured Richard in my mind. The silly hair, the missing ear, the long fingers. I pictured the big Brennicky slug blasting through him, crushing, bludgeoning, the immense kinetic energy blowing him apart. I couldn't do it. Put it away, I said. No. Please. No. You're helping them. I'm helping my dad. I won't hit your dad. I can't take that risk. He's my dad. Elizabeth, tell him. No, she said. He's my husband. Stalemate. worse than stalemate, because there was absolutely nothing I could do. I couldn't fire on Richard, because I wouldn't let myself. Therefore, I couldn't fire on Quinn. And I couldn't say I wasn't going to fire on Quinn, because then 8 guys would immediately pull guns on me. I might get a few of them, but sooner or later one of them would get me. And I couldn't separate Quinn from Beck. No way was Quinn going to let go of Beck and walk out of the room alone with me. Stalemate. Plan C. "Put it away, Richard," I said. "Listen." "No." He hadn't moved. I rehearsed it again. Turn, fire. I took a breath, spun, and fired. A foot to Richard's right, at the window. The slug smashed through the drapes and caught the casement frame and blew it away. I ran 3 paces and went headfirst through the hole, rolled twice, wrapped in a torn velvet curtain, and scrambled up on my feet and ran, straight out on the rocks. I turned back after 20 yards and stood still. The remaining curtain was billowing in the wind. It was flapping in and out of the hole. I could hear the fabric snapping and beating. Yellow light shone behind it. I could see backlit figures crowding together behind the shattered glass. Everything was moving. The curtain, the people. The light was fading and blazing as the curtain flapped in and out. Then shots started coming at me. Handguns were firing. First 2, then 4, then 5, then more. Rounds were buzzing through the air all around me, hitting the rocks and sparking and ricocheting. Chips of stone flew everywhere. The shots sounded quiet. They sounded like dull, insignificant pops. Their sound was lost in the howl of the wind and the crash of the waves. I dropped to my knees, raised the persuader. Then the shooting stopped. I held my fire. The curtain disappeared. Somebody had torn it down. Light flooded out at me. I saw Richard and Elizabeth forced to the front of the crowd at the window. Their arms were twisted up behind them. I saw Quinn's face behind Richard's shoulder. He was aiming a gun straight at me. "Shoot me now!" he screamed. His voice was nearly lost in the wind. I heard the 7th wave crash in behind me. Spray burst upward and the wind caught it and it hit me hard in the back of the head. I saw one of Quinn's guys behind Elizabeth. Her face was twisted in pain. His right wrist was resting on her shoulder. His head was behind her head. He had a gun in his hand. I saw another gun butt come forward and knock shards of glass out of the frame. It raked it clean. Then Richard was jerked forward. His knee came up on the sill. Quinn pushed him all the way outside, came out after him, still holding him close. "Shoot me now!" he screamed again. Behind him, Elizabeth was lifted out through the window. There was a thick arm round her waist. Her legs kicked desperately. She was planted on the ground and pulled backward to cover the guy holding her. I could see her face, pale in the darkness, twisted in pain. I shuffled backward. More people climbed out. They swarmed. They formed up together. They made a wedge. Richard and Elizabeth were held shoulder to shoulder at the front like a blunt point. The wedge started lurching towards me. It was uncoordinated. I could see 5 guns. I shuffled backward. The wedge kept coming. The guns started firing again. They were aiming to miss. They were aiming to corral me. I moved backward, counted rounds. 5 guns, full mags. They had at least 75 shells between them, maybe more. And they had fired maybe 20. They were a long way from empty. And their fire was controlled. They weren't just blasting away. They were aiming left and right of me, into the rocks, regular spaced shots every couple of seconds, coming on like a machine, like a tank armored with humans. I stood up, moved backward. The wedge kept coming at me. Richard was on the right, and Elizabeth was on the left. I picked a guy behind Richard, and to his right, and aimed. The guy saw me do it and crowded in tight. The wedge jammed together. Now it was a narrow column. It kept on coming. I had no shot. I walked backward step by step. My left heel found the edge of Harley's cleft. Water boiled in and covered my shoe. I heard the waves. Gravel rattled and sucked. I moved my right foot level with my left, balanced on the edge. I saw Quinn smiling at me, just the gleam of his teeth in the dark.
"Say good night now!"
he screamed. Stay alive. See what the next minute brings. The column grew arms, 6 or 7 of them, reaching out, turning forward with their guns, aiming. They were waiting for a command. I heard the 7th wave crash in at my feet. It came up over my ankles and flooded 10 feet in front of me. It paused there for a second, and then it drained back, indifferent, like a metronome. I looked at Elizabeth and Richard, looked at their faces, took a deep breath, thought, them or me. I dropped the persuader and threw myself backward into the water. First was the shock of the cold, and then it was like falling off a building, except it wasn't a free fall. It was like landing in a freezing, lubricated tube and being sucked down it at a steep and controlled angle, with acceleration. I was upside down. I was traveling head first. I had landed on my back, and for a split second I had felt nothing, just the freezing water in my ears and my eyes and my nose. It stung my lip. I was about a foot under the surface. I wasn't going anywhere. I was worried about floating back up. I would bob to the surface right in front of them. They would be crowding around the lip of the cleft with their guns aimed down at the water. But then I felt my hair stand up. It was a gentle sensation, like somebody was combing it upright and pulling on it. Then I felt a grip on my head, like a strong man with big hands was clamping my face between his palms and pulling, very gently at first, but then a little harder, and harder. I felt it in my neck. It was like I was getting taller. Then I felt it in my chest and my shoulders. My arms were floating free, and suddenly they were wrenched up above my head. Then I fell off the building. It was like a perfect swallow dive on my back. I just arched downward. But I accelerated, much faster than a free fall through the air. It was like I was being reeled in by a gigantic elastic cord. I couldn't see anything. I didn't know if my eyes were open or shut. The cold was so stunning and the pressure on my body was so uniform that I didn't really feel anything either. No physical force. It was completely fluid. It was like some kind of science fiction transportation. Like I was being beamed down. Like I was liquid. Like I had been elongated. Like I was suddenly 30 feet tall and an inch wide. There was blackness and coldness everywhere. I held my breath. All the tension went out of me, and I leaned my head back to feel the water on my scalp. Pointed my toes, arched my spine, stretched my arms far up ahead of me, opened my fingers to feel the water flow between them. It felt very peaceful. I was a bullet. I liked it. Then I felt a panicked thump all through my chest and knew I was drowning. So I started to fight. I tumbled myself over and my coat came up around my head. I tore it off, spinning and somersaulting in the freezing tube. The coat whipped across my face and hurtled away. I slid out of my jacket. It disappeared. I suddenly felt the bitter cold. I was still going down fast. I could feel big pressure in my ears. They were hissing. I was tumbling in slow motion, whipping down and down faster than I had ever traveled, and rolling and tumbling like I was mired in treacle. How wide was the tube? I didn't know. I kicked desperately and clawed at the water around me. It felt like quicksand. Don't swim down. I kicked and fought and tried to find the edge. Bargained with myself. Concentrate, find the edge, make progress, stay calm. Let it take you down 50 feet for every foot you move sideways. I stopped for a second and regrouped and started swimming properly, and hard, like the tube was the flat surface of a pool and I was in a race, like there was a girl and a drink and a chair on the patio for the winner. How long had I been down? I didn't know. Maybe 15 seconds. I could hold my breath for maybe a minute. So relax, swim hard, find the edge. There had to be an edge. The whole ocean wasn't moving like this. It couldn't be. Otherwise, Portugal was going to be underwater. And half of Spain. Pressure roared in my ears. Which way was I facing? Didn't matter. I just had to get out of the current. I swam onward, felt the tide fighting me. It was incredibly powerful. It had been gentle before. Now it tore at me, like it resented my decision to fight back. I clamped my teeth and kicked on. It was like crawling across a floor with 1,000 tons of bricks on my back. My lungs swelled and burned. I trickled air out between my lips, kicked on, clawed the water ahead of me. 30 seconds. I was drowning. I knew it. I was weakening. My lungs were empty. My chest was crushed. I had 1 billion tons of water on top of me. I could feel my face twisting in pain. My ears were roaring. My stomach was knotted. My left shoulder was burning where Polly had hit it. I heard Harley's voice in my head. "We never had one come back." I kicked on. 40 seconds. I was making no progress. I was being hurled down into the depths. I was going to hit the seabed. I kicked on, clawed at the tide. 50 seconds. My ears were hissing. My head was bursting. My lips were clamped against my teeth. I was very angry. Quinn had made it out of the ocean. Why couldn't I? I kicked on desperately. A whole minute. My fingers were frozen and cramped. My eyes were scoured. More than a minute. I flailed and lashed. I battered my way through the water, kicked and fought. Then I felt a change in the tide. I found the edge. It was like grabbing a telegraph pole from a speeding train. I punched through the skin of the tube, and a new tide seized my hands and hit me in the head, and turbulence battered me, and I was suddenly cartwheeling head over feet and floating free in water that felt still and clear and freezing. Now think. Which way is up? I used every ounce of self-control I had and stopped fighting. Just floated. Tried to gauge my direction. I went nowhere. My lungs were empty. My lips were clamped tight. I couldn't breathe. I had neutral buoyancy. I wasn't moving. I was dead in the water. In a cubic mile of black ocean. I opened my eyes, stared all around me, above me, below me, to the sides. I twisted and turned, saw nothing. It was like outer space. Everything was pitch dark. No light at all. We never had one come back. I felt slight pressure on my chest, less on my back. I was hanging face down in the water, suspended. I was floating upward very slowly, back first. I concentrated hard, fixed the sensation clearly in my mind, fixed my position, arched my spine, scrabbled with my hands, kicked my legs down, stretched my arms towards the surface. Now go. Don't breathe. I kicked furiously, scooped huge strokes with my arms, clamped my lips. I had no air. I held my face up at an angle so that the first thing to break the surface would be my mouth. How far? It was black above me. There was nothing there. I was a mile down. I had no air. I was going to die. I opened my lips. Water flooded my mouth. I spat and swallowed, kicked onward. I could see purple colors in my eyes. My head hummed. I felt feverish, like I was burning. Then like I was freezing. Then like I was wrapped in thick feather quilts. They were soft. I could feel nothing at all. I stopped kicking then, because I was pretty sure I had died. So I opened my mouth to breathe. Sucked in seawater. My chest spasmed and coughed it out. In and out. Twice more. I was breathing pure water. I kicked once more. It was all I could manage. One last kick. I made it a big one. Then I just closed my eyes and floated and breathed the cold water. I hit the surface half a second later. I felt the air on my face like a lover's caress. I opened my mouth and my chest heaved and a high spout of water shot up and I gulped air even before it came back down on me. Then I fought like a madman to keep my face up in the cold, sweet oxygen. Just kicked and panted and breathed, sucking and blowing and coughing and retching. I spread my arms wide and let my legs float up and tilted my head back with my mouth wide open. Watched my chest rise and fall, fill and empty. It moved incredibly fast. I felt tired and peaceful and vague. I had no oxygen in my brain. I tossed around in the water for a full minute, just breathing. My vision cleared. I saw a dull cloud above me. My head cleared. I breathed some more. In, out, with my lips pursed, blowing like a locomotive. My head started aching. I trod water and looked for the horizon. Couldn't find it. I was pitching and falling on fast, urgent waves, up and down, maybe 10 or 15 feet at a time. I kicked a little and timed it so the next wave carried me up to its peak. Stared ahead. Saw nothing at all before I fell back into its trough. I had no idea where I was. I turned 90 degrees and rode the next peak and looked again, to my right. Maybe there would be a boat out there somewhere. There wasn't. There was nothing. I was alone in the middle of the Atlantic, drifting.
We never had one come back.
I turned 180 and rode a peak and looked to my left. Nothing there. I fell back into the trough and rode the next peak and looked behind me. I was 100 yards from shore. I could see the house. I could see lit windows. I could see the wall. I could see the blue haze of its lights. I hauled my shirt up on my shoulders. It was soaked and heavy. I took a breath, rolled onto my front, and started swimming. 100 yards. Any kind of a halfway decent Olympic competitor could swim 100 yards in about 45 seconds. And any kind of a halfway decent high school swimmer could do it in less than a minute. It took me nearly 15. The tide was going out. I felt like I was going backward. I felt like I was still drowning. But eventually I touched the shore and got my arms around a smooth rock that was coated with freezing slime and held on tight. The sea was still very rough. Big waves thumped in on me and smashed my cheek against the granite, regular as clockwork. I didn't care. I savored the impacts, each and every one of them. I loved that rock. I rested on it for a minute more, and then crawled my way around behind the garage block, sloshing along half in and half out of the water, crouched low. Then I crawled out on my hands and knees, rolled over on my back, stared up at the sky. Now you had one come back, Harley. The waves came in and reached my waist. I shuffled on my back until they reached only my knees, rolled onto my front again, lay with my face pressed down on the rock. I felt bloated. I was cold, chilled to the bone. My coat was gone, my jacket was gone, the persuaders were gone, the Beretta was gone. I stood up. Water sluiced off me. I staggered a couple of steps. Heard Leon Garber in my head. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. He thought JFK had said it. I thought it was actually Friedrich Nietzsche. And he said destroy, not kill. What doesn't destroy us makes us stronger. I staggered 2 more steps and leaned up against the back of the courtyard wall and threw up about a gallon of salt water. That made me feel a little better. I jerked my arms around and kicked each leg in turn to try to get some circulation going and some water out of my clothes. Then I plastered my soaking hair back on my head and tried a couple of long, slow breaths. I was worried about coughing. My throat was raw and aching from the cold and the salt. Then I walked along the back wall and turned at the corner, found my little dip, and visited my hidden bundle one last time. I'm coming to get you, Quinn. My watch was still working, and it showed me my hour was long gone. Duffy would have called ATF 20 minutes ago. But their response would be slow. I doubted if they had a field office in Portland. Boston was probably the closest, where the maid had been sent out from. So I still had enough time. The food truck was gone. Evidently dinner had been canceled. But the other vehicles were still there. The Cadillac, the town car, the 2 Suburbans. 8 hostiles still in the house, plus Elizabeth and the cook. I didn't know which category to put Richard in. I kept tight against the house wall and looked in every window. The cook was in the kitchen. She was cleaning up. Keast and Maiden had left all their stuff there. I ducked under the sill and moved on. The dining room was a ruin. The wind blowing in through the shattered window had caught the linen tablecloth and thrown plates and glasses everywhere. There were dunes of plaster dust in the corners where the wind had piled them. There were 2 big holes in the ceiling, probably in the ceiling of the room above and the room above that, too. The Brennickys had probably made it all the way out through the roof, like moonshots. The square room where I had played Russian roulette had the 3 Libyans and Quinn's 3 guys in it. They were all sitting around the oak table, doing nothing. They looked blank and shocked, but they looked settled. They weren't going anywhere. I ducked under the sill and moved on. Came all the way round to Elizabeth Beck's parlor. She was in there, with Richard. Somebody had taken the dead guy out. She was on her sofa, talking fast. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but Richard was listening hard. I ducked under the sill and moved on. Beck and Quinn were in Beck's little room. Quinn was in the red armchair, and Beck was standing in front of the cabinet with the machine gun display. Beck looked pale and grim and hostile, and Quinn looked full of himself. He had a fat, unlit cigar in his hand. He was rolling it between his fingers and thumb and lining up a silver cutter at the business end. I made it back to the kitchen after completing a whole circle, stepped inside. I didn't make a sound. The metal detector stayed quiet. The cook didn't hear me coming. I caught her from behind, clamped a hand over her mouth, and dragged her over to a counter. I wasn't taking any chances after what Richard had done to me. I found a linen towel in a drawer and used it as a gag, found another to tie her wrists, found another to tie her ankles. I left her sitting uncomfortably on the floor next to the sink. I found a 4th towel and put it in my pocket. Then I stepped out into the hallway. It was quiet. I could hear Elizabeth Beck's voice faintly. Her parlor door was standing open. I couldn't hear anything else. I went straight to the door of Beck's den, opened it, stepped inside, closed it again. I was met by a haze of cigar smoke. Quinn had just lit up. I got the feeling he'd been laughing about something. Now he was frozen with shock. Beck was the same, pale, unfrozen. They were just staring at me. "I'm back," I said. Beck had his mouth open. I hit him with a cigarette punch. His mouth slammed shut and his head snapped back and his eyes rolled up and he went straight down on the 3 deep rugs on the floor. It was a decent blow, but not my best. His son had saved his life after all. If I hadn't been so tired from swimming, a better punch would have killed him. Quinn came straight at me, straight out of the chair. He dropped his cigar, went for his pocket. I hit him in the stomach. Air punched out of him, and he folded forward and dropped to his knees. I hit him in the head and pushed him down on his stomach, knelt on his back with my knees high up between his shoulder blades. "No," he said. He had no air. "Please!" I put the flat of one hand on the back of his head, took my chisel out of my shoe and slid it in behind his ear and up into his brain, slowly, inch by inch. He was dead before it was halfway in, but I kept it going until it was buried all the way to the hilt. I left it there. I wiped the handle with a towel from my pocket, and then I spread the towel over his head and stood up wearily. 10:18, Dom, I said to myself. I stepped on Quinn's burning cigar, took Beck's car keys out of his pocket, and slipped back into the hallway, walked through the kitchen, The cook followed me with her eyes. I stumbled round to the front of the house, slid into the Cadillac, fired it up, and took off west. It took me 30 minutes to get to Duffy's motel. She and Villanueva were together in his room with Teresa Justice. She wasn't Teresa Daniel anymore. She wasn't dressed like a doll anymore either. They had her in a motel robe. She had showered. She was coming round fast. She looked weak and wan, but she looked like a person, like a federal agent. She stared at me in horror. At first I thought she was confused about who I was. She had seen me in the cellar. Maybe she thought I was one of them. But then I saw myself in the mirror on the closet door, and I saw her problem. I was wet from head to toe. I was shaking and shivering. My skin was dead white. The cut on my lip had opened and turned blue on the edges. I had fresh bruises where the waves had butted me against the rock. I had seaweed in my hair and slime on my shirt. I fell in the sea, I said. Nobody spoke. "I'll take a shower," I said. "In a minute. Did you call ATF?" Duffy nodded.
"They're on their way. Portland PD has already secured the warehouse. They're going to steal the coast road, too. You got out just in time."
Was I ever there? Villanueva shook his head. "You don't exist. Certainly we never met you." "Thank you," I said. "Old school," he said. I felt better after the shower. Looked better, too. But I had no clothes. Villanueva lent me a set of his. They were a little short and wide. I used his old raincoat to hide them. I wrapped it tight around me because I was still cold. We had pizza delivered. We were all starving. I was very thirsty from the salt water. We ate and we drank. I couldn't bite on the pizza crust. I just sucked the topping off. After an hour, Teresa Justice went to bed. She shook my hand, said good night very politely. She had no idea who I was. "Roofies wipe out their short-term memory," Villanueva told me. Then we talked business. Duffy was very down. She was living a nightmare. She had lost 3 agents in an illegal operation, and getting Teresa out was no kind of upside, because Teresa shouldn't have been in there in the first place. "So quit," I said. "Join ATF instead. You just handed him a big result in a plate. You'll be flavor of the month." "I'm going to retire," Villanueva said. "I'm old enough and I've had enough."
"I can't retire,"
Duffy said. In the restaurant the night before the arrest, Dominique Cole had asked me, "Why are you doing this?" I wasn't sure what she meant. "Having dinner with you?"
"No. Working as an MP. You could be anything. You could be Special Forces, Intelligence, Air Cavalry, Armored, anything you wanted."
"So could you."
"I know. And I know why I'm doing this. I want to know why you're doing it."
It was the first time anybody had ever asked me. "Because I always wanted to be a cop," I said. "But I was predestined for the military. Family background, no choice at all. So I became a military cop."
"That's not really an answer. Why did you want to be a cop in the first place?"
I shrugged. "It's just the way I am. Cops put things right."
"What things?"
"They look after people. They make sure the little guy is okay."
"That's it? The little guy?"
I shook my head. "No," I said. "Not really. I don't really care about the little guy. I just hate the big guy. I hate big, smug people who think they can get away with things."
"You produce the right results for the wrong reasons, then."
I nodded. "But I try to do the right thing. I think the reasons don't really matter. Whatever. I like to see the right thing done."
"Me too," she said. "I try to do the right thing. Even though everybody hates us, and nobody helps us, and nobody thanks us afterwards. I think doing the right thing is an end in itself. It has to be, really. Doesn't it?"
Did you do the right thing? I asked, 10 years later. Duffy nodded.
Yes,
She said. No doubt at all?
no,
She said. You sure?
totally.
So relax, I said. That's the best you can ever hope for. Nobody helps and nobody says thanks afterwards. She was quiet for a spell.
Did you do the right thing?
She said. No question, I said. We left it at that. Duffy had put Teresa Justice in Elliot's old room. That left Villanueva in his, and me in Duffy's. She seemed a little awkward about what she had said before, about our lack of professionalism. I wasn't sure if she was trying to reinforce it or trying to withdraw it. Don't panic, I said. I'm way too tired. And this time I proved I was. Not for lack of trying. We started. She made it clear she wanted to withdraw her earlier objection. Made it clear she agreed that saying yes was better than saying no. I was very happy about that, because I liked her a lot. So we started. We got naked and got in bed together, and I remember kissing her so hard it made my mouth hurt. But that's all I remember. I fell asleep. I slept the sleep of the dead, 11 hours straight. They were all gone when I woke up, gone to face whatever their futures held for them. I was alone in the room, with a bunch of memories. It was late morning. Sunlight was coming in through the shades. Motes of dust were dancing in the air. Villanueva's spare outfit was gone from the back of the chair. There was a shopping bag there instead. It was full of cheap clothes. They looked like they would fit me very well. Susan Duffy was a good judge of sizes. There were 2 complete sets. One was for cold weather, one was for hot. She didn't know where I was headed, so she had catered for both possibilities. She was a very practical woman. I figured I would miss her. For a time. I dressed in the hot weather stuff, left the cold weather stuff right there in the room. I figured I could drive Beck's Cadillac out to I-95, to the Kennybunk rest area. I figured I could abandon it there. Figured I could catch a ride south without any problem. And I-95 goes to all kinds of places. All the way down to Miami.